Ha! Gotcha. Surprise. We actually got the green light from the people over at HCS that we can go ahead and get this matchup underway. It is Navi. It is a Wobble Bobs. Opening game is going to be CTF Argyle. Second game, should we need it, or which we definitely will see, is going to be Recharge, Slayer, Live Fire, King of the Hill immediately afterwards. But now we're going to be getting our teeth sunk into Argyle CTF. It's finally happening.
We're here. We made it. We got the green light. All the lights are green. We are ready to go. Oh, I love best of fives. I think this is going to be a cracking CTF. I think for a Wobble Bobs, it's really don't let Navi score in the first minute.
Yeah.
And you probably have a much better chance, in all honesty, because that's always what Navi seem to do. So,
I mean, as far as I can remember, they have always been really, really on point with getting a lot of territory under their belts. Literally from the moment that the game starts, they will easily... I wouldn't even be surprised. I know it seems like a little bit taboo, but you could even ignore the sniper rifle and just send 4 people all the way to the active camo at the top of the map. But definitely not something that they're going to be doing. It would be I would definitely be shooked if they try to go for that kind of tactic. But no, we're just going to play things a little bit casual. But the fight for active camo towards the center of the map, it is going to be absolutely bombastic. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We can finally, well, start to hear that beautiful ring of the BR going off in the background, and it's already Sayer to be the first casualty of CTF. Active camo beautifully grappled onto Snipe Drone's chest right over there, so immediately Navi with a brilliant start.
yeah, great start so far. So, yeah, he's going to be the first one down. It is going to be Snaky. As we're on board with Snipe Drone, another former Ascend player. What can he do with this? He is going to find Glory.
Well, hello.
It's the beautiful Snipe. Mate, Camo and Snipe, just a filthy combo. Flux is lying down there as well. Has he seen him? Yeah, he has. But Snaky is going to find that kill. And look what happened. Within the first minute, already Navi grabbing this flag. It is Snaky with 3. But yeah, Glory and Sayer on the board as well. But he's going to be Snipe Drone doing so much damage.
God, he actually got de-scoped right there on top of that and somehow manages to magnetize an S7 shot right into Sayer's melon right there. Snipe Drone off to a brilliant start so far. And yeah, you did mention that Navi got themselves a flagpole at the very, very start, but it has already been sent back and fully reset as well. But at this certain stage, yeah, they're kind of just feeling out a Wobble Bob, seeing exactly what they're capable of. And now with a near full team wipe coming on through, Jimbo's going to start running that flag over, and he actually gets it quite far. On top of that, Snipe Drone from the top of mid is going to be able to provide a little bit of extra coverage with the S7 just to keep them occupied, but kind of fat fingers his control there for a little bit. But Navi well on their way to potentially just getting and locking in this first flag.
Yeah, and I mean, are we surprised, right? Like, it's, I mean, it's Snipe Drone just absolutely murdering it, and Navi gonna go 1-0 up. Honestly, not a big surprise, because yeah, once again, I mean, okay, it took them 2 minutes, not 1 minute, so respect to a Wobble Bobs, but yeah, I mean, they're just so intense, man. Like, Navi are just so good. And I remember I was in Jimbo's stream the other week, and I was talking about CTF Aquarius and how they're so good, and he's like, yeah, CTF, it's really like my teammates. Like, yeah. I cap the flag, and it's pretty easy, but he's really talking about his teammates loving CTF, so yeah, definitely it's fair enough for him, honestly.
Yeah. So we've already expended and exhausted the first couple of minutes. Navi already with a point on the board so far, and with potentially a maximum of 9 minutes left over, they could potentially just speed run this damn thing altogether. We did already catch a glimpse of Zed Mighty's silhouette camoed up already, just charging and running on through the center of the map. On top of that, Zed Mighty's looking to get a little bit of airtime right here, and he's still got a full mag left in the S7, just looking for a couple of victims to click their heads on. Mose dances with the devil right there, but narrowly manages to scamper away, and Sayer at this point might be as good as dead, but Glory comes in to actually bail him out right there. That is a near full team wipe for Navi, so a Wobble Bobs, they've actually built up a little bit of foundation here.
Oh man, he almost would have had that shot as well, but it is going to be Glory with this sniper. What can he do with it, as Mose is going to find Snipe Drone. Mighty's going to be found by Mose, who is one-shot and trying to hide, but Jimbo's going to send him over the edge. Yeah, about 8 minutes, a little bit more than 8 minutes to go. And it is going to be on board with Glory. Still 1-0 to Na'Vi. Snipe Drone 8-3. I think it was 8-0 at one point. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Wobblebob's just managing to shut him down. Jimbo going to go for the sniper rifle. Mighty's going to get shot in the back as Glory is sitting here in the base. He's going to get that assist as well. What can he do with the sidekick?
He's in a really, really good position right here. Yeah, just definitely go for the flagpole because you've got so much space to work with. Na'Vi losing out on 3 members now stuck. Well, basically stuck staring at that respawn screen, and Jimbo with the S7 is trying to potentially hunt them down, and he's got to take a move, but no, Moze actually outsnipes him down range. That is not what you would expect from Jimbo right over there, but look at that Owaba Bobs fully capitalizing on everything that they've built up so far, and they tie up the scoreline. This might be a little bit closer than we just anticipated earlier in the pre-show, James.
Yeah, great job from Wobblebob's Glory with that flag flag cap as well. So it is going to be Sayer. Did he just repulse his way over there? That was crazy. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Yeah, they lost him there. Sayer is going to be one shot though. Snakey's going to clean him up. So far, Snakey 9 kills on the board, leading all comers. Flux. It's going to be Jimbo who's missing some snipes though. Glory is going to run into Snipe Drone. Oh my god, what a nade! As Jimbo does take out Flux with that sniper. Yeah. And he's going to be Sayer. He's going to hide, but what can Moze do here?
There's a question right over
clean
here.
Up Jimbo.
Yeah, lovely pick coming out from Sayer right over there to shut down the S7 on the opposite side of the spectrum. Sayer, though, well, I thought his days were surely numbered, but clearly he's just built a little bit different and takes down Snipe Drone. On top of that, he is the glue for Owaba Bobs for the time being. It took him a couple of minutes to get calibrated fully. Excuse me, but Sayer has definitely been in full fighting form since then. On top of that, you exhaust the final round in the S7, but Moze will be shut down right over there. And once again, Na'Vi, I believe for the 3rd time in a row, or potentially even the 4th, they have gotten and reclaimed that active camo all to themselves. I don't think Owaba Bobs at any given moment even had the power-ups. And now Jimbo's going to find a little bit of extra contact, but no. He gets burned alive, and so does that active camo, but Glory is going to rectify the situation for Owaba Bobs, denying Snipe Drone access to that sniper.
Yeah, beautiful work there for Glory. Great kill. Already has 6 assists as well. And it is going to be Sayer, who is sitting at the back of base. That's going to be a back smack onto Mighty's. Going to try and take the fight to Jimbo as well. That nade. Oh, that is so sneaky from Sayer. Can he pick up this flag as well? He is. Mate, don't go that way. That's where Jimbo is.
Uh-oh. Yikes.
Oh. Oof.
That's not... Yeah, no, that's definitely not what you would have wanted to see. If he went right instead, if he took the red pill, then potentially it could have all turned out to be a little bit better. But Jimbo's going to continue to harass some of these Owaba Bobs player downrange with the S7 on top of that. But things are starting to calm and cool down just a little bit longer. But silence has yet to actually fall completely over this map right over here, and with 4.5 minutes left to go, it could still very much be anybody's game, potentially even overtime being in the cards for us today between these two. Flux as well, past the tuck tail and head for the hills once again, getting out of the kitchen because it got a little bit too hot, but he's going to re-engage. Said Mighty's now on an island all on his lonesome, and he gets shut down, but So Snaky secures that trade for Na'Vi.
Beautiful work. So Snaky. He is going to try and fight against Sayer, but he is low on shield, so he's going to try and get away. Snipe Drone is going to find Moze, but Sayer's going to trade him out. It's going to be Glory. Can they find Jimbo? Beautiful headshots onto Jimbo there. And 2 down for Na'Vi. Oh, Snaky. He is going to get found by Flux, and Glory's going to steal this flag once again.
Yeah. Good team shots coming out from Owaba Bobs right there. Honestly, without that, they wouldn't be able to pull this flag.
Yeah, the flag's still not out yet, though. It is going to be Glory, who is going to be down without any shields. Moze is going to come in, but Snipe Drone's going to get the kill, and I think that's going to be the flag returned.
Yeah, 100% right there.
Drone Feeding Glory. It is confirmed.
Yeah, good map control being established by Na'Vi as well. I mean, at the end of the day, they did realize that they just had to kind of ignore that flag as long as it was left on the ground on top of that, but they just were able to shut down the rest of the Wobblebobs, forcing their respawns to come through just further and further away from where they initially pulled that flag as well, and they slowly but surely rebuilt the control that was necessary. Snipe Drone tries to get a little bit sneaky as well with the flagpole, but he will be shut down, so that return is going to be as free as humanly possible right there. But time continues to drain out. It is about 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from fully expiring. And now we're in a little bit of a stalemate between these two, James. Who's going to be able to put their best foot forward? We'll have to see. But for the time being, this tug of war just ain't stopping.
Yeah, and this is the really important thing for Na'Vi. Is how can they push their map advantage? Because man, every time going to OT, but it is going to be Snipe Drone who's going to take this flag, and he is going to eat a grenade, and he is going to go down from Sire, and that flag is going to be stuck in no man's land, but 2 members of Na'Vi going to be down now. The active camo going to be here. We are going to see, that was really weird. Jimbo is going to be found by Glories, who does find the camo, even though it seems to phase through a wall to get to him. Flag is going to be returned. Does have this bandit rifle. I wonder if he's going to ninja. Oh my lord. He does backsmack Mighties though. And he is going to throw that bandit rifle off the deck. Pick up the sniper. He is going to miss Snakey. But with 1.5 minutes, Snipe Drone trying to make waves. But you can see that Na'Vi just kind of trapped in towards their base. As Jimbo's going to go on an exploratory mission. Going to lose his shield, but Glory unable to find the kill. About 1 minute left.
Yeah, definitely so. And now things are starting to get, well, they're starting to get that much more tense as we've only got 65 seconds left to play between these two squads. Glory doing a brilliant job right there, picking up a 2-piece. Mo's going to trade things out as well with Snipe Drone, and both teams still find themselves facing even footing right now with no clear opportunity to break through just yet. The Wobblebobs, they just want to continue controlling this map, and the moment they might get themselves a team wipe, they could potentially go for closing that gap right here. Hopping on with Glories once again, he's going to start getting a little bit curious. There are a couple of players down below that he's waiting out for, and that's just sneaky coming out from Snipe Drone. Beautiful back smack coming on through. Nothing that Glory could have done about it, but now we're in the sub 30-second phase of this opening game, and I don't know what's going to happen. Jimbo's got to force the issue and go for a flagpole. The coverage is there on top of that, and as long as the flag is away from home, you can force sudden death.
Yeah, they've got to touch this. Mose is the last one alive and doing a great job at a double kill. But it is going to be Snipe Drone who is going to get away. A beautiful use of the grappling hook. But can he make it? He goes down. And this flag is actually out there. Needs to be touched in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we are going to be going to overtime. Which we are, of course. Map number 1 of this upper bracket. Of course, it's going to be overtime. Snipe Drone finishing with 22 kills, though.
Absolutely rancid in the opening stages of regulation so far from Snipe Drone as well. He's been, well, finding so much impact left, right, and center, but now the battle for the active camo shall commence, and it belongs to Sire. I believe this is potentially the first, if not the second active camo that a Wobblebobs actually get away with. Zed Mighties just smacking down Glory, putting him in his place, but Sire sneaking into the shadows. He will get away with a tap on that flag, and now he can start running this as far as humanly possible, even recontesting with that F7 if he chooses to.
Oh man, Mose gonna try and cover this up top. Sire is just bunny hopping away. Mose, great work. Is going to push through. He's going to get taken down by Jimbo. And this is going to be a flag cap. Oh my god. It's a Wobblebobs 1-0. Holy Jeebus. Snipe Drone's 22 kills not enough. And just like that, as seemingly always is the case, when you have an overtime CTF, it's over in the blink of an eye. And a Wobblebobs 1-0 up against Na'Vi. I'm going to put the hand over. I did not see that coming.
Neither did I. I mean, judging by the kills alone on top of that, Navi were firmly in the driver's seat as well. I know it's a cardinal sin to try and do math on broadcast, but the gap between these two squads was very, very minimal in raw kill count alone. But Navi were still leading the charge just a little bit longer. They got off to a really, really good start. But at the end of the day, when it just came to the very, very 11th hour of overtime, key differences, Awababobs, they get away with the active camo and they abuse, and I mean literally abuse that active camo in S7 to the best of their abilities. And Navi just had no idea what hit them. It was over before they could even really start talking and become part of the conversation. GG's coming on through, but this is only game one, James, and Awababobs have taken it.
Yeah, it's a long 5-game series. Like you said, it is Navi gonna be 1-0 down, but man, I think the kind of one of the telling stats there is just how many assists there were on
Mhm.
the side of Awababobs, right? Like Mo's had 12, Glory had 10, and yeah, just the amount of damage that those guys were dealing out really just put Navi to the sword. A lot of team damage, a lot of making sure that Navi were low constantly. But yeah, overtime, as often is the case, is just over in the blink of an eye.
It's so cutthroat,
2-1.
bro. Yeah, exactly. Just you
Yeah,
make
it's
one simple mistake in OTCTF, and it's the most costly mistake that you will ever make in your entire life. But now things are going to change just a little bit. We're going to be shifting over to Recharge Slayer for our second game in this best of 5 series to see if Navi can break the curse of Slayer matches. Because they did play this a little bit earlier in the group stages, as you mentioned just a few moments ago on top of that, and they didn't walk away with the W. So now that they've technically been fully calibrated and they've gone through their warm-up phase, they've already gotten a huge amount of wins in that group play. They have to come into this literally swinging right out of the gates, because if they don't, they'll be 2-0 down, and the Wobblebobs will threaten to send them right down to that lower bracket.
yeah, and yeah, it could be the reverse sweep if we get that far. But yeah, for Navi's sake, I'm hoping it doesn't get that far, of course. But we are going to be getting into game number 2. It will be Slayer on recharge. Lots of nades going towards that active camo. Snakey's going to find Slayer straight away, but Mose is going to get Jimbo. Snakey's going to trade. Flux is going to trade. And Mighty's going to trade right back.
Yeah.
So, everyone trades around camo. It is going to be Mighty's picking up the camo, but dying. And Snipe Drone looks like he's going to live up to his name with the shock rifle. Glory trying to get towards that active camo, but no one seems to be able to pop it so far, Tudor.
I did kind of hear like the sound effect from when you actually activate the active camo. I'm not exactly sure if somebody did slap it on their chest and then just get immediately burned right afterwards, or it might have been a client-side observer bug. Not sure, but I did hear something in my ears indicative of that AC right there. But either way, things are still relatively even coming out in the first opening minute of action right here, with both teams being tied up. 7-7 is your scoreline in terms of raw kill count alone. And boy, howdy, was it really, really bloody at the start fighting for that active camo. But let's see exactly how things start to develop right here on top of that. Snipe Drone shuts down one. Mose is going to get the trade onto Zed Mighties, and Mose coming on in for another trade is basically going to secure a near full team wipe for Navi, and that means that Awababobs, they start to establish a lead of 3 kills.
Yeah, lead early for Awababobs as Mose is going to find Mighties as well. So that's a 4-kill lead for the side of Awababobs. Mose 7-2, playing absolutely lights out so far. Poor old Snipe Drone surrounded by 3 sides as Flux is going to get a double before going down. Sayer already on 4 assists. Going to be on board with Glories. He's going to find where Mighty's is. He's going to go down to no shield. Can he find Snipe Drone? Snipe Drone trying to harass him. The Commando coming in. He's beset from all sides by Navi players.
Yeah, he was on a suicide mission right there, being encroached upon from 2 separate portions of the map. Like, man was on an island and there was no way he was going to get out safely, but Snipe Drone actually now going back down into the shadows. He just witnessed Mose somehow smacking down 2 of his teammates, and it will finally punish him for his previous crimes right there. At the very least, Navi, they do get away with that AC, but it's starting to get a little bit rough and tough right here. Awababobs just about to actually hit 20 points, and Navi still tailing as the gap has been extended all the way to 5.
Yeah, beautiful work from Snipe Drone to get a couple, but Mo's wise to the action. Try and find Jimbo. Jimbo's going to trade out weapons as well. Jimbo 2 and 6 right now. Is this going to be a double? Is that a stick?
I don't know if that was a stick. Probably not.
Man, Glory, Flux, Sayer all getting kills. As Mighty's, does he get launched off the edge? No, he is going to survive. They're going to be on board, but Mighty's going to be 1v2'd. As Mose is going to find an 11th kill tutor.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, they have a 9-kill lead over Na'Vi right now.
I know, the team shots coming out from the side of Awababobs have been seriously on point, to the point that Na'Vi are greatly struggling to actually regroup and reform. Just take a look at the carnage that is happening right here in this service tunnel, but it actually goes in Na'Vi's favor. For the first time, a team fight comfortably won by them. But Awababobs, now that they've hit the halfway mark, they can just continuously regroup. And there comes Glory shutting down So Snaky. He was all on his lonesome with absolutely no support whatsoever. And if this continues on in the exact same fashion, then Na'Vi may as well already be 2 down, because they are just not buddying up, James.
Yeah, they are just getting absolutely picked apart right now by Awababobs. Mighty's is going to find one on Glory. It is only 2 full team wipes for Na'Vi to get back into this. A missed shot from Mighty's, but he is going to clean up Flux anyway. And now a little bit, looks like they're kind of pulling together a little bit more.
Yeah.
Can we see as Mose is going to go down as well. So it is a 7-kill deficit as Jimbo with the camo. What can he do with this? And time again, Na'Vi have gotten the camo, but Awababob's just totally wise. Like Flux just says, oh, it doesn't even matter that you got camo. I can still see you. That's fine. Yeah. Mose takes some damage, but Jimbo here trying to sell his life.
This is it. This is it.
He's going to find one. He's going to nade near Snipe Drone. Flux is going to find one as well. It's just not getting any closer for Na'Vi right now.
No, it isn't, but here comes the cavalry from Awababobs. 3 players to boot. A trade does come on through, but the kill feed is still being painted blue as Sayer adds another to the tally right there. 32 kills already bagged for Awababobs, keeping a consistent 7-kill gap so far. Zed Mighty's already retreating back down to this lower tunnel side, and he's already been caught out. Can't exactly let the shock rifle sing a sweet song of death so far, but they are just struggling to find an opening as Awababobs have consistently been shut down or shutting those doors right in Na'Vi's face. But here they come back with a little bit of a clap as well. Lovely team coordination over towards those tunnel stairs on top of that, and they get away with not just 2 but a 3rd kill locked in from Zed Mighty's over the course of that engagement on top of that. So they are starting to close off this gap, but it is still a 5-point deficit that they need to make up for.
Yeah, but I have to say, much better play there from the side of Na'Vi. A really, really nice looking shock rifle headshot from Mighty's as well. That'll help. Yeah, just 5 kills, and it is going to be Jimbo. Beautifully done with the plasma pistol into the melee. Flux Glories, there's 3 members there. And the slide going to come through as well from Glory. Still 5 kills to go as Sayer. He's going to find that camo. It has to be said, Mighty's the only one in double figures. He's going to be found by Sayer, though, of course, with that camo. 12 kills for Mose, 10 for Flux. 6-kill lead again as Jimbo does find Mose with the nade, though. But Jimbo with a double kill. He is going to get shut down by a perfect from Sayer. 11 kills to go, Tudor, and it's a 5-kill lead still to Awababobs.
Yeah, exactly. Awababobs, though, they could potentially end this one right off, but Sayer is going to get caught all on his lonesome. A little bit of backup in the form of Mose also joining in on the fun, but he's since been cleaned up. Gave his life to save that of Sayer, and now So Snaky is just fishing for a little bit of intel and manages to actually light up a couple of these Awababobs players that are regrouping over towards Elevator. They are going to put their best foot forward, but Flux actually gets caught out. The collapse coming on through from Na'Vi is just about as brilliant as it should have been from the beginning right there. And suddenly it's just Mo's alive as the respawns come on through for Awababobs right there. But Na'Vi, they are just inches away from closing off this gap suddenly.
Yeah, great teamwork and a beautiful trade coming through there. So we are going to be on board with Flux. And now you can see Awababob's just trying to slow this down a little bit. and group up a little bit further to try and work out where Na'Vi are. Na'Vi showing the experience, right? Showing the ability that they have to just collapse whenever they can find. And Mighty's knows where Sayer is now. He's going to relay that info. So he's going to drop down into long, though. Does have the shock rifle. He's going to pass it off.
Uh-oh.
Now it's going to be Jimbo, who's going to get taken by Mose. Mose is going to find Mighty's. He's got a double, and now they've picked up this shock rifle. What can they do? And Glory, once again, with the camo. So Na'Vi with a couple of early camos, but a Wobbabobs with the later camos. They're going to drop the shock rifle around, and uh-oh. Camo and shock rifle.
Man, the Wobbabobs are holding on to all of the cards right now. They just need a couple of kills to effectively secure this entire matchup. You've already got Glory doing a little bit of early scouting so far, and now he's going to come in for the engagement, tosses out the plasma grenade, but no contact found. He's instead going to rotate back off over towards this heaven side to see if he can re-engage. Na'Vi, they are simply put stuck inside of this service tunnel, and they're going to try to rotate out over towards Whirlpool instead, but that avenue's already been locked down by Sayer. They are trapped inside of a kill box, and there is nothing that they can do. Na'Vi, they have all dropped to the wayside like flies as a Wobbabobs. Well, they managed to clean house to absolute perfection right there. 2 kills separate them. Now just the one with the shock rifle. Glory narrowly sticks the headshot on top of that. But there it is, coming out from Mose on top of that to shut down the door on Na'Vi. A 10-kill gap separating these two squads. Na'Vi just couldn't really quite find their footing towards the 11 hour, and they go 2-0 down in this best of 5.
Man, I said at the start, you know, that if there was going to be one that I would think that Na'Vi would lose, it would be the Slayer. But man, I didn't expect it to be 50-40, and I definitely didn't expect it to be 2-0 to a Wobbabobs right now. But I mean, Mo 16 and 9, chipped in with 8 assists as well. So yeah, it's man, it was I have no words at the moment. Like, Na'Vi are gonna come up with a reverse sweep, otherwise this is gonna be problematic. Also,
it's gonna be
scary for the lower bracket, because Na'Vi in a lower bracket is kind of terrifying as well.
It is very terrifying, but what is also terrifying is already being well, effectively forced into a position where your back is against the wall this early on after only 2 games of Halo so far. I mean, that Argyle CTF, it could have gone either way just because it went all the way to overtime and a Wobbabobs forced the issue, but now they're in the driver's seat. They are holding on to all of the cards. If there was a metaphorical talking stick, Wobbabobs would be holding on to it, and Na'Vi aren't even really part of the conversation at this time. They did give it their all inside of that Slayer, but just trying to get the ball rolling inside of that early game on Recharge didn't really pan out. And towards the very, very tail end of Recharge Slayer, they unfortunately found themselves trapped inside of that service tunnel with no effective exit avenues whatsoever. And the Wobbabobs had all of those separate pieces of territory completely locked out. That collapse at the very, very end coming out from a Wobbabobs was played to absolute perfection, and it just might be indicative of a slight little strategy call or a miscalled portion of strategy for Na'Vi, where they were trying to obviously move together as a pack of wolves and try to punish any lost souls on the side of a Wobbabobs from getting all too curious. But realistically, Na'Vi right there at the end, they dug their own grave.
Yeah, you're right. Just getting just in pipes and just getting surrounded, and a Wobbabobs being the ones that claps when so many times we talked about how good Na'Vi were collapsing. And yeah, just fantastic work, and really goes to show that even if you lose the camo in the first few times, the more you play on, and if you can grab that camo and use it to your advantage. Wobbabobs had the last couple of camos, and even though Na'Vi got close, right? Like, it was 8 kills, 7 kill lead. Then it was a 2 kill lead.
Exactly.
And then the Wobbabobs just got a few wipes going, and that was kind of it.
Yeah. And it could potentially be it after this third game of play for Na'Vi. They could potentially be sent right down to the lower bracket in just a matter of minutes. King of the Hill on live fire is what both of these two teams are tasked with in the next and what could potentially be final game of this best of 5 series. We are just moments away from jumping right into the action, but obviously, from just the opening 2 games of play that we have seen so far between these 2 squads, there is no distinct winner as to who has been doing a better job of overall map control and the quantity and the amount of times that we've been able to actually see power weapons and power power-ups actually being picked up by one of the 2 rosters. But now with the delay in respawn time between that S7 and the overshield over towards dummies, you're gonna have to put even a lot more emphasis on getting as many advantages as humanly possible. A Wobble Bob's already caught out at the very start inside of that, well, basement tunnel right there. Lovely usage of the smoke as well to let Na'Vi advance towards the sniper tower as Jimbo kicks things off with the 2-piece.
Yeah, beautiful work, and I like how aggressive this is from Snipe Drone, really chasing Flux down. Jimbo also going to get this OS as well if he can kill Mose, which he does, but doesn't manage to pop it before Glory picks it up. However, it is going to be Snipe Drone who does pick it up as Mighties takes Glory's head off and Snaky backslaps Sierra as well. Look, man, just the aggressiveness as Mose is going to backslap Snipe Drone, and Mose is going to get a double as well. But it is going to be Na'Vi in the hill. How the turns take.
Mose, oh my god, bro. He got absolutely decimated and decapitated by that S7 shot coming out from Zed Mighty's right over here. Obviously, Jimbo is currently on the hill, and he's just racking up that progression bar for the time being. I love this setup coming on through. Zed Mighty's can truly exploit that S7 to the best of his abilities. Then a Wobble Bobs are forced to try to converge in from that basement side, but it simply put doesn't work out. This setup right here, it should be a free point from Na'Vi, and a Wobble Bob's yet to actually find a solution to it. But with Overshield potentially being up in about 20 seconds, I wouldn't necessarily, you know, be upset if a Wobble Bobs just forfeit this first hill, get the Overshield, and then move in for the second hill.
Yeah, Na'Vi come to play, right? Like, this is the fact that you're 2-0 down against a team that, you know, realistically you were expected to beat, and we all thought they would beat them, right? So it is going to be Na'Vi taking that first hill. It is going to be Jimbo actually getting his hands on the OS this time. And popping out the Shroud as well. Or the smoke, depending on whatever you like to call it. Snipe Drone, though. He's going to go down. Sayer is going to be hanging around tower. Another smoke happening there. Sayer's going to get the kill. It's the problem with the smoke. You can't really see into it, but Snaky's going to find the kill. And once again, it is going to be Na'Vi sitting on this hill, but they're about to be beset from all sides as Glory's going to find a kill as well.
Yeah.
Snipe Drone is down, and it's Mighties and Jimbo trying to hold the fort while their teammates respawn.
That's really unfortunate that it was actually Flux that dropped down below to this lower staircase as well, and he kind of left Glory out to dry, and he was eventually picked up by Jimbo right there, but now Flux is actually going to join in on the fun, but he's just been shut down. Mose from far away is trying to rectify the situation. On top of that, as the Wobble Bobs, they're continuously moving through that bridge side of the map. So Snaky, though, already, well, retreated off back towards dummies, and they are finally going to rat out the last player that was still stuck inside of that sniper tower, and a Wobble Bobs, they have gotten away with the S7 respawn on top of that. So, well, the shoe is now on the other foot. Na'Vi no longer in full control of the secondary hill. It's all for the boys in blue on the Wobble Bob's side for now.
And Glory. Jimbo there just trying to bait out Glory's shots. No one is going to be on this hill briefly. So it is going to be Glory down. One shot left. As Mose is going to find Snaky. There is a heat wave. He is going to get taken out. Ooh, that was brilliant there. Sayer is going to find that kill in response, but there is the repulsor back there again. However, Sayer is going to go down. Yeah, that's Shroud, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he got the Shroud back up, actually dropping down the repulsor, and somehow manages to catch Mose with his pants around his ankles. This strategy of using the smoke to just block off LOS into the OS and pick it up for yourself, it is absolutely brilliant so far, and it has proved to be really, really rewarding for Na'Vi so far. They've managed to suss out 2 players down below this bridge side. Sayer trying to buy the rest of the squad just a little bit of extra time, but his days are surely numbered, and he gets blown sky high off the face of live fire. And Na'Vi, they are once again in the driver's seat, being able to once again put a little bit of progress on that bar.
Snipe Drone gonna take a bunch of damage here, but I think we really have to look. Mose has the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined. He is 12 and 8. And the rest of his team has 12 kills between them as Jimbo's going to find a two-piece.
Nice.
Mose is going to get smacked by Mighties. And Na'Vi going to go 2-0 up in this live fire King of the Hill. So we're going to move into hill number 3. And already Mighty's going to be taking some time, but it is going to be Flux and Glory in the tunnel. Mighty's finds one, but it is going to be the boys from Na'Vi putting time on the board already. Yeah. Snaky and Mighty's chilling in here.
They are in absolute full control, and I'm loving Zed Mighty's performance so far. He was a little bit asleep in the opening map of CTF Argyle, but he just got tired of kicking around, and now he wants to do a little bit of the kicking himself so far. Zed Mighty's leading the charge, tied with Mose for top fragger within the server, but Sair is going to immediately put all of Na'Vi in their place. Beautiful usage of that Heatwave VR combo so far, and he is just going to continue to lock down this lobby side of the map to potentially get a Wobble Bobs their first point.
Yeah, an absolutely stonks triple kill. Love to see that. Ninja alert! Flux is gonna find Snipe Drone. He's gonna pick up Snaky, and now it's a 2v2. It's Jimbo gonna win that battle. It's just Mose alive. Once again, it is gonna be Na'Vi with an OS. Once again, it's gonna be Na'Vi with a hill. And once again, it's gonna be Na'Vi with a sniper rifle. They are just dominating this map so far. Sayer is gonna get put down to no shield. What can Mighty's do? He's going to miss that shot. He's going to miss that shot as well, so... I cursed him.
You did curse him a little bit right there and said Mighty's is going to have words with you after this game is done. I am certain of it, but now he's actually starting to get a little bit of fire, well, sort of crackling about with that S7, but it is a Wobble Bobs narrowly coming and succumbing to a full team wipe yet again, but Na'Vi still in full control of the hill, and a Wobble Bobs too far away from the party to truly vibe out. So Na'Vi just moments away from actually locking in this third point, because they only need like 2 seconds on it. But they're actually delaying confirming and locking in that third point. I believe some of the power-ups might be online in a couple of seconds, but now Jimbo's going to get back on up. Most to contest on top of that to try and buy a Wobble Bobs a little bit of extra time, and they suddenly got 2 feet planted on the hill so far. A missed opportunity for Na'Vi. As you can see down below on your screen, they are inches away from confirming in this third point, but a kill from the grave is that Mighty's is going to recontest so far. Glory dealt with, and a third point locked in for Na'Vi. It took a little bit of time, but we got there.
Yeah, man, I really like the play from Na'Vi, right? Because you set it up so that you understand where Wobble Bobs are. You maybe get a couple of opening kills, then you capture the hill. You make sure that you're resetting them on the other side of the map, so you have a much better run at the 4th hill. Almost choked as Wobble Bobs made a really big push, and then Na'Vi just kind of had to come in there and save it briefly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Na'Vi 3-0 up. And even though Mose has dropped the 20 bomb already, it is looking real solid. A Wobble Bobs. Flux finally going to get his hands on this OS. You can see Jimbo with the plasma pistol ready to try and ruin his day. Is Flux going to be chasing? Yeah, I can't talk too much about Mighty's because we do live in the same country as him, right? So he does live a lot closer than everyone else.
True, he does. Ooh. Good trades coming on through as well, but Snipe Joan can't quite escape and jump out through the window back down to safety as well. Just down to Zed Mighty's right here as the rest of the squad is still loading back in. On top of that, it is still a hill for a Wobble Bobs for the time being. On top of that, the S7 about 10 seconds away from being back online. Flux and Snipe Drone going out with a bang as they trade each other out. Glory is going to actually vacate the hill to try to regain his shields, and I think he just re-engaged at the wrong moment right now. Nade Spam potentially going to clean him up over here, but he is just playing his life for as long as humanly possible. Flux is going to join in to try to back him up as well, and Jimbo just harassing Glory with that heat wave. But that is a Wobble Bobs finally giving us a heartbeat, showing us that there is a sign of life in this game number 3 as they lock in that first point. But, well, Na'Vi, they just need a couple seconds worth of progress, and then they will get this game under their belts.
Just the timing there from Mighty's. Missing Flux coming up into mid. The mid hill, definitely one of the hardest, with just the sheer amount of nade spam that you can do to make sure that no one is having a fun time. Flux Gonna get taken out by Mighties after Snakies took Glory in the trade and then the trade back. So it is gonna be Jimbo. He's gonna find Mose. Well, he's not gonna find Mose because Mose has 22 kills. He's gonna take him down, but Snipe Drone with that assist. And time's expired. So 3-1 to Na'Vi. Don't call it a comeback, call it a reverse sweep. It's going to be 2-1 to Na'Vi. Yeah, great. Sorry, 2-1 to Wobbabubs. But
Yes.
yeah, 3-1. And look, they just were really in control of that map to begin with. I really liked what they tried to do with Hill 3, even though it got a little bit awkward.
It got
there.
sketchy. It got a little bit dodgy right there.
A little bit rough, but yeah, they managed to pull it out, and yeah, just great work from the side of Na'Vi. They really showed intent on the first two hills, and once they went 3-0 up, it was all about playing time in the mid, right? So
yeah,
we're going to move on to at least a map number 4, which is going to be everyone's favorite oddball on streets. So settle in, guys. It's going to be like 10-minute game, I'm sure.
probably.
But I'm excited. I think for Na'Vi, it's one of these where they've really got to play this game well and really just make sure that a Wobbabobs don't get away with it, right? Because the Slayer on Pit, if they can make it there, is going to be super important. Even though Wobbabobs kind of crushed them in that Slayer on Recharge, I think for Na'Vi, it's just about making sure they get a great start and kind of build on it. And yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. But 2-1 to a Wobbabobs.
Yeah, we did see a sign of life come out from Na'Vi, and now that they took such a crushing victory on King of the Hill, live fire as well, they may as well just be completely fired up to try to tie things up on Oddball Streets right now and potentially force the issue and take us all the way to Empyrean Slayer at the very, very tail end of this best of 5. It could potentially be in the cards right now, but for the time being, we are just waiting to sort of reshuffle the lobby around before we can properly chomp our teeth into Oddball on Streets. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Na'Vi as well. We saw Zed Mighties finally, sort of secure the impact that was necessary of him leading the charge and being right up there tied with Mose as well. In terms of kill count, I think it was Zed Mighties that ultimately ended up with about 22 kills to his name over the course of that King of the Hill match. And considering the fact that he underperformed on CTF Argyle, it's a really, really good globe that was desperately needed to truthfully get Na'Vi over the finish line as well. So if we can see this exact same kind of performance be replicated on Oddball right here, then Na'Vi, they are in the prime position to just reverse sweep a Wobbabobs and claim their spot in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and we're not going to be too far away from getting underway. We had a classic restart required, as per it is always. But yeah, I mean, for Oddball on Streets, Na'Vi, they got to take it. They got to take this game early. They got to just assert control, assert dominance, make sure they can, get all the fun parts of this map: the Spanker, the Stalker Rifle, the Bulldog. And the thing about Streets that plays so differently to the other two is that there is no way to play this ball out. Either you have to leave it until it resets itself, or you've got to try and you just got to continually move it around the map or really entrench in and force a Wobbabobs to spawn other side of the map and keep them there. And that's one thing that when you're watching Na'Vi, I really like is that they have and it's the same with Quadrant, right? Like they have a really nice setup where they'll have one or two around the ball and there's two always pushing and trying to take engagements and really stop a Wobbabobs crowding in. But yeah, we're gonna have to see. Have to see how the timing is going. I think we're just waiting for one person to get on the right team, and then we should be able to get in. But what is your prediction? Do you think we'll go the full 3 rounds, or do you think it'll be a 2-0 for one of these teams?
It's really, really tough for me to call this one because sort of like running back into the last couple of times in recent memory that I recall seeing Na'Vi play specifically on Oddball Streets, they are usually very, what's the right word that I'm looking for? Not necessarily hesitant, quite the opposite. They kind of really, really love rotating the ball around at times over the entire map because realistically speaking, there are no good options to, as you said, reset that oddball. So you are constantly mobilizing yourself and the OBJ. But Na'Vi, they kind of tend to take that just a little bit too far to the point that It's not as if they over-rotate the ball out into danger, but because they are rotating that ball so often, they actually forfeit quite a little bit of time, valuable time, on the oddball and on that skull itself. And a Wobble-Bobs with the right gap could just absolutely punish them for getting too overzealous with rotating the oddball over the course of the entire map. But at the exact same time, Navi have done and continue to do such an amazing job of exerting map pressure all the time, every time they actually set foot on oddball streets. The last couple of times that I saw them play, for example, they're usually going to set that oddball either or towards that lobby side of the map or over towards terrace, and they're just going to drop it, not even actually hold on to it. They're going to secure a full team wipe. They're then going to actually get two hands on the skull and send a couple of players, as you mentioned, just sprawling out through the map, locking everything down with the Bulldogs, see if they can get their hands on the Spanker as well, and just force really, really unfavorable spawns to come out from their competition, in this case, the Wobble Bobs. It is a really, really lengthy and tough strat to pull off, but when you make it work, boy, does it actually work.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see. I'm also excited to see what a Wobble Bobs can do to stop this or kind of nullify this strategy, or whether they're just going to play their own game. I mean, if I were them, looking at the first 3 games that I've seen, it's let Mose kill everyone, and then we'll kind of play objective as well and work it out, because he has just been an absolute machine for the first 3 games. He has just
Mhm.
been on a rampage, constantly dropping, 20 plus, if not near 20 plus in the Slayer. He has just been fantastic. And what I really
Mhm.
love is the amount of assists. It's not just him going it alone, it is the rest of his team trying to help. They're all laying down damage. They're all making sure that Navi are constantly in 1v2s, 1v3s,
Yeah.
making it really, really difficult for them. So yeah, I'm curious to see how a Wobble Bobs are going to use this strategy, whether they just post one up and then just run around as a 3-man and let Mose get amongst it. But yeah, we will see. Here we go. On ball, on streets.
Yeah, this could potentially be our very last game of the series. In case you guys are just tuning in, then the current scoreline is still 2-1 in a Wobble Bob's favor. Navi still tailing, so they need to get a W right here on Streets Oddball really, really badly to force us all the way to Empyrean Slayer. But we are just moments away as everyone is currently loading into game. Action is upon us. It is dawning. I can feel it. It is so close that I can basically smell it and taste it at the exact same time. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping on with Jimbo. He's going to make a play to, well, eventually get that Spanker secured first and foremost. The smoke already dropped, but unironically, that works out really, really well for Jimbo. He gets away with the ball and the rocket launcher on top of that. A brilliant kickoff for Navi right here.
Yeah, what a start. Just exceptionally done to find both the Spanker and great kill onto Glory as well. To find both the Spanker and the Oddball straight up. Beautiful use of the Shroud. He is going to throw that rocket away just to try and get a snipe drone. Says, yeah, see you later to Sayer. He's going to find that kill.
Uh-oh.
What?
I don't know how Mose got away with that one. I was pretty sure that Zed Mighty's was a little bit more favored right over there, but a Wobble Bob's quickly reclaiming control of the skull themselves. Sure, there is a gap of only about 18 points for them to close off, but that happens in the blink of an eye on top of that. Despite Navi having a really, really good start, the Wobble Bobs coming back in full form right here. Zed Mighty's will be taken down and traded off on top of that. Hopping on with Glory's right here. Brilliant coverage provided for him to secure a 2-piece, and Sayer continues to be a nuisance inside of that police station as Glory has a hand on the skull and he can rotate that back to safety. Now it's down to a Wobble Bobs to exert control over the rest of the map.
Yeah, watching that back, by the way, it just looks like Mighty's just never presses the melee button. Just seems to completely whiff at it. You can see the Oddball down here near A. It's gonna be Mighty's finding Glory and picking up the Stalker rifle, and there's gonna be Jimbo trying to get away with this. As you can see, Mighty's about to be trapped into PD. Mose is gonna go in there and find him. But it is gonna be that ball drop near A. Flux is gonna go down to a double kill from Jimbo. It is gonna be the Rockets. A snipe drone's gonna find Mose as well. He's picked up the Spanker. The second time Navi have had it. He's going to jump through this window. can he find members of the Wobbabobs? They all are on that side of the map, so let's see what he can do with this spanker.
Potential two-piece lined up depending on where Snipe Drone situations himself with this spanker. He is at the very least going to confirm a singular kill onto Flux, but now he needs to quickly reposition and try to get logistic control and support. There goes Glories. Bye-bye, my good sir. And Na'Vi, they are in a hurry, rapidly approaching 50 points so far, as Sair and Mose are actually starting to get harassed just a little bit more. Snipe Drone, now with a Sentinel Beam, manages to get away with one frag inside of the smoke, but he will be smacked down and traded off on top of that. Now Sair looking to potentially reaggress onto this ramp side, but there is heavy presence that he has to deal with. 3 Na'Vi silhouettes on the opposite side.
And he is eventually going to be taken down. Glory can't even get a hand on the oddball to steal it back. But Flux just going to be nade spamming down there. Here's Mose and Sayer. So, 2 dead for Na'Vi. A Wobblebob's going to take this ball and try to do a setup. The Snipe Drone is there. Mose is going to clean him out. 11 kills already for Mose. As Jimbo does get the back smack. Now, they're trying to find where Flux went. Flux is going to beat Jimbo in the 1v1. But Snaky, how quickly was he sliding through there? But he's going to get taken down as well. Sayer's going to beat Mighties, and a Wobbabob's just crushing them all over the field right now. But it is still 47-30 in Na'Vi's favor, but a Wobbabob's winning those 1v1s and looking good for it. Spanker in 4 seconds, Juno.
Yeah, and it's going to come online right now, and Jimbo's going to actually snag it first set. Mighty's quickly behind him as well to recover that, despite the fact that he goes down, and he's immediately going to press mouse 1 to find not 1, but 2 kills as well. Both rockets exhausted, and boy, did they pay dividends right there. Mo's now stuck inside a lobby as Jimbo is also going to smack down Flux, and here comes Mighty to just get 2 hands on the ball and rotate that all the way back over towards this A side. On top of that, they are just completely tearing a Wobbabob's a new one in the strat game, but the scoreline is still desperately close. Only 12 points separating these 2 squads so far, and a Wobbabob's desperately trying to take the fight back to Na'Vi. Jimbo on 1 HP basically has got to play his life right here and maybe try to get a little bit more impact right there, but a Wobbabob's unable to find a break point, unable to get themselves an opening right here.
Man, Glory with that plasma just split the wickets. Just going right through both Na'Vi players. Didn't manage to stick either one. Ended up costing him his life, and now it is 83-47. Glory going to go down. This high position, that's going to be a stick though. Flux going to find a double. It's now just Zed Mighty's going to be alive. He's going to try and play his life here. The ball is out in the middle. Mighty's is going to go down. Mose once again leading all kill count, and as I kind of predicted, they sent Mose off to get kills. He's had 0 objective time, so he's just been running around murdering members of Na'Vi. But it is 86-60. Time gonna play a factor as well. Only 2 minutes to go. That Bulldog doing so much work, man.
Yeah.
Technically finds another double. Spanker's up in 10 seconds. See the Sayer just sitting back tower. He's gonna find some time on this ball, but I think, yeah, Snaky's gonna go down. Jimbo's gonna pick up this spanker, immediately use it. Oh my god, uses it and dies, but does get the kill.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes, as Snipe Drone, it's quite handy when the ball just rolls down the stairs to you.
Big true, and now with 1 rocket left in this barrel, Glories will be shut down. On top of that, Na'Vi in full control, only need 10 more points to lock in this first round of oddball, unless the Wobbabobs have something to say about it. Flux coming in clutch to try to bail them out. He gets away with a 2-piece right there, and he secures the skull. On top of that, Most rotated even further and further back as they need to try to get these last 20 points in to really pull out the rug from underneath the feet of Na'Vi. Jimbo has definitely got something to say about that, to say the darn least. He finds 1, and now he's re-engaged with Most towards ramp, but a Wobbabobs, they've still got that skull within their own territory, but they are losing out on players left, right, and center. Snaky now with that Bulldog should secure this lobby side. Jimbo just has to tuck himself in, and there you have it. Na'Vi get away with the first round win, but boy howdy, that was labored. It really, really drained them out, and they have to do it all over again.
Yeah, full respect to a Wobbabobs there. It looked pretty early like it was going to be a runaway round for the side of Na'Vi, but a Wobbabobs really stuck to it. No one's actually touched the Spanker or the ball so far. Being 20 seconds in now, both still there. Jimbo trying to go for it. Mose is going to go down to a Mighty's nade. It is going to be Flux, but he's going to die before he can use any of those rockets. Yeah, Snaky got to work out a way to get into this game. Only 5 kills. Well, there's a 6.
Nice.
Double kill will help, I can tell you. Triple kill, oh, it does only get a double kill. But still, I was about to say, needs to find a way to get into this game. You know what? Getting a double rocket kill is going to help that for sure. Doesn't have any OBJ time.
Nope.
Doesn't
really need it,
teammates for that. But it is 15-0 already. And look, you can see this Na'Vi set up already by A. They're going to try and flush Flux out.
There he comes in with the Sentinel Beam and only gets away with the trade on top of that. I thought the Sentinel Beam could have actually shredded him just a little bit longer, but it works out decently well for Jimbo. And here comes Snipe Drone with the Stalker, completely exhaust that battery, but he's still got some good old-fashioned lead to put to good use right there in the BR on top of that, playing his life to the best of his abilities. And Na'Vi still in control of that oddball over towards the terrace side, now being rotated off because it is starting to get a little bit hot in the kitchen. Now it's situated right outside of PD, and that's Zed Mighty's territory. So Snaky gonna now join in on the fun on top of that. So Na'Vi should be clear to get 40 points right here.
You gotta be careful for the Mose flank. Oops, Snaky, don't want to run around there, mate. That is the wrong place to go. This Glory is gonna clean up Snaky there, and it is just gonna be Jimbo and Mighty's. Jimbo is gonna be the only one left. Snipe Drone gonna spawn over the other side of the map. Mose going to go towards that Spanker. He's gonna try and find... Oh, he easily picks this up.
It's so
Manages to find one, and he's gonna whiff as Mighty's just jumps over the rocket and gets the kill. As you can see, he's gonna be the bandit. Mighty's BR beats bandit, at least for the moment. But it's gonna be Glories with this ball. 45-17. Flux gets a kill. Snipe Drone trades out. Now it is going to be Jimbo taking this ball away as Snipe Drone takes this bandit. Mate, hectic sequences. Na'Vi go to 50 points.
Yeah, exactly. They've hit the halfway mark so far in the second round of Oddball, and a Wobbabob's definitely struggling to get anything going right over here. Sure, they haven't been lacking in the slaying department at all, but time on the skull just really hasn't been present for them so far. Glory is going to smack down Jimbo, recovers the Bulldog on top of that. Now tasked with recovering, well, the skull won't be granted that opportunity because the Stalker Rifle is just peppering away at him on top of that. But the Oddball has been cold down here at the bottom ramp for quite a little bit of time, so it could potentially be reset in a matter of moments. That might be the play that Na'Vi are actually hoping to have happen right here.
Mighty's with the ball is reset, as you correctly predicted, as Jimbo is going to be found by Flux in the Shroud. Mighty's with 72 seconds of ball time. And it is going to be Snaky trying to grab this ball. He's going to spot out Mose. He's going to try to get his shield back. He is going to trade with Flux, though, as Mighty's does find Mose in the end. And he's just going to put the Shroud over there, so no one can be found. But actually, I think Mighty's is going to get flanked here by Glory.
Yeah.
He's sneaking up behind him. Oop, there he is. Oop, there he is. He's going to find a little bit of Sentinel Beam, but not enough for the kill. Yeah, so far 69 to 17. As it looks like it's going to be the boys from a Wobbabobs who steal the Spanker.
Yeah, they do get away with the rocket launcher, but still not away with the skull just yet. Sentinel Beam is definitely going to work out for Glory right there, as Flux gets his hands on the OBJ just for a short moment on top of that. But the Wobbabobs, they're still heavily focused on clearing out house right there, making sure that there are no pesky Na'Vi players there to ruin the day. Snipe Drone gets shut down as Zed Mighty's rejoins the lobby. Bulldog on top of that, secured by Glory, and he has got this entire mid portion completely on lock. So with this mid control established, question is, Wobbabob, start building up that OBJ time because you desperately need it. Thank you for listening to me. And they've got a gap of about 50 seconds still left to close off if they have a hope of forcing this all the way down to a round 3.
Yeah, and I think the important thing there was that back when Awababobs got those rockets, they got 0 kills from those 2 rockets. So a fully wasted Spanker. And now it's just Moze and Glory trying to sit here and wait. And the problem for Awababobs is they have to attack this, right? It is 82 to 28, and it's going to keep ticking up. So for Na'Vi, this is perfect. Oh, this is even more perfect from Snipe Drone. He's going to come in with the flank. He's going to get them when they're not even expecting it. He's going to find 2. He's going to be on the killing spree. Can he find Moze as well?
That's job done basically right there. Snipe Drone, I think, just might have secured them the victory right there, shutting down 2 players as the oddball has been reset, already picked up, and Jimbo is holding on to it. And there is the final point already locked in. Snipe Drone working in a little bit of magic to just lurk on through, secure a nice little flank around towards the Bulldog spawn, and they managed to, be right in the center of the map, back at oddball spawn when it just came back online. On top of that, easy little secure right there. Navi definitely showing us who's boss on streets. Oddball right there. And well, that means, James, the reverse sweep is just a few minutes away from actually coming fully to fruition.
Yeah, get the brooms out for the reverse sweep. But Snipe Drone, 27 kills. Just absolute madness, man. Especially with that flank right at the end. Just to get the double kill, go on the killing spree, get it done, just shut down any hope Awababobs had. And like that was the point. The Na'Vi set that round up so well that he was able to do that because they had to push in, because they had no hope. They couldn't just sit there, right?
Yeah.
They had to push in, especially with it being 2-0.
Mhm.
And we are going into a game at number 5. We talked about that we wanted a lot of Halo, and guess what? We are going to get a lot of Halo, especially in the winners bracket round 1. It is going to be Slayer on Pit, my friend, for game number 5.
This one has definitely got me excited because A, it's Pit, but B, we'll see exactly who gets knocked down into the lower bracket. We can basically just disregard all of the Halo that we have seen up until this point because now we are just moving into a best of 1 blowout team deathmatch. Slayer on Empyrean is all that stands between both of these 2 squads and a spot in that upper bracket final. And one of these will unfortunately be knocked down to face Jay Lings in the lower bracket round 1 on top of that. So stakes are through the roof. Tension is starting to build between these 2 squads. As we are loading into the game, we will be hopping into the very last map of this best of 5 series between Na'Vi and Awababobs. I'm all here for it, mate. Judging by how these opening 4 maps have gone at this point, I don't even dare call it anymore.
And the thing is, the winner of this will go through to play Quadrant, who beat Dopamine 3-0. So that was at least, regular business for Quadrant. So it will be Dopamine versus BH3 in the lower bracket round 1. Like you said, it will be the winner of this game facing Quadrant. The loser will go on to face Jay Lings, which is also, I have to say, a spicy matchup. But it is going to be Moze collecting this Spanker. It looks like Na'Vi then would have gone for the overshield. It looks like it is Snipe Drone who picked up that overshield. He's going to find Saya for the first kill, but it's going to be Snipe Drone who just rejects it.
Bro.
He's going to put that back. What can Flux do to get away, though? I think for Na'Vi, you can't let Awababobs get a big enough lead like they did last time that it was impossible to close down.
Definitely so. That play, though, coming out with the Spanker, that was just absolutely ridiculous. It does happen because, surprisingly enough, it's not a clean one-shot kill when somebody has got an OS already slapped onto their chest, but hopping on back with Zed Mighties, he did struggle a little bit to really tame that S7 on live fire a little bit earlier, but now he should be feeling pretty confident with the sniper rifle as well, just locking in one of the sniper towers as well, waiting for somebody to just stumble into his LOS, but no opportunities found or being presented so far by Awababobs. Still, they have tied things up. It is 3-3 in terms of points, and I feel like we're going to be in for a pretty slow match of Slayer right here, James. We could potentially even see the timer expire before someone hits 50, unironically.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those real slow plays. No one is going to be rushing this. Everyone is going to be making sure their life plays pretty perfectly, and you can see that Na'Vi running as a 3-man. Snaky is going to find Sayer, and Snipedrone is going to find Flux, and now they know where Glory is as well. They're waiting to find Mose, so they know where he is too, and Snipedrone's going to find him. Snipedrone is 4-1. We talked about it being a slow play, but then Na'Vi going to go and find 3 kills. Snipedrone, you can't do that, my friend. That is filthy. Oh, and he sees 2 of them as well escaping. Oh, man. Na'Vi looking real good at playing this slow right now, it must be said.
Yeah. 100%, and Awababobs, they've already committed a couple of mistakes, kind of just isolating themselves and presenting favorable gunfights to Na'Vi is not the right course of action. Those are mistakes that you should not be committing. Glory will be caught all on his lonesome as Sayer will secure the trade, but he gets smacked down himself on top of that, and, well, hopping on with Mose, he might potentially want to recontest for that S7 elsewhere. Snaky has gotten away with the S7, so now multi-kill potential already brimming through the roof so far, but a wasted rocket is not exactly what you want to see when the stakes are so damn high in this final map of the best of 5. Ooh, rockets traded out by the looks of it. I think it was actually Repulsor to back to Snake.
Yeah, what a repulse that was. Just absolutely denying it right back to him. Snipedrone though 7-2, and now it is Na'Vi with the 6-kill lead. Oh, this is the bug. This is the bug that sometimes happens, that you get stuck in the repulsor. I've seen that online as well. Glory's going to find Jimbo. That is not what you want to see in the middle of a game. Thankfully, it doesn't lead to his death. It does take a few bullets, but it is Snaky going to be going down. Jimbo with the trade, though. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. But Snipedrone, 7-2 so far, 15-10, and Na'Vi looking pretty comfortable. There's only 8 minutes to go, but yeah, like you said, it is slow playing.
It's gonna be a slow burn. This one is Na'Vi. They surpass the Awababobs by a whole 5 kills. That I didn't even know was an angle that even existed. God damn. Glory was so close to being decapitated by Mighty's on the opposite side of the spawn right there with the S7, but quickly rectifies the situation and smacks down So Sneaky with a BR cleanup on top of that. Potentially wanting to recontest right here. Zed Mighty's has to be super careful, but oh, he beats Glory to it first instead. That is absolutely massive. That is a gap created inside of this mid-control room on top of that Mighty's can use to abuse. Glory has already gone down to his hands on top of that, and he's got more red silhouettes to deal with on the opposite side. This is brilliant coming out from Mighty's.
Yeah, what a triple that was. Absolutely beautiful. And now it is a 9-kill lead, and it has to be said, Sayer's going to drop down, but the experience that Na'Vi has, when this game really slows down and goes 1-1. Oh, what? Snaky just flicking the one-shot, more CS style than anything else. What a dirty one-tap that was, but it has to be said that usually when the game is slowing down, Na'Vi looking much better for it. Sayer going to go down to that Snaky nade, but it is going to be Glory who finds a way. But Mighty's, both rockets wasted, and Mighty's not dead. Might not be wasted as the OS is probably gone, but no kill resulting in it. I don't know, what do you think? Is the 2 rockets for an OS trade worth it in your eyes?
I honestly think so, because the longer that OS continues to persist, it's just going to become that much more of a headache until the point that it actually expires. Like, honestly, I would say strip the OS of its ultimate potential as soon as humanly possible. And if it costs 2 Spanker rockets to get that job done, then in my eyes, it does seem worth it. But carrying on with the final map of Slayer right here on Empyrean. Na'Vi still firmly in the lead. A gap of 7 kills is what they have to work with. And Awababob still trailing back. They do have, at the very least, got a plasma pistol that Glory is currently holding onto right over here, and he's looking to establish a little bit of mid-control, but ultimately he's just waiting for somebody to unfortunately pass by right into his line of sight. No opportunities being presented, though, as silence once again falls over the course of Empyrean right here, with Flux hunkering down with the S7, patiently waiting for anyone and basically just everyone to fall right into his open and awaiting arms. But Still, minimal contact being established right now, James.
Yeah, and you know what? This suits Na'Vi perfectly fine because at some point, as the time starts to run down,
Yeah.
the Wobbabobs are going to have to push this. They're going to have to try and find kills, and that is when Na'Vi will take full advantage on the counterattack. Just like a game of football, it seems like Na'Vi are just kind of parking the bus, but Flux. Woo! Good night, Snipe Drone. Can he find Mighties as well? He can. He's going to be on this killing spree. Still is a 6-kill lead, though, even with 2 of Na'Vi down. It's not going to be smooth sailing, I can tell you, but the thing I like from Na'Vi is check that assists column as Flux finds another headshot. I mean, Na'Vi have 17 assists between them.
Dude!
What?
Oh my god, bro. I swear, the moment that Flux picks up an S7, the laws of physics just stop and the laws of awesome just triple. And now he's got the OS slapped onto his chest on top of that. It will be fully drained, but it really doesn't matter. When he was that close to actually hitting an official killing spree, you really can't complain. He might have just secured a Wobbabobs an opportunity to bounce back into the series, but the scoreline still doesn't reflect that. They don't have the spanker either. That's currently still in the hands of Jimbo, and he's got one more rocket left to expend. Bye-bye, Flux. But he will be, at the very least, backsmacked by Sire right there. So, an instant trade already secured, but a Wobbabobs, they don't want instant trades. They need team fights to go into their favor. They need to be, well, buddying up and taking 2v1 engagements to try to build up a lead. And they've got less and less time to actually get that job done. With each passing second, the timer starts to work as a 5th player for Na'Vi.
Oh, man. Like, the craziness of that. But as well, I think the psycho thing there was like, you saw that Jimbo had rockets, and then he saw that Mose had repulsor. So he was like, nah, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to get repulsed rocket in the face. So it's great awareness to understand what Mose had and then just try to find another fight. And in the end, you're right. He did get Flux and then get traded by Sayer, but it was really good understanding to split second understand that, hey, actually, you know what? It's that ain't it. That's not the fight that I want to go for. And Mighty's is going to pick up the sniper. That's not the grenade that you want to throw, but it is going to be Snipe Drone who finds... Oh, it is going to be Snaky, sorry, that finds Mose.
Yep.
Flux with 12 kills. And, Flux has got the sniper again. But it is 7-kill lead to Na'Vi and 2.5 minutes left. So, this rate, you have to back Na'Vi.
Yeah, at this rate, you do. Flux has got to really start establishing a little bit of dominance right here. And Na'Vi are fully aware about the fact that they've got an active S7 on the opposite side, and they don't really want to be wildly swinging anything unnecessarily either, because that falls right into Flux's activated trap card, if you will. They're just going to continuously rotate back on through Zed and Mighties with his shield stripped as Moses trying to clean that up. Snipe Drone, you can't be re-engaging when you've got a sniper out in the wild, but unfortunately he does, but Flux will be shut down. So Snaky confirms and locks in a 40th kill for Na'Vi, and we've got exactly 110 seconds left. Wobbabobs are being given no shape, no space to accomplish anything right here, and Jimbo with the OS active once again shuts down Flux, but they have got the sniper, or the spanker I should say, so Sire could potentially try to claw this one back as he obliterates Snipe Drone on top of that, but grenades are going to secure the trade on top. Jimbo with yet another onto Mose. A 2-piece secured onto Glory as well. It's all down to Flux and Sire, as all that separates Na'Vi from this reverse sweep is just 3 more kills. Snaky and Zed Mighty continuously adding to the tally right here. And with 70 seconds left to go, it'll take a miracle for a Wobbabobs to try to get back into this, and I just don't see it happening anymore. Mose goes down. There's Snipe Drone with one of his own, and it's all down to just one more kill that could be secured at any given moment. Flux with no HP to his name is the easiest kill of Snaky's life, and there you have it. 3 maps in a row secured for Na'Vi. Wobbabob started off so damn strong, but they just couldn't compete on pit.
Yeah, get the brooms out. It's a reverse sweep. Na'Vi are going to move on to the winners final against Quadrant, but man, I really, really liked how Na'Vi played that. The pace or the lack of pace
Yeah.
really forced the Wobbabobs out of their comfort zone,
Hmm.
forced them to try and engage on Na'Vi's terms. And Na'Vi, man, they're totally happy with that, right? Like
Yeah.
Jimbo leading the way with 15 kills, Flux, the shining light with 15 of his own, including some ridiculous sniper plays.
Hmm.
Yeah, in the end, 50 to 38, gonna close that. Na'Vi gonna move on, and it's gonna be a Wobbabobs down to face Jay Lings in the lower bracket. But mate, what a 5-game series to kick it off.
It was pretty ridiculous, and if that's the quality level of Halo that we can actually expect from the remainder of today's matches, it is gonna be absolutely ridiculous. As you mentioned, Na'Vi progress onwards and upwards into the UB, but, well, Awaba Bob's their next opponent down in the lower bracket is gonna be Jay Lings. We're gonna cut to a short little break, but when we return, we'll be back with some more Halo action. Potentially, Jay Lings versus Awaba Bob's next on stream to see exactly who the first squad will be that's eliminated from the HCS 4K tourney. Don't touch that monitor, or potentially go and just get yourself some snacks and some drinks, because we will do the exact same thing, but be sure to be back here in just a few short minutes. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the HCS 4K tourney for EU. In case if you guys are just joining in, here's a quick little recap of what we witnessed just a couple of moments ago. We did start off with the Wobbabobs versus Na'Vi, and they took the first two opening maps of the series, but Na'Vi, they just reverse sweeped it all the way through, taking 3 maps back to back. And now, next in line, they're going to be going up against Quadrant in the upper bracket final. This is where things start to get really exciting, because the winner of this already gets their ticket punched for that grand final, and they can just chill out a little bit longer until the rest of the bracket catches up. As always, my name is Tudor. Alongside myself, I've got the one, the only, the James himself. Yes, sir. And well, moving into what is easily one of the most exciting matches that we have available, because the two top dogs of EU are going up against one another. How are you feeling about this one, mate?
Mate, I have to say I predicted this, but I would have to say I did not predict that it would be 5 games for Na'Vi to get here. Quadrant 3-0ing pretty easily, but man, that was a hectic winners, basically semis, right? You know, only
Hmm.
4 teams in the top bracket, so technically the semis. But yeah, it's gonna be Stronghold Streets, Slayer Livefire, CTF Pit, King of the Hill on Recharge, finishing on everyone's favorite Slayer on Aquarius. But mate, I also think this is gonna go to 5 games, just purely because of how these two guys are and the history and how much they've kind of played. I have to say for Na'Vi, they've had a bit of a better warm-up,
Yeah.
having to have played 5 games. Quadrant just dominating it in 3-0 Dopamine and moving on. So yeah, we're gonna be getting right into it, and we're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely so. For a little bit of background context, the last time that these two teams actually squared off against one another, it was just 2 weeks ago in the qualifier for this event on top of that. But I should probably hold my mouth, because Zed Mighties wants to take he basically just wants to take off the lead. He's already got himself that Bulldog and the Spanker being properly utilized by Jimbo to walk away with 1 frag, but he will be traded off on top of that Chick with a little bit of a messy spray coming out from that particular BR, and he will go down. Snaky will recover the Spanker at the very darn least, and he does get a little bit of a cap going over towards V on top of that. So Na'Vi holding on to 2 points right out of the gates, and they still maintain a decent sense of control for the time being. But as I was saying, the last time that these two teams met up in the qualifier, it was Na'Vi that took the L. Quadrant, they forced out the grand final reset, but Na'Vi ultimately still took victory that particular day. So realistically speaking, this can go either way.
Jimbo is going to find that trade onto SLG, who is 5-2 already. And I have to say, I'm so glad that Quadrant became a partnered team, because those skins are absolutely stunning. It's so nice to have 2 EU teams that are partnered. It has to be said, the triple cap briefly for Quadrant is going to... Oh, what a stick that is! Man, Jimbo, he's not here to mess around. It's going to be 3 dead for the side of Quadrant, and Na'Vi going to take back control. Yeah, I think the best thing for Quadrant is that they became an all-French team. So, apart from when they went to land and they had to have 2 Foxy due to some passport issues. It was, yeah, I think that's really helped elevate their game. Just being able to speak in their natural language, do all their comms anyway, it's really helped them kind of advance. And now you see, like we talked about earlier, Na'Vi and Quadrant, clearly the best 2 teams in Europe. And that's why we're here in the winners final with both of them.
Yeah, and we are here to establish exactly who deserves to be, well, donning that #1 spot at the very darn least. Sika will get away with 1 frag, courtesy of that Bulldog, but hopping on with Zed Mighties, he's going to pepper the shields of Legend, but can't quite clean up the kill. That should have actually been in his favor, given the Stalker Rifle's potency, but back on board with Chick right now. He has got the Spanker, and that is a freebie onto Snaky as well. Sends him propelled over the course of the lobby as well into the opposite corner. That's a little bit of airborne time. If this were Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, you would definitely get some points from that. But no, this is Halo Infinite right here. And for the time being, Quadrant, they've got the vast majority of these strongholds in their possession. They're building up quite a substantial lead as well, with Na'Vi actively contesting A.
Yeah, really, really nice trip cap there for Quadrant. Held it for quite a while as well. And it is, ooh, gonna be, oh my lord, the double 1-shots. Now it's 2v4. It's gonna be actively Quadrant hunting Na'Vi down. Chick with a double. Yeah, just beautiful play so far. They're not letting Na'Vi really even allow them to attack, right? Like every time they get close to B, look, they find the kill as Legend manages to find Snipe Drone. And now it's gonna be Quadrant halfway to victory already with that B and C. As Legend's gonna find the double. Can he get the triple onto So Snaky?
It's messy. Doesn't quite work out. Sika is going to come back in for the cleanup as well, and he's going to actively contest these. So 2 strongholds now in the possession for Quadrant right now, but Na'Vi are right on the case to take C back in their favor. Lovely little, I believe that smoke was also to just block off that LOS all the way in towards the Stalker spawn bit of the map, and Sika's gonna have to quickly rotate back to see if he can maybe just dip right into the shadows. The unknown quantity. That Spanker not exactly on the money, but Legend in to help out with the assist and the cleanup. So B is gonna get capped once again by Quadrant, and potentially even C for the trip right here. Quadrant definitely firmly in the driver's seat right here. Na'Vi struggling to contest.
Na'Vi just getting outplayed all over the map. As Chick's gonna find Snipe Drone. So one of those Spanker rockets turns into a kill. He's gonna find out where Snaky is as well. Legend 11 and 5 right now. And honestly, it's not even been like there's that much slaying. It's just been such a dominant control from the side of Quadrant. Having said that, it is only going to be Legend left alive. 12 and 5 for him. 10 for So Snaky. Yeah, it's just been, look, Quadrant just hunting them down all over the place. Snaky getting attacked from both sides. Legend's going to be on a killing spree. Can he find the triple? No, Snipe Drone's going to force him off the angle. Mighty's going to be found by Sika anyway. Snipe Drone is going to trade, but it's 175 and counting.
Yeah.
At this rate, Na'Vi going to have to work out something quick because, yeah, they are just getting run off the map by Quadrant right now. Legend eventually going to go down, but 15 and 6, and SLG has 10 assists as well.
Yeah, a 100-point deficit is going to be really, really tricky for Na'Vi to try to, well, work their way back from, but not necessarily impossible. We saw that they were able to work their way back into this matchup after winning 3 maps in a row versus the side of Awabob. So it is definitely a possibility for them to truly show Na'Vi's who's boss, or to show Quadrant who's boss right here, excuse me. And Na'Vi losing out on 3 out of the total 4 players right there as the kill onto Snipe Drone gets confirmed and locked in. SLG back over towards the A terrace will successfully cap that. So that is 3 active points, but C is going to be part of Na'Vi's territory just in a matter of seconds right there. But Quadrant, they are inches away from hitting 200 points, and at that certain point, yeah, they just need 50 points to lock this one out and take map 1 under their belts. They've got the Spanker as well. Everything that they would have wanted to have control over, they do.
I really like that Spanker skin, actually. I have not seen that before. Legend gonna find a double kill before getting traded out by Mighties. But yeah, I think for Strongholds, we always talk about, it's never over. You've always got to get to 250. We've seen comebacks of 250 to 249 and right in that area, but just not sure how Na'Vi are going to do it right now. I mean, it's nice that on the point, but Mighty's is going to find that kill, so there's going to be 2 dead. But AC is such a hard setup to hold.
Mm-hmm. It really, really is tricky. The same thing can be said for actually trying to shut down Legend, because he's really, really close to actually hitting a nice little 20 bomb on top of that, and he has certainly got a bullseye on his back. He is the primary concern and headache that Na'Vi have got to consistently deal with. They do shut him down. I do believe that was Legend going down twice in a row, so they have got a little bit of a leash around his neck for the time being, as Snake is still trying to actively contest C and hold on to it, basically stripping away Quadrant and their luxury to actually contest the C cap right over here. They've been doing a good job of it so far, but because, well, there you go, it's been fully reset, and now they can start racking up points once again, the side of Na'Vi. Quadrant hitting the brakes a little bit in this particular matchup right here, but with such a substantial lead, all they can do, or all they really need to do, is just flip this over its head, and that might be able to lock out this one very quickly.
Snaky just beset from all sides as Legend's going to find Mighty. And I tell you what, it was looking pretty good for Na'Vi right there. Like, they'd managed to kind of piece it back together, and they were starting to score some points. But alas, is going to be the boys from Quadrant, as Legend's going to find Jimbo with the nade. And Legend has been absolutely outstanding. 23 and 10. That's going to be a rocket kill onto Mighty's. It is going to be Snipe Drone trying to defend that C point. He is going to find one as Jimbo gets the stick nade as well. So it is only going to be Legend who is left alive. He is going to find Snaky, but he is getting chased down. 229 to 138.
Yeah.
We've seen bigger comebacks, but I think once Quadrant reset, they'll push into another site and try to close this out. But for Na'Vi, they're not out of this yet. Do not count them out. There is still a lot of time for them to get back into this. Legend is going to kill Jimbo, though. Snipe Drone's going to find one but get traded. And Snaky, can he reset the side? He can. Ooh. But it's Quadrant with Na'Vi 3 dead. So we're going to take this site and only 20 points from victory, Tudor.
Yeah, exactly. Na'Vi have got to come up with something in a damn hurry right now. Otherwise, this opening map is going to go into the favor of Quadrant so far. Legend, very, very close to hitting a dirty 30. You know, Carter once said that Lone Wolf stuff stays behind, but Legend quite clearly didn't get the memo, as he's got 26 to his name so far. And Zed Mighty's is actually going to get contested. That is Paramount coming out from SLG to just deny cap progress. On top of that, hopping on with Jimbo here is going to redirect his attention over towards B to see if he can get 2 feet planted on this particular site. A just actually being freshly converted on top of that is exactly what Na'Vi would have wanted, but B will be reset as Legend comes in for the rescue on top of that, and that is map 1 done and dusted in Quadrant's favor quite rapidly. On top of that, Na'Vi, they certainly did start to sort of, well, spray down inklings of a little bit of a comeback right there, but Quadrant, they were just on point and in form from literally just the very beginning of that entire game.
Yeah, 250 to 161 is how it's going to end. And, man, I mean, Legend was just lights out, man. 27 and 12, right? Just constantly, and as the movie magic is, here it is on screen. 27 kills, just miles ahead of everyone else, basically. Snaky had 19 as well. A fantastic effort for him, but yeah, Legend was just here, there, everywhere, always being, if Quadrant were 3 down, was that guy that was surviving, was that guy that was pushing, was that guy getting triple kills, making plays, allowing the rest of his team to kind of take control of this map. Man, that guy was the real difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, now we're going to move on to Slayer. It is going to be Slayer on live fire. So as we talked about earlier, when we were on there before, it is going to be the sniper. It is going to be the OS. I'm excited to see how this goes, but mate, what a cracking first game.
Yeah, it was a really, really amazing first performance and first showing for Quadrant on the broadcast right here to, at the very least, start to dictate the pace as to how the rest of this best of 5 needs to be played and should be played by Navi as well. So they're unfortunately going to be stuck playing a little bit of catch up right here on Live Fire Slayer. We have got everyone back into the lobby as well after a short little reshuffle, but we are moments away from hopping right into the action right here of Live Fire as well. I do really hope that we'll see Zed Mighties once again be able to show up in true form as he did in the previous series as well with that S7. It obviously didn't necessarily get off to the best start versus Bobs on Argyle on as well as Recharge a little bit earlier on, but the moment that we hopped into Live Fire King of the Hill as well as Pit TDM towards the very end versus Bob said Mighties was really in fighting form, and he was able to let that S7 sing a sweet song of death multiple times. So if he's able to replicate that exact same performance, then Navi have certainly got pretty strong case for taking Slayer all to themselves. And considering how Pit even went in their favor versus Bobs, they should have a really great chance of beating out Quadrant right here.
I'm excited to see exactly how Mighties is going to approach this as well. I'm looking forward to seeing if Legend can continue just how dominant he was in game number 1.
True.
I mean, if he was to get 27 kills again, that would be kind of outrageous. But here we are. We are going to get right into it. We are going to stick with Jimbo's POV to begin with. See what happens towards that sniper. But man, look how pretty these are. I'm going to talk about it every time. Look how pretty these skins are. I absolutely love them.
Yeah, they're really great, and you guys can also go ahead and buy them right now as they are active in the online shop within the HCS tab, the Pro Player tab as well, and you can pick these up for yourself. I should probably consider doing that as well because damn, they really do look super pretty. Chick on board with him. He does get away with the S7, and the OS has actually gone online as well. Zed Mighties was occupied trying to take up and push up further into enemy territory, but he has been shut down. Now the S7 is going to find a little bit of contact, and Chick is going to go in for the quick cleanup on top of that. Sika slapping that OS onto his chest, and now he can just run about and prove to be an utter nuisance that Navi will be forced to deal with.
Chick, beautiful start with 3. It's always the timing, just whiffs the timing ever so slightly. And it is going to be Snipe Drone who finds SLG, who's just hanging out on the ceiling after that. Love the ragdoll mechanics on that. Jimbo still just searching for information. Hasn't contributed at all, but also hasn't died. So important from both aspects there. And it will be Navi with that 2-kill early lead. Mighty's going to look down. And once again, you're seeing the slow pace here. Navi not afraid to rush this. And it's one of those things that you see a lot in kind of the championship brackets of majors and stuff when the US teams really get going. Is just Slayers don't have to be played fast. They can be played slow, and it kind of gives both teams the opportunity to seek out. No one wants to be caught alone, and that's honestly, Zed Mighty's making the most of it now. He is 5-2. It's going to be only a 1-kill lead as Jimbo's going to try to do it, but he's going to die straight away.
That's big.
Shrouds. And this is going to be Legend. Of course it is Legend who picks up the OS.
That is really big coming out from Legend as well. That could have been the saving grace to ensure that Quadrant remained competitive in the early stages of Live Fire right here. The OS has been completely burnt out though by Navi, so that's one less thing that they have to worry about, but still these kills coming out left, right, and center are in the favor of Quadrant as 2 more players have been waved goodbye to on the side of Navi right here. Chick in full control of this bridge in the commando spawn right here, and they have relegated Navi to only being able to play out from the basement and from this dummy side. Zed Mighties has also just gone down a hot second ago, so that gap is going to be extended all the way back up to 5, but we're just waiting for either one of these 2 squads to once again give this game a little bit of gas because it has been fairly slow.
It's been so slow that Chick hasn't actually died yet.
True.
That's like how kind of slow and steady this has been. And he's gonna find a kill and get Seeker to get some help. Legend finding the kill on the snipe drone. And is gonna be the sniper rifle picked up and then dropped over to SLG.
Big potential right here for him. Does tag one, but narrowly narrowly able to actually round the corner before going down. Legend with the AR is going to add an extra kill to the tally, but it is still Chick that is at the very top of the fragging department right there. And now Legend, ooh, minimal HP to work with. Shields are stripped, and he has to simply play his life for the time being right here. I did hear the S7 ring off in the background. Not exactly sure who's holding onto it for the time being, but Na'Vi, they are slowly but surely starting to close off this gap. Brilliant wraparound from Snaky on top of that to confirm a frag onto Sika. And there goes Legend trying to take matters into his own hands, but it gets a little bit messy, and he will fall at the hands of Snaky yet again.
Yeah, and Schick did manage to die for the first time after, is what, 4 minutes? 4 minutes? Almost 5 minutes into this game.
That, yeah.
It's going to be Legend. What can he do here against an OS? Not much. The OS is almost going to be out, though, for Snipe Drone. I tell you what, for however slow the start of this game was, it is now starting to pick up. SLG going to get traded out as well. And it is only a 2-kill lead for Quadrant. So, Na'Vi took some time, worked their way into this game. Oh, and Jimbo sticking Legend, who does manage to get that trade. Super well done from him.
Yeah, it's like the second stick that Navi's been able to get just in this series alone. And what impresses me so much is that, like, Man can do it without a protractor as well. He just knows the trajectory by heart. I'm pretty sure he must have completely aced every single trigonometry test that he ever did back in the day as well. I certainly have, and I wouldn't be able to do that myself. Snipe Drone eventually does go down. One burst is all that's needed, and they do clean up Snaky over towards green on top of that. So Quadrant, they have reestablished their lead. That gap was once at just 2 kills, as you mentioned a couple moments ago, and it's since then been expanded all the way back up to 6. And with Quadrant trying to force the issue inside of the lobby, they will be brute forced back out before they can re-engage. But now Na'Vi are trying to take back this lost territory as the kill feed starts to light up. But Legend with a back smack is going to have Zed Mighty's kicking himself after that one.
Yeah, what a back smack that was. But between Schick and Legend, it is they are 20-9 between them. And it was actually, when I was looking at that stat a little earlier, it was even worse for Na'Vi, but have brought it back. That is going to be a good nade onto Snipe Drone. Yeah, this lead going from 4 kills. Oh, he's managed to get the kill before the OS was popped, and now there's a fight for the OS. Schick is going to get in there. I think Schick is going to be able to pop it. It's not Schick who has it. Who has this OS?
Zed Mighty is on screen right now. He's still got the OS, and it's all been completely drained. Yeah, and now the OS is completely burned. That was quite the struggle to see exactly who had claimed the overshield, but ultimately it was Na'Vi dropping down those smokes, and Quadrant just didn't exactly know where to look. They couldn't get that power up under their belts. So, brilliant stuff coming out from Na'Vi. Zed Mighty's got to work on your movement there a little buddy. Started hitting up the KZ maps. I'm kidding. You're doing fine, bro. So fine that he's getting it double kill left, right, and center. And Zed Mighty still leading the charge for Na'Vi. The brunt of the spear with 12 kills to his name, and he's got the S7 in hand right now. What can he do with it? Potentially find a couple of headshots, but SLG's just slipped past, but that is still live intel that the rest of the boys can act upon.
Beautiful work to spot that out. And Mighty's actually finds SLG as well in the end. Not only working out where he is, but also taking his head off. You can see that Schick just hiding below OS. Seeker's there as well. Just trying to get information about where all these guys are. But it is a tied game shooter. It was 6-kill lead at one point.
Yep.
But Na'Vi brought this back to a tied game, and now it slows down again. 13 kills to the win. 4.5 minutes to go. You wouldn't back it against anybody right now to go off, get an overkill, and wrestle control of this game into their own hands.
Exactly. Contrary to what we saw earlier with the Wobble Bobs, Na'Vi can't simply sit idly by and let that clock work in their favor. They have to actively start to go back through that discovery phase and try to fish out for intel. A trade comes on through, and hell, it's back to square one as both teams are tied for 38. And we have yet to see a move made over towards that OS. A rare miss coming out from Mighty's with that with the S7, and oh no, that's just brutal coming out from him. The S7 will be recovered, but I think Quadrant might have just been able to scamper away with the OS. Yeah, it's in the back pocket of Seeker right here. That is a blunder on the side of Na'Vi. Not only have they lost out on 2 kills, but they have lost out on the most valuable tool available in their kit. As Sika activates the OS, he is looking for a couple of victims to just chow down. Nope.
Yeah, actually, he's going to get repulsed off the edge.
Bruh,
Oh
you've got
my
to be
God.
kidding me.
It's like, mate, you can have the OS, but we're going to say, see you later, alligator, as he goes flying off. Legend is going to get taken down by Snipe Drone Sniper as SLG finds Mighty's, and it's Quadrant with a 2-kill lead. Oh, SLG, how is he getting away with that? He does eventually go down. It's Sika. I think you're going to have to watch out, Snaky, because Legend is right there. Sika going to be scampering down as well.
Ooh.
He's got Heat Wave, but oh my God. Yeah, you can have your OS, but we're just going to yeet you right off the edge. Beautiful work from Na'Vi. A 1-kill deficit with 2:40 to go. Mate, if every game is going to be like this one, we are in for an absolutely stonked winners final, I can tell you.
Exactly. We're going to be in for the long haul, and now Quadrant, they extend that gap all the way back to 2, so tension is starting to build, and I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous for Na'Vi, but Snipe Drone quickly rectifies the situation. Mighty's can't make that S7 find a connection either, and that's a horrible mistake coming on through as Snipe Drone actually drops down to hell. And Quadrant, they are in full control. They sit on 49, and Na'Vi have to play this so conservatively, but Snaky gets caught out with his shield stripped. And that is Quadrant locking in map number 2. Live Fire Slayer goes to them right there, and goddamn, it was close, but at the very, very tail end, just a couple of positional mistakes being committed by Na'Vi proved to be the most costly thing so far this evening for them.
Yeah, and here we go again. So, Na'Vi 2-0 down. Are they going to pull the broom out and get the reverse sweep? That is the question. As you can see, Mighty's on 15 here. And yeah, just even though he looks real good, Legend once again just leading all comers 15, 10, 7. Schick with 10 assists as well. Snaky popped in with 11. But man, it was just in the end, like no matter how slow it got and no matter how big that lead got, Na'Vi were always there. They were chipping, they were coming back. But in the end, it was Quadrant that puckered up and got it done 50-46. It is going to be CTF on Pit. I mean, you saw what happened with CTF on Argyle, right? Like Na'Vi not really winning that, even though that was their strength. Do you think they'll be able to do it this time?
I don't know. I mean, as long as they can get it done with regulation, the possibility for Na'Vi to start to claw their way back into this series is very much real. But if we go to OT, I'm going to start getting really, really scared for Na'Vi because that is where mistakes started to happen versus the Wababobs. And that's where Wababobs were able to punish them. But now it's even worse for Na'Vi. Obviously, they find themselves in the exact same situation as they did in their previous match. Their backs are against the wall. They might not be facing true elimination just yet, but Quadrant are threatening to send them down into that lower bracket in just a few minutes' time. And given their performance on Argyle earlier in the evening, I don't know if I can hold out that much hope for Na'Vi right here. Things need to change. And even when we saw them perform versus Awababobs in on Slayer, for example, they lost out on the opening engagement because it was Awababobs that got away with that spanker and were able to just build up a little bit of a lead, but that lead was short-lived in that particular game. Here, things need to go drastically differently, and it does seem as we have a little bit of a false start off screen, so we're going to go ahead and get that sorted out in the meantime on top of that. But there is so much material to go off of right here, but Na'Vi, they find themselves in a very, very rough spot now.
Yeah, and you know, it's not going to help that you don't have 4 players when you're trying to win a game against Quadrant. That's quite important. So we are going to come back and make sure that we get everyone in this server. But yeah, I mean, you're right. For Na'Vi, it's so important to get a great start, and they are usually so good on CTFs. And we saw them get a really, really quick start in that Argyle game against the Wobblebobs. Just not able to get it done though. But we are going to restart. We will be right back with you as everyone is back in the lobby. Yeah, man, it's really one of those things that for Na'Vi, you got to go out strong. You got to get some flag caps because if it's going to be anything like that Argyle game, it's might not even go to 5 caps apiece. It
Yeah.
almost seems that it's only Na'Vi games that they get to 5 caps, but this is Quadrant, so we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. At the very least, right now, you know, when we compare and contrast Empyrean with Argyle, there's obviously a far shorter distance that you actually have to cover to get that flag completely secured back in your home base on top of that. But still, there are treacherous bits of land that you have to cross to be able to secure yourself a flag cap. Pushing through that control side, well, it's a little bit more open, and you definitely can't go through the long haul over towards the, well, far eastern portion of the map, because that is just Nate City, and the same thing goes for the Spank spawn. But yeah, no, I lied. Another bit of a false start, as we can see on our own screens, something that you guys at home technically can't see, but yes, we have another false start, so we're going to get that sorted out once again. But yeah, Na'Vi 2-0 down, with the potential to be forced down back into that lower bracket, is something that they definitely don't want. They were able to take down Quadrants in the qualifier grand final reset for this particular event. The potential for them to do it again is very much a possibility. It definitely could be a reality, but given how these two games have actually gone in the last couple of minutes, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and it actually might even play into their favor that they just get a chance to reset a little bit. I mean, we had Mighty's drop, and then it looked like Schick dropped. So, you know, no team wanting to field a full 4 players, but we'll get you back into it as soon as the guys are ready. Lobby is going to be loading, but I think it's also kind of good just to have that little bit of break, a little bit of time to just chat through it all, make sure you understand the plan. I mean, it's CTF, it's a game mode that you're good at, and from what we've seen, especially against the Wobblebobs, Na'Vi like going for this OS versus the Spanker, and just, you know, a couple of times they let a Wobblebobs have the Spanker, and they would go get Overshield and kind of play off that. So it'll be interesting to see if they do the same and just let Quadrant freely have the Spanker. But I guess we won't be too long in finding that out.
Yeah, hopefully not. So this could potentially be the very, very last map of this best of 5 upper bracket final between Na'Vi and Quadrant. Obviously, Na'Vi, they've already knocked down a Wobblebobs down into the lower bracket, but they could be going through it themselves in just a matter of moments right here. Quadrant, they have been absolutely on point since the very, very start, and no false starts this time, ladies and gentlemen. This is live. The action is being brought to you ripe and fast right here, because both teams are vying for control of that mid Spanker, but it is ultimately, well, Quadrant and Legend specifically to get not 1 but 2 kills so far with that Spanker. Beautifully done, and he's already got 2 hands on the flag as well. He is in a hurry, bro. He is speed running CTF pit right now.
Yeah, so I guess going for the OS was probably not the right move in this case, I would have to say, but it is going to be Jimbo and Schick, and it is going to be Snipe Drone who finds this OS, and that flag will get pushed back. A Snipe Drone gonna win the snipe battle. He's not called Snipe Drone for no reason, you know. It is gonna be Legend. He's gonna find him out though. But Legend with 3 kills. Flag is returned. And it was almost Quadrant doing to Na'Vi what Na'Vi do to everyone else.
Yeah.
Thankfully, not the case for Na'Vi. SLG gonna find the kill onto So Snaky. Now, gonna advance towards this flag. Can he find Snipe Drone? Mighty's is gonna trade him out. Great 2v1 work from Na'Vi. Now, it's just going to slow down a little bit more. Having said that, though, Legend finding another kill. I think he got that onto Mighty's as well.
He did get the pop shot to strip Mighty's shields. And here comes Jimbo trying to push a little bit further down into enemy territory, but he gets stopped right in his tracks. Chick, though, has got the heat wave, and he, well, struggles to find a couple of connections right there, so he's going to fall back, but yeah, does get caught with his pants around his ankles instead. Now Snaky and Mighty's in a very, very favorable 3v1 gunfight. I believe that was also Snaky joining in on the fun. Heat wave is going to, well, basically just dissolve Sika into nothing but particles, and now Na'Vi get their hands on the flag, but the question is, can they run it back home?
Oh, great stick for Snipe Drone onto Schick. SLG trying to cover this flag, but Seeker's going to get him with Snipe Drone. Legend going to get Snaky as well. This flag looks like it's coming back as Jimbo is going to find Legend after SLG has killed him. Flag's going to come back, and actually SLG now getting a nice clean run as the Spanker is almost up. It is going to be SLG trying to work out where that flag is. He's going to find it, but there is going to be a trade. His Legend's going to get a couple of kills.
Oh, that's not good coming out. Rocket. Yeah, that's a whiffed rocket right there. It's miles away. It's in an entirely different postal code than where I think that was actually a chick was situated. But still, for the time being, this is the most progress that we've actually seen being built up by either one of these two squads, and it's going to be quickly dismantled as Snipe Drone comes in for the rescue. Jimbo and Snaky, they are completely, well, obsessed with trying to get this flag reset on through, but it doesn't actually happen. SLG gets a hand on it, and that is going to completely reset the reset progress that Na'Vi were trying to build up. And with 3 members down, this may as well be a oh my god, I was about to say that could have been confirmed flag cap right over there, but Jimbo coming in clutch with the shot, but now he has to move up even further to see if he can land another S7 shot, but no, he will be shut down on top of that, and the flag cap will be confirmed by Quadrant, but Snipe Drone already in the prime position to go for a pull himself.
Yeah, wow. That was really outstanding. Quadrant going to be doing that 1-0. A Snipe Drone is going to try and get out of here and grab that flag. Try to take it across. Just in such an awkward spot. Shik going to come through from behind though. Shik's going to get a double as Legend was providing the assist as well before getting blown up. This flag is going to return. Quadrant already 1-0 up. I have to say, as Jimbo goes down, Na'Vi got their work cut out for them right now. Man, the slays have been pretty even. I mean, Jimbo is out there leading with 11. But, yeah, the slays, the assists, pretty even. But, yeah, Na'Vi Quadrant just able to work it better and get that flag cap. It is going to be 30 seconds. Legend just having a look around. Not sure what he was doing there. But he is going to trade out with Snaky. And it's going to be briefly a 2v2.
I think I did the math maybe incorrectly, but I think both teams are currently tied right now at like 31 kills apiece so far. So, as I mentioned, it has been relatively evened out between both squads, but it is still Quadrant with a singular point on the board. And realistically, that is all that they need, because at this certain stage, with each passing second, as I mentioned, I'm going to repeat myself, that clock is going to start working as a 5th player for Quadrant unless Na'Vi are able to abuse an opening. But they have to start creating them first and foremost. The flagpole will come on through by the looks of things, but it hasn't quite been committed to by Na'Vi. Jimbo is looking to contribute meaningfully, but no, he gets shut down, and so does the rest of the company for Na'Vi on top of that. So Quadrant might get away with a successful return this time around, and indeed they do. So all of Na'Vi's efforts, sadly, for naught.
Yeah, but I have to say, it's positive signs that they're getting there, and they're kind of making it work, and they're forcing Quadrant to really play. There's 6.5, a little over 6 minutes to go. Whoop, double nades there. Gonna find Legend. Shik finds Mighty though, like. Dear oh dear oh dear. But it is gonna be Jimbo trying to find that kill. His Legend's gonna find Snipe Drone. Jimbo is gonna find that kill onto Shik. Look at the kills, they're almost exactly the same.
Yeah,
lots
basically.
of 9s everywhere. Mighties. Mighties stole that sniper out from under the nose of SLG. The problem is, with it being so close, it's really difficult for Na'Vi to score. They really need to make an impression here. They really need to push Quadrant back. Get some slays, and that's not going to help when SLG counter-snipes Mighty into oblivion.
Yeah. The strats coming out right now from Quadrant are absolutely brilliant, and Sika actually recovers one of those fallen S7s on top of that. Quadrant fully realize the reality of the situation. They can just turtle up and anchor down back on their home base and force Na'Vi to be the ones to make their first move. And whenever they try to get close, they just get absolutely gobsmacked left, right, and center. Sika will finally be put in his place as SLG is now trying to evaluate the situation and see what Quadrant are dealing with. but Sika's already gone down on top of that. So the respawns now have to come on through. Na'Vi prompted with the opportunity to go for yet another flagpole right over here. And sure, they do control most of that eastern portion of the map over towards the OS spawn, but Legend is going to quickly strip that away. Na'Vi almost succumbing to a full team wipe is not what you want to see. So that flagpole amounts to nothing.
Na'Vi, hello, SLG is going to basically blow himself to pieces. Schick almost goes down as well. Yeah, for Na'Vi, they're doing good work. They're managing to get this flag, but unfortunately for them, they just can't do anything with it. They keep getting beaten, they keep getting killed. They all have exactly 12 kills. In fact, the kills are perfectly even between both teams. 4 minutes to go. And Na'Vi, they're getting these openings. They're getting their hands on the flag. They just keep dying around the flag, or before they can really go anywhere. Snaky's going to try and get away here. Mighty's is going to find Schick. SLG and Seeker clean up, though. And Jimbo dead as well. It's now just Snaky alive. We are on board with the man himself. Oh, he's going to get sniped by SLG.
Yeah,
that
warning.
Is beautiful work.
It is really, really good work coming out from SLG indeed. Warning shots quickly turned lethal for him and Na'Vi. They are still struggling to truly get past this quadrant bastion that they have set up. Sika claims the life of Snipe Drone on top of that. And they might actually have enough space to go for an extra flagpole of their own. And if they manage to somehow get away with the second point, they can lock themselves in a flawless 3-0 victory and a spot in the HCS 4K Grand Final. Because with 3 minutes left, Na'Vi need a miracle to be able to tie up the scoreline to even think about going all the way to overtime. And look at all of these players. Na'Vi are just sitting ducks. Jimbo's going to go down as well. And that is all 4 dead for Na'Vi. So Quadrant, they can run this flag all the way back home, but they need to take it a little bit slower because the respawns are starting to come on through. So they're not out of the woods just yet, Quadrant, but Chick, he might have just broken through. There might not be a way for Na'Vi to contest this any longer. And I think that should be a second point already locked in for them at this point. There you have it.
Yeah, 4 dead, grabbing the flag and then killing all of Na'Vi again, allowing them to cap that second flag. Snipe Drone with a double kill. But I think Quadrant not really going to be happy with 2. They might even try and go for a third or try and play this out. But 2 minutes to go. 2 flag caps required for overtime. Legend, once again, 22 kills. Is going to be Snaky with the Spanker, though. Seeker is going to be found. Oh.
Ouch.
Oh,
that's going to leave a mark right there, and he's certainly going to be feeling that one in the morning, but Spanker will be recovered by SLG. There's still 1 rocket left in the barrels as well, and a trade onto Jimbo is completely A-okay, but hello, what's this? We've got a little bit of a surprise being set up in motion by Na'Vi. They've got away with the flagpole right over here, and Mighty's needs to continue running this one back. I think he tried to repulsor the flag a little bit further on, but I don't think the physics have quite been sorted out in the slip-face engine for that one, my friend. Still, though, Quadrant able to reclaim and return this flag all to themselves, and now with 65 seconds left, this might just be curtains for Na'Vi.
Man, what a repulse that was to get him out of the flag and be able to return it. But less than a minute to go. It's difficult, if not impossible right now, for Na'Vi to run 2 flags. They're going to have to do some serious work. Mighty's going to get found with the nade. Snipe Drone is going to find SLG. But with 40 seconds to go, Snipe Drone goes down as well. It's just Snaky alive. And you would have to say, as Quadrant close in on 30 seconds to go, this looks like it'll be curtains.
Yeah.
Looks like Quadrant going to take this 3-0. So there's 20 seconds to go. Na'Vi do not have this flag. Quadrant going to be going on to the grand final. Na'Vi!
Hey, hang on. They're not out of it just yet. They've got a flagpole to work with, and Snaky's done a sublime job of providing coverage so far. They've got Sika locked in on the top of that sniper tower, and they just need to force out a sudden death scenario, get some hands on that flag, and continue running it. But no, time expires. even before the flag was reset. And there you have it. Quadrant takes CTF on pit 2-0. And that means that they will have punched their ticket into the grand final for the 4K tourney. But if you're a Navi fan, well, they will be forced to go down into that lower bracket to see if they can truly pull off a Cinderella run for the time being. They gave it their all, but Quadrant just a little bit better, picking up that flawless 3-0 victory.
Yeah, beautiful work in that CTF. It is one of those modes that Na'Vi is particularly strong at, but Legend popping 24, everyone else on 19 as well. Mighties with that 21 kills, not able to get it over the line for Na'Vi. Like, they had so many times they touched the flag, but Quadrant's defense before they could get near the middle was so good
It was
that
so on
Na'Vi
point.
just time and time again, even though they're grabbing this flag, just not able to run it. If we look at the lower bracket where Na'Vi fall down into that lower bracket final, Dopamine beating BH3 3-0. It is a Wobbabobs versus Jailings. We're still waiting the result of that. Then we will go to that lower bracket semi-final game before we go into the lower bracket final. And then Quadrant already waiting in that best of 7 grand final for whoever makes it out of that bracket.
Yeah, exactly. It's been an exciting day of HCS competition so far, but the day is still young and the bracket continues to develop. Plenty of more action on the way and coming at you right and fast. We're going to cut to a short little break and we'll be back in just a few short moments with the next upcoming game. We'll announce to you guys when that's going to be going live super soon. So don't go too far. We'll be back in just a few.
Yeah, there's nice. See this?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force. I'm joined by Outcast. Buddy, how are you? Welcome in.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm excited to finally get into it. There's been some really good matches there. I've been keeping an eye out on the stream all day, and yeah, I'm excited to get into this losers bracket game. Should be a really, really good series, to be honest.
Mate, I'm super excited to get into it as well. It is going to be Dopamine versus a Wobbabobs 3-0ing Jailings, which is a pretty crazy result when you think about it. And Dopamine 3-0ing BH3 Esports. So here we are. We are in the lower bracket semi-final. The winner gets the honor, I guess, of I guess it's an honor of facing Na'Vi in the lower bracket final. For those that weren't here at the start of the day, it was Na'Vi who had to reverse sweep to get past a Wobbabobs. So it may be a very, very interesting game if that comes to pass. But here we are. We are going to start on King of the Hill Recharge. Then we're going to move to Slayer Livefire. My personal favorite, CTF Aquarius. Stronghold on Streets if we need, and Slayer Recharge. Mate, how are you feeling about this series?
I'm really excited for it. I mean, I saw Wobbabobs play Navi earlier, and I was very, very surprised how well they played. I mean, Mo's had a incredible series by his standard. Obviously, he's a very strong player, but he was playing super lights out. And for them to take that to a game 5, I think it just shows how hot they're playing today. Obviously, Dopamine as well, maybe kind of quietly go under the radar a little bit so far in this tournament. They've made it to top 4 already, but both teams got very, very strong rosters, and we'll get into it a little bit more as the game starts. But yeah, game 1 loading up, and I like these game types of both teams. We got very mixy game types. There's not a lot of kind of stop and start. They're very kind of head-on game types. Good chance for both teams to kind of show what they're made of, show their skill, and yeah, no, I'm expecting a good series here.
Yeah, I am also expecting this, mate. I just love the fact that CTF Aquarius is here. That's my my personal favorite, so I'm glad that we are going to do that. But we are going to get right into the action. We're not going to hold you back. It is going to be Dopamine versus a Wobbabobs. Let's see what we have here. It is going to be Flux going towards the active camo. And it's 4 dead for Dopamine already. So Wobbabobs in the early lead. Glory with 2 and Saya with 2 as well.
Yeah, Flux done a really, really good job getting away that camo here, and he is locking down long haul and a big flank there on Kimbo, and getting this C plat and A control really huge for this spot on mid hill. And despite getting that camo, it's got a little bit scrappy towards the hill, but Flux repossession well, and he should get the double, but Clonely gets the kill. And the bottom mid hill on this game type, you kind of got to expect it to be quite a scrappy hill, but if you can kind of keep racking up those points, and already you can see Sire on the side of Wobbabobs nearly halfway capped on that hill.
Yeah, beautiful start already for the side of a Wobbabobs. It is going to be Mose who got so many kills in that series against Na'Vi. It is going to be Glory, Flux, and Slayer starting off with 3. Glory already with 4 assists, by the way. That's probably... Would you say that this is one of the hardest hills out of the 5 in recharge.
Yeah, the bottom mud hill, it can be such a grueler of a hill. It can last for so long, and if you just kind of barely lose out on it, it can be such a bummer and can really kind of switch the momentum. But yeah, like you said, Mo's had such a strong series in that series against Na'Vi, and if he can kind of carry on that form in this series, I think that definitely could lean my kind of prediction in the Wob's favor to kind of take this series. But like you said, Sire has 7 and 3 already on such a good start. But yeah, it's gonna be a very, very mixy hill, and I think it's looking like on the side of Wobbles, they should be in a good position to cap this if they can carry on racking up these kills.
Yeah, Lenny with a great kill back. Sayer with 7 off the top. And this is going to be a Wobbabobs who are closing in to try and take this hill back. But it is going to be Dopamine with 3 men on this hill. Meanwhile, Respectful. It is Kimbo, Lenny, Respectful, Clonely versus Mo's Glory, Flux, Sayer. Glory going to find that double kill and the camo. Now they're going to sit on this hill. Can see Clonely on the top of fights, but I have to say Wobbabob's doing a great job so far, and it looks like they're going to cap first hill, and they will. Mate, that was a pretty impressive start for a Wobbabobs.
You know, huge plays, and we saw Flux actually drop the shock rifle for Glory, and Glory had the camo as well, so it could have been a really good chance there for him to rack up some kills, but he's unfortunately is taken down. But despite that, we see Wobbabobs not only capped the first hill, but it already in control of the second hill, and Glory, he's in such an annoying position right now, but he can stay alive at this back C area, but he does get taken out by Respectful, and yeah, it's very, very hard to kind of push this hill from where Respectful is, but as you can see, Flux locking down top gold. Is they kind of have that choke point locked down, and it does get a trade on Sire. But yeah, a bit scrappy. But it seems like once again, Wobbabobs is in control.
Whoa, man! How on earth did Sire manage to turn around that quick and get the beat down, the trade melee? That was so well done. Mo's going to be found by Clonely. Kimbo going to get Flux as well. So it is briefly going to be 4v2, and actually Glory naded off the angle. So it is going to be Clonely racking up some hill control time as Respectful gets the double kill. Clonely going to find a double himself. Mate, yeah. It's looking pretty comfortable second hill is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, you'd love to see Dopamine cap this hill. Going 2-0 down in the King of the Hill game, you know, can be a very awkward scoreline to come back from. But, you know, Flux here does get a shock rifle, and that's 2 dead now. If he could hit a shot here, but he doesn't even need to. Sire gets the kill, and the camo's coming up, and it looks like Kimbo gets taken down as well. It's 4 dead now on the side of Dopamine. They have hill control as well. And Glory gets away to see with camo. This really should be a cap here for Wobbabobs. They have all the camo, they got the camo, they got the shock rifle. They're in perfect positions. Unless they like make a mistake here, there should be a 2-0 lead in the start of this King of the Hill game.
Beautiful work from Glory. And I really like the advanced positioning. Like if Lunny's going to try and come through, which he is.
Wait, 4 dead?
Going to be taken down.
Oh my lord, what's happened there? I don't know what mistake's been made there, but somehow Dopamine get 4 dead and they cap that hill. That's a huge misplay on the side of Wobbabobs. They had camo, they had shock rifle, perfect positioning, but some clutch kills there on the side of Dopamine, and suddenly it's a 1-1 game.
Yeah, oh my lord. How on earth did that happen? Like you said, there was such a nice setup, and then in the end, not quite working out. But mate, that's yeah, that is crazy chain of events. But somehow, Dopamine managed to cap. Oh, look at this. Running in. It is going to be a Wobbabobs trying to do some work.
Yeah, there's some strong early control here at this A hill, and this hill probably one of the hardest hills to break in the game in any King of the Hill mode. It's just so hard to get in, and you can see they're already halfway capped on the hill, and Dopamine probably only going to have one kind of decent push to make, and you can see Kimbo there hiding top A. He could be the catalyst there to make this push, and he does push, and he gets to kill top A. That's 2 dead now on the side of Wobbabobs. A 2v2 on the hill, and it seems like Kimbo sees Sire as well. He's done a good job staying alive, but you'd expect him to get taken down soon, but doing a really good job milking his life here, bottom A, and he's got the grapple as well. He's doing such a good job.
Yeah, so yeah, 17 kills, like you said, and got that grapple.
Oh my lord! Right, he played that so well.
Oh my lord. Mo's as well with a couple. He's going to get on the killing spree. Man, it is crazy to watch, but look, a Wobbabobs with the 2-1. They are stretching the lead back out again. As we're going to go to hill number 4, which is ye old Nadable hill down below. As Lunny is going to get a perfect as well, but Can a Wobbabobs take this hill? But Flux is going to get some time eventually.
Yeah, still 3 minutes left in this game, so it's not the end of the world if Dopamine were to lose out on this 4th hill, but you'd like to see him tie up here. And if you look at the scoreboard, you see Wobbabobs, they've got such a strong slaying roster. You can't really think of a single weak link there in terms of slaying power. They all kind of can take it in turns to have those big games. And so we saw Moze earlier having some huge kills in that series against Na'Vi, and Sire in this series already 20 and 8 to start the game. Just so much slaying power on that Wobbabobs roster, and it seems like they're starting off this blue pipe hill very well. 3 dead now on the side of Dopamine, and there should be a chance to rack up some more time. And yeah, they're playing this super well.
Yeah, Sire. He's going to get taken down. Actually, even though they have got some time on this hill, it is going to be Kimbo. He's going to find some time. Oh my god. Only is going to get traded out. Flux and Sire are going to find kills though, so Wobbob's going to be 4v2. But still, no one's spending time on that hill. Like you said, under 3 minutes to go. So, I don't think it's going to get that far, but Kimbo going to get taken out by Flux.
Clonely with a shock rifle here, if he can hit some of these shots, this could be a momentum change. Despite maybe the last few minutes not going their way, if they can cap this hill, make it 2-2, like all that last few minutes kind of becomes irrelevant. If they can get the score to 2-2, King of the Hill can be a very back and forth game mode. It doesn't really matter if you have a few bad minutes, you can suddenly have a few good minutes and the game's evened up again. But he does get taken down there, Mo's bottom mid. It's very scrappy, but despite all this scrap, they are racking up some time as well. But I'd be surprised they're able to cap this hill. They go 2 dead, but they're still scoring. But the camo's about to pop, so you'd expect players kind of turn their focus towards that camo. And Sire does seem aware of it, but he gets naded out. And Respectful gets away with a camo here. Huge play by Respectful.
Yeah, such great work. And in fact, like you were saying, a Wobbabob's almost going 3 hills up. But Respectful gonna get that double kill onto Glory. Woo! That was filthy. Can Dopamine hold on to this hill? They still need to find some time, but a Wobbabobs are actually so far away that it looks like Dopamine are going to tie this up at 2 apiece unless something incredible happens to Kimbo, but I don't think it will. Kimbo is going to find Flux. Dopamine are going to find 2. We're going to tie this up at 2 apiece as we're going to go to hill number 5. Mate, what a game this is.
This has been a while. Both teams are just doing such a good job at being resilient and just like having these clutch last-minute pushes to break these hills. And despite Sire 24 and 11, the game is still 2-2. So a really strong performance from the side of Dopamine. They're really staying resilient in this game. And this Turbine Hill with only 2 minutes left, it can be so scrappy. It's so hard to kind of get time on this Turbine Hill. It can be very stop and start. You get a few seconds, you get out, and yeah, 3 dead now on the side of Wobbabobs, and it seems like the momentum might have switched a little bit. It seemed like the slaying was predominantly going to the side of Wobbabobs, but Dopamine these last few minutes really starting to heat up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. And like you said, this hill, there's just no one on this hill, right? Like, it's so difficult for people to get in. And the Overwatch's Flux is going to whiz the plasma pistol right by the head. And it's going to be Respectful. He does find 10 assists. So is Mo's, Glory, and Flux. So many assists, actually.
Yes, you can see so many kills have gone down, but only just now is Glory getting this hill, and it says that this hill could decide the game. Despite there being a minute and a half left, you'd expect this hill to take so long to capture that this hill could basically decide the game. So every kill here is huge. Obviously, top A control for this Turbine Hill is massive to kind of control those spawns, but yeah, big fight going down here on stacks, and Cloney gets taken out by a grenade.
Yeah, just got whizzed on by the grenade. It is Respectful. Going to be finding Glory. Going to be popping some plasma nades. I was going to say, is that still capping the hill up there? But it is going to be Glory. Get shot at by Kimbo with this shock rifle. But you're right. There is less than a minute to go. And Flux with the double kill. With less than just over a minute to go, sorry. It is going to be a Wobbabobs who are on this hill. But like you said, both teams just so unwilling to let this hill lie that it might be this hill that decides it. Mo's, Clonely tries to go in deep, but Glory's going to pick up another kill as Mo's is going to find one as well. We're going to go on board with the man, the myth, the legend that is Glory himself. He is going to spot Respectful. He's going to find an assist as well. But Sire leading the way with 26 kills.
Yeah, now
Mate,
what
it has
Bobs
been a
this last minute,
masterclass.
they've basically had a perfect setup. They've had that top A control, that top goal control. They've been watching each other's crosses, and it's just such a hard setup to break. You basically can't get in for free, and as a result, they do cap that fifth hill, and 3-2 now to Wobble Bobs. Like you said, Saye having a really, really strong game, 26 and 13, and it's still doable for Dopamine. This bottom mid hill is very, very hard to cap, but with a minute left, definitely still possible. So if we can see some kills coming here from the side of Dopamine, and Respectful does get the first on Mo's, so yeah, more than doable for them.
He's going to be Sayet trying to trade, but it is going to be going down as Glory's going to find Kimbo as well. Flux, Mo's getting kills. Flux getting a double, and it's 4 dead for the side of Dopamine. And actually, this is a really interesting strategy. Awababob's 0 interest in getting on this hill. They are more than happy for time to expire here. They don't want to play this game. It's going to be Clonely. He is going to spot out Mo's with the camo, but it's not going to matter. Respectful finds Flux, and Lunny is trying to get on to this hill, but he's going to basically fly with the grapple. Great work from him. He yeets over half the map. But man, this is working really, really well for Awababobs. 20 seconds to go, and Dopamine have to stay on this hill.
Yeah, I really like the strategy from Wobble to kind of just elect to slay rather than trying to cap that hill. And you can see it's worked out pretty well. Now only 15 seconds left in the game. But that's 2 dead as I say that. 4 dead now on the side of Wobble Bobs. And despite there being 10 seconds left, it's definitely doable with Dopamine. If they can control these spawns, probably block these C, block these A spawns, make them spawn gold, definitely a really good chance here. But Wobble Bobs do spawn an A, so you know, half decent spawn for them. But every kill here is huge. Whoever gets these next kind of first kill or two could decide the game. And Saya gets the first with a grenade.
Yeah, beautiful work. 5 seconds to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Dopamine need to get on this hill, and they managed to get onto it. But the frag's going to come down. The time's going to expire. And Awababobs, off the back of 32 kills from Sayer, are going to take map number 1.
Wow.
Mate, how crazy was that?
No, that was a crazy game. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to potentially be that close after how like strong we saw Mose and the boys against Navi earlier. No, Dopamine obviously a super super strong squad, but yeah, that game was so back and forth, and it's kind of what I was kind of saying before the game. Very scrappy game types, you know, kind of gives both teams a good chance to kind of show what they're made of and their skill and their slaying ability. But yeah, Sayer had such a strong game there, dropping huge kills. But yeah, I mean, let's take a quick look at the stats if we can. Yeah, Sayer having a huge game, and you know, Dopamine kept up in the slaying to a decent amount. Maybe a few slow games from a few of the players, but yeah, we should be in for a really good series.
Yeah, 32 and 17, a plus 19 KDA
Wow.
is, yeah, that is outrageous. And still, even so, like, Dopamine were right on that hill, right to the very end, literally in the dying seconds. So, yeah, for them, it was great for Sayer to smash it out, but Dopamine were never far away. We are going to move on to map number 2, which is going to be Slayer on Live Fire. We've seen a lot of Live Fire today already. What is it that you like most about Live Fire?
I mean, I love the pace of live fire. So it can be a very, very fast-paced Slayer compared to, you know, we saw Recharge Slayer earlier in the Navi series, and that can be a little bit more stop and start. But live fire, I think it could favor Wobble Bobbles maybe. The team that's just won game 1, you know, they're feeling good. They've got a bit of momentum going, and they can hopefully chain that into the game 2 and kind of keep that slaying going. So it could be a little bit of a worrisome sign there for Dopamine losing that game 1, but yeah, I think I like live fire. We got the sniper top mid, so a good chance for the players to kind of flex a bit of their skill with that sniper rifle. But you know, a little bit maybe concerning for Dopamine. They just came off the back of a win versus J-Link. No, I think they lost, didn't they? No, Wobble Bobs beat J-Lings in round 1. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of the momentum kind of come through in that game 1 and kind of help. You know, if you've been sitting there for like an hour or so not playing, you can maybe get a little bit cold. And you know, both teams warmed up now, and going into a Slayer, you'd expect both teams to get their strong performance. But there's some really strong sniper rifle players on both teams. We've all seen Glory's Twitter clips with a sniper, and you know he's so strong with that weapon. So I think both teams can be trying their best, kind of keep it out of each other's hands and make it an irrelevant weapon on the map. But you know, when you got players as skilled as these, it's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and you're not wrong about Glory with the clips. But yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, for Dopamine, they got 3-0'd by Quadrant and then 3-0'd BH3, whereas the Wobblebobs had to play the full 5 maps against Na'Vi before then beating J-Links 3-0. So, yeah, Dopamine been sitting there a little while, especially while that first series that just went on and on and on for Na'Vi before they finally managed to get it done. So, hopefully they would have warmed up by now. Based on what we saw in game number 1, I would not be surprised if we went to full 5 games, because even though Sayer was out there slaying for everyone, it was super close. Yeah, Slayer. We are going to go to CTF Aquarius after this, which is my personal favorite. So I'm glad we get to see that as well. We're just waiting for the ready up, and we will be with you as we look at this fly through. But yeah, do you think that I mean, they do have different spawn timers, the sniper and the OS that is on screen, but which is your preferred go-to? Do you prefer to try and play for sniper and then try to play the OS, or you only want to play for one, or what's like the kind of go-to for you guys?
I think you can kind of afford to neglect the OS a little bit at the start of the game, as it doesn't spawn straight away, kind of like the sniper does. But I think after that kind of initial battle for that sniper rifle has gone down, you've kind of got to start thinking about positioning yourself for that overshield. And obviously, worst case scenario in a Slayer and Lifer can be a very snowbally game type. So if you give up that sniper rifle and that overshield in the first kind of 30 seconds of the game, it can really start to go badly very quickly. Against players of this caliber, you really can't afford to lose both those kind of power weapons at the start of the game. So, you know, despite it being the start of the game, I'd say the start of a Slayer game can almost be more important than the start of an objective game, because if things go badly in a Slayer at the start, the game can get out of hand so quickly.
Yeah, and we saw that a couple of times in not only in Na'Vi Quadrant, but also in Na'Vi Awababobs, where it was just seemingly, you know, Awababobs in that first Slayer having 8-9 kills ahead. Yeah, it was really tough for Na'Vi, in fact, impossible for Na'Vi to come back. So I'm inclined to agree that as long as they don't let, especially in Dopamine's case, right, because they are 1-0 down, if they don't let Awababobs kind of run away with the start, I think they're going to have a good idea of bringing this to at least 4 games. But we are going to get into it. We are going to be on board with Glory straight away. 12 minutes and 50 kills away in this map, and it looks like the sniper's already been picked up. It's Clonely gonna find 2 early kills, and also Kimbo gets one, but Clonely also with the heat wave. 9 seconds to the OS, and there were 2 or 3 of the Wobwobs dead already, mate.
Yeah,
So
this could get bad very quickly. We just spoke about it, 4-0 already in the game, and you'd assume the overshield going to the side of Dopamine, and Respectful does have it, and he's choosing not to pop it in. I like this play. He wants to get maximum use out of it, and these next few moments could be huge here, and they're being very selective which kills they go for. Clonely barely dies, but 6-1 already, and if Dopamine kind of keep their foot on the gas here and keep flying at these spawns with these weapons, the game could be over before it's even started. If they play this next kind of 30 seconds well, we could really see the score start to open up. But already the score's 8-2, and Kimbo, we know how good he is with a sniper rifle. They got to be careful on the side of Wobwobs.
Yeah. The whole point of this broadcast for me is just to get you to say Awababobs.
I'm really struggling to say that, but I'm sticking with it. I don't care. I don't care how bad I say it. I'm going to try my best.
I love it. I love it. EU and difficult to pronounce team names. Name a more iconic duo. I guess apart from grand final resets. But you're right about the next 30 seconds, because it's only Dopamine who have got a kill. There is going to be a whiff from Kimbo. It's always the curse of the caster. You talk about how good they are, only for them to miss. But it is going to be Glory, who is going to fall to Kimbo, though. Mose is going to find the kill onto Clonely. The killing spree for Kimbo. And it is 12-4 already. And I tell you what, Wobblebob's going to have to do something pretty soon. That Flux double kill is going to help. It's going to be cut back to just a 6-kill lead. However, they are going to get OS. So, Glory going to pop OS. That's 5 kills, and this is good from a Wobblebobs. Not letting Dopamine get away from this too quickly, but finding a way to peg them back as well. As Respectful is going to go down. Lonely is going to be there too, but great respect to a Wobblebobs. They have really brought this back already.
Yeah, it's Glory and the boys' turn now to kind of do what Dopamine did to them to start the game. Now only down 3 kills, and Glory with the overshield, so if they can kind of keep that pressure up and collapse these spawners the same way Dopamine did to them, they can really start to close this gap. And Sayer doing a really good job milking his life here, and that's what you've got to do. If you're getting collapsed on, you got to play this like Sayer, like respectful, milk your life for as long as you can. But he does finally get taken down. Glory's still got a little bit of that overshield left, and his team's still down 5 kills, but it looks like the push has kind of been, it's kind of been stopped there on the side of Dopamine. So now a 5-kill game, but the new sniper is about to spawn.
Yeah, and so looking at some stats, Glory 6 kills, 0 assists. Sayer 0 kills, 6 assists. So they're at least getting some damage down together. But yeah, seeing the bandit here. Literally, I think everyone has that purple bandit skin. Almost everyone. Oh, what a shot by Respectful onto Mose. Yeah, I mean, for the side of Dopamine, if you can just keep this 5 to 6 kill lead going the entire time, it's going to be happy days. Having said that, though, what was happening there?
Seemed like Respectful. Yeah, he's really trying to line up that shot with kind of hoping Sayer would walk into his reticle, but Sayer did a really good job kind of having a bit of an awkward strafe and de-scoping him. And yeah, now only a 3-kill game, and it looks like this overshield's about to pop in 10 seconds. So whoever gets this overshield, it could be Dopamine maybe extending their lead, or it could be Wobblebobs maybe able to kind of close that lead. So yeah, every kill here is huge, and it seems like Kimbo opens up with the first kill, and that's 2 dead now on the side of Wobblebobs, and you'd expect Dopamine to get this overshield, but a few more missed snipes there from Respectful, maybe a little bit uncharacteristic, and I'm not sure who got this over. It seems like, yeah, the overshield's still up, and Sayer, is he gonna pop it? He does pop it. So yeah, now he's down 2 kills. So they can make a good push here. Really could even up the game.
Yeah, great work from a Wobblebobs. Unfortunately, whiffing a couple of times. Was Respectful with that sniper, but Sayer, that OS almost gone before being able to do anything. Dopamine did get to 2 kills at one point. Now it's going to be back out to 5 almost instantly. Mo's going to be hiding behind the pillar as well. He's going to get beaten in the face by Clonely. And who is going to walk into where 3 players are. The heatwave is there and Respectful's coming in. He's going to find 1. He's going to find 2 before Sayer smacks him. Clonely trades. And it's just Mo's alive. It's a 1v1 Mo's versus Kimbo. That would be spicy. But it's still Dopamine up by 4 kills. And, mate, no matter what the Wobblebobs are throwing at them, they're just resisting.
Now, Dopamine did such a good job there, back tower, kind of baiting that overshield player in. Obviously, the overshield player thinks, you can't kill me, I've got an overshield. He runs in super aggressive, gets kind of bait and switch there by the Dopamine players, and they basically made the overshield ineffective. So, as a result of that, they kind of held on to this lead they've had since the start of the game, and it just kind of shows how important the start of a Slayer game can be. They kind of got that early leader as a result of winning the kind of starting strat, and they kind of held on to it this whole game. And now only a 4-kill lead, but as people kind of commonly say in a Slayer game, as you get to that kind of 30 kill point in the Slayer, it's when things really start to get a little bit more tense, and every kill kind of has a lot more of an impact. Kimbo getting caught out there on the bridge, and yeah, Dopamine doing a really good job keeping this game kind of keeping their lead at a 4-kill mark. But another overshield is about to pop in 10 seconds, and this could be another chance for Wobblebobs to maybe bring that score back. But Mose does get taken down just as it's about to come up.
It's a beautiful set of nades. But I think one of the things I'm super impressed with is the fact that in that first game, Flux is going to be lost in that shield. He is going to be punched in the shield. The overshield is dead already. He is going to find Clonely and...
Oh my...
Wow. Mose with the no-scope, but yeah, I mean, got OS and then just got absolutely disintegrated. And there's just a lot of dead bodies as observers trying to find anyone that's alive. Just dead bodies all over the place. But I think from the side of Dopamine, especially after Sayer got 32 kills, he is 4 and 10 with 11 assists. So, yeah, has a lot of assists, but just got stuck there by Clonely as well. Has really just been cut out of this game, man. Just, it's almost nowhere. Like 5 and 11. Does have a lot of assists, though.
Yeah, definitely maybe struggling a little bit in terms of kind of finishing those kills compared to the first game. But if you're in a Wobblebobs fan, Glory is the player you want to see of a sniper, and they've done a good job closing that to only a 2-kill gap now. And Glory, he misses the snipe on Clonely, but you'd expect that player to get cleaned up. And he's missing a few of these snipes. Kimbo does a good job killing Mose, and Oh, and Glory gets taken out as well. Maybe a few misplays there for the side of Wobble Bobbles, and it looked like they're about to kind of collapse on those players green and close that gap. But once again, Dopamine just seems to always clutch up in these 50-50 situations. Whenever you think the score's going to get evened up, it just seems like a few of these Dopamine players just really clutch up in these kind of one-on-one fights. And they've now extended that lead to a 4-kill game, and it's getting very, very scrappy around this cuts area. Both teams trading out. Now still a 3-kill game. Now Respectful last man alive, 16-8 in the game for Respectful. He's having such a strong game, and the overshield about to pop in 15 seconds. It'd be interesting to see if this overshield is going to play a factor at the end of this game, or if the player's going to maybe choose to play aggressive before the overshield pops.
And so far, you see it ever so slightly slowing down. There is 2 seconds. Glory is going to find the kill. But of course, it was, just the way casting is when you talk about how good Glory is with a sniper, only for him to whiff a bunch.
Oh,
But it is 48 to 47, 49 to 48. Dopamine only need one more kill, but it is Sire with that overshield. So he's going to be bounding forward, trying to find kills. And now you can see that all of the Wobbabobs kind of nearing the garage area. They are going to come out towards back green as one. 49 to 48. Clonely going to be spotting one out. He's going to take some damage as well. Sire almost run out as Kimbo's on low health. Sire loses out. Glory finds Clonely. No way. Lonnie gets the kill. And 50 to 49. Dopamine clutching up at the end. Oh my god. They had a 7-kill lead forever. How did
wow.
that end so close?
I know, it got so close at the end, but they barely held on to that lead. They'd held on basically the whole game. They had the lead right from the start, and they held on to it right down to 49-49, and then Lunny gets the last kill, and oh my, I mean, that's a huge win there for Dopamine. To go down 2-0 in the series in the losers bracket, you'd think that really could have got their heads down, where they do such a good job clutching up, and Respectful having such a strong game. And for anyone who doesn't know Respectful, probably considered one of the best players in Europe for the last many few years of EU Halo. Maybe this last year or so in Infinite, not quite living up to that reputation, but he's more than capable of having a game like that. He's so individually skilled and such a good job at staying alive. And yeah, he had a really strong game there. And we got to keep in mind as well, Respectful was dropped from this Wobble Bob's roster in place of Sire, so could be a little bit of a grudge match going on here. And maybe saying to his former teammates, that's why you shouldn't drop me. That's what I'm capable of. And like you kind of said, Sire maybe compared to the first game, having a bit of a slower kind of Slayer game compared to his kind of performance in that first game. But yeah, 1-1 in the series now, and heading into the Aquarius CTF, which I know is your favorite game type. It should be full octane action. Both teams just flying at each other. So yeah, really excited for this game 3.
Yeah, I think this is going to be amazing. And I think, especially for someone like Kimbo, who was on Navi, and Navi were so strong on this CTF Aquarius, still are really. Probably a game type that he is strong at, and I think it's going to be really good to see how these guys go against each other, because it's been 3-2 and 50-49. So I expect this to potentially also be decided by one flag as well. But do you think, watching these two teams, Wobbabobs and Dopamine, do you think that someone will cap 5 times, or this will go to time?
I'd assume one team should cap 5 times. I mean, both teams have got a lot of very aggressive players on the teams. Moe's and Glory on the side of Wobbabobs can be very aggressive, and it's a very small arena-sized map. On some other CTF game types, such as Argyle, it can be such a kind of huge map that it's very rare you'll see a team cap 5 flags and finish that game out before time. But on a map like Aquarius, with kind of the very aggressive players on both teams, I'd expect one of the teams, even if it's something like a 5-4, 5-3, I'd expect both teams to be very efficient at getting those flag runs going. But in terms of who's going to win, honestly, for me, it's up in the air. Both teams looking so strong slaying wise, and we're kind of seeing both these teams why they're kind of in that third to fourth bracket, both kind of battling to prove who's the better team and hopefully take on Navi and Quadrant. But to get there, they've got to beat one another, and it's been a really close series so far. In both games, there's not really much in it.
Yeah, it's like we talked about at the top of the broadcast as well. Quadrant and Navi just being so much better than everyone else, that now, seeing as Ascend's gone, there's this power vacuum where instead of it being Ascend miles ahead and everyone fighting for second, third, and fourth, it's now 1 and 2 are miles ahead, and everyone's kind of fighting for third and fourth and fifth. And Jayling's losing out today, and the Wobble Bobs and Dopamine taking that top 4. But Yeah, you can just see how close these guys are. Really shows how close that battle is for third. And we're about to get into this game, and we talk about Aquarius. It is something that Glory loves being on. We talked about this when we were casting the FFA as well, that they spend all their time on Aquarius, and you can see sometimes how the kind of real team players play the Aquarius different to the FFA stars, and kind of seeing how Glory will bring that into kind of this team game, given that he is so good at FFA, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd assume out the two teams, obviously they both got a lot of practice generally as kind of individual players, always grinding the game. But I'd assume that Dopamine maybe the less practice team. I think the Wobble Bobs, obviously they're on that organisation, they're a bit more. You'd assume kind of regimented and in these scrims regularly. But I think Dopamine is a lot more of a kind of a team of just put together kind of super talented players. Maybe struggle to kind of land on one of those more like established organisations. But both teams got a lot of very very strong individuals. But I'd maybe tip Wobble Bobs may win this game. You'd assume the more practice team in the objective game should be able to kind of eke those games out. But yeah, starting on board with respectful, and he had such a strong game last game that we're hoping he can kind of carry it on into this game 3.
Yeah, he is going to lay a bunch of damage onto Flux and onto Mose, who has to use the thruster to get away. And it looks like the camo is going to be stolen by Glory, as per just as we were talking about. It is going to be a trade, so it is 2 kills apiece. Black smack by Glory onto Kimbo, though. And it's going to have that heat wave. It's going to move towards this flag. It's going to be respectful picking up that pistol. He's got people everywhere as Glory's going to find the kill before Lunny's nade is going to trade him out and send his head into the ceiling. The sizzle sticks. Going to find the kill onto Lunny. Great work from Glory to find 3 already. Yeah, 1 minute in, and no one's had a cap, so it definitely isn't a Na'Vi game.
Yeah, seeing some really good kind of early pressure there from Glory and the boys, but it's kind of stunted there from Dopamine. And Glory basically found himself with like the Juggernaut combo at the start. He had Camo, he had Heatwave, he had Thrust. He couldn't ask for any more weapons, but unfortunately he did get traded out quite quickly in the generator. And yeah, a bit of a back and forth start as you'd expect. Both teams maybe feeling each other out a little bit in this Aquarius flag. I mean, we can maybe see a bit of a variation in strategy, deciding on, if is a team going to stack car side heavily? Are they going to try maybe use the whole map a bit more, P and bottom mid, and see both teams filling each other out a little bit. But you'd expect most of the action to kind of take place on this car side of the map, and Glory here very, very aggressively pushing into the base, and he does trade a Kimbo, and that's 3 dead now on the side Wobble Bobbles, and respectful kind of staying alive in his base, doing a really, really good job here.
Yeah, and the really funny thing there was that Lunny actually threw a terrible sizzle stick, but it ended up getting the kill. It was perfect. It was not what he wanted to do because it bounced right off the doorway, but in the end it was actually the perfect nade. So really worked out as Camo is up again. And you can see that Flux going to eat some of that nade, but is laying a bunch of damage down onto Kimbo. Mose is 0 and 4. By the way, so yet to get on the board in the kill department, make that 0-5, has a few assists, but it's really Flux and Glory taking control. But hey, after 2.5 minutes, I don't think anyone's touched the flag yet, mate.
Yeah, no, it's been a bit of a kind of
of-
cagey start, but yeah, as you say, that Kimbo does start to run the flag, as you'd always a caster's curse. But it just kind of touch on Mose for a second. I was kind of mentioning earlier, I think Mose, for me, he really is the X factor of this team. He has such kind of an aggressive, like, all or nothing play style. He's always just trying so hard to just have as much impact as he can, and just, that can kind of work both ways. We can see, like, earlier against Na'Vi, he can have the super, super strong series, but then if things aren't going his way, he can have kind of those maybe a bit more slow statistical games, and that's 1-0 in the game already to Dopamine. And Lunny 10 and 5 to start the game, and really, really good start from him. But yeah, we'd like to see Mose pick it up. It's only a 1-0 game, so not the end of the world to have a bit of a slow start, but these next few minutes, definitely like to see Mose pick up some of these kills. And yeah, huge kill by Glory, and that's 4 dead now for Dopamine, so it should be a flag run.
Mate, that was a Flux triple kill in their own base. And now
it's huge players.
Gotta be Mose who grabs the flag. And look, sometimes you're having, like you said, you're having a slow statistical day, but the best thing you can do is go and cap your flag for your team, as it is going to be Mose finding respectful, but he does only have one other team member alive. It is a 2v2. Kimbo's going to be there, and they are going to trade out. But can that flag get returned? It is going to be Glory trying to head towards this flag. It is a bit of a mess right now, but it is going to be someone sitting on that flag. It is going to be returned. Yeah, Flux 11 and 5. And so far, Dopamine still with that 1-0 lead. However, the flag is going to get stolen and then left behind by Clonely.
Yeah, this last minute or so has just been so scrappy. And it seems like one of the players has camo. I'm not quite sure who has the camo, but this could play a factor. And it seems like there'll be camo running the flag potentially off screen. So this could be a potential second flag cap coming in for Dopamine. It seems like Kimbo is the one with the camo running the flag, and he's decided to now start running it a bit quicker. And if a few kills come in, there should be a 2-0 lead now coming in for Dopamine. And what looked like Mo's running the flag car 1 could maybe even up the game has so quickly turned into a 2-0 lead. Huge plays by Dopamine, and Lunny carrying on his strong performance here. 14 and 9 to start the game.
Yeah, beautifully done from the side of Dopamine to make it 2-0. And the crazy thing is, we talked about Mo's and he was 0 and 6. He's now 6 and 8. So really come alive in the last couple of minutes, and it is going to be Clonely who is found by Flux, who is going to steal this flag. Flux 15 and 7, Lunny 15 and 10. Both of these guys slaying massively. It's going to be Flux who pops down that nade to try and find anyone, but actually Flux is heading towards capping. Can he avoid getting killed? He can. He is going to find the kill before Respectful is going to take him down. So a Wobble Bobs, they're going to strike back. 6.5 minutes to go. A 2-1 lead to Dopamine. But a Wobble Bob's building into this game. And so, yeah, the worst time to look away as two members of Dopamine go in, and Respectful, once again, has stolen this flag.
A really good job to bounce back there by Wobble Bobs. There's like 6 minutes left, only a 2-1 game, but yeah, another flag is on the move, but off screen as well, camo is about to pop, so every kill here could be huge, and if either team can kind of get this camo, this could decide which way the flags go, but you know, Flux and Sire doing a good job on the generator there, getting the kills, getting the return, and it'd be interesting who gets this camo off screen, but Flux is doing a good job starting the flag run, so really big moments here in the game.
Yes, Clonely is going to find Mo's. Flux, though, is going to use the thrusters to great effect. Clonely still going to find his head, and you just saw Glory with the camo and the sidekick, and that flag is going to get returned. It is going to be Lunny and Respectful. That Sizzle Stick going to do a lot of damage, though. Takes out all of his shields. Still has camo. He's going to find Respectful as Mo's gets the cleanup as well. And Glory taken down by Kimbo. He's going to get traded by Sayat. The flag is going to be taken. Doesn't look like it actually goes very far. Hey, the flag will be getting returned as Kimbo going to find an assist. Blue flag out in the middle of the field. And can Flux do anything about it?
Yeah, it seems like Wobble Bob was really doing a good job getting their kills here on car side. And this could be a 2-2 game any second now if they can keep this flag going. And Flux carries it going. Yeah, 16 and 9 from Flux. He caps the flag 2-2. And, you know, for them being down 2-0 in this flag game, done a really good job bringing it back. And with 4 minutes left here, the next cap could decide the game. The kill was looking fairly even on both sides. Like you said, Mo's having a bit of a slow start, but he's done a really good job bringing it back. He's now only -1, so you can definitely tell Mo start to heat up. And it seems like Wobble Bob's maybe getting these flags on the move a little bit more often than Dopamine, so you maybe favor them to kind of win this game based on that. But another camo is about to pop in 10 seconds, and it seems like they might not even need that camo to cap this flag. Mose gets the kill, and Lunny and Clonely go down, and Sire looks like he should be running this third flag in, and doing such a good job by Wobble Bobs to come back in this game. And as this camo is still up, if they can get that camo as well, this could be a really good chance for them to kind of carry on that pressure.
Yeah, 2-0 down, like you said, but have really turned it on and turned it around. Respectful, going to find the Sizzle Stick kill. It is going to be Clonely to help Respectful get to the wingman. However, having said that, it is going to be 3 dead for a Wobble Bobs. Now it's Kimbo running this flag. He is going to pop down as Clonely is going to take a whole bunch of damage. They're going to trap Sire in, and it looks like they've kind of left this flag behind, but maybe they'll be able to run it back in. Will Lunny be able to grab this? Kimbo says grab that. They're going to score. It's going to be 3 apiece. Kimbo, Lunny, and Respectful all with a flag cap. Mate, you weren't wrong about it being potentially 5-3 or 5-4. 6 flag caps already, and guess what? Respectful's grabbed it, and it's on the move again. If their boys can get these 2 kills, as Sayer gets a very, very important double. Mose is going to run across, and that flag looks like it's coming back. But how important is that double from Sayer going to prove to be at the end of the game?
Yeah, both teams just seem to be so evenly matched. The slays are so close, and like we kind of thought what might happen before this game started, they're both very OBJ efficient teams. We're seeing flags being tossed up to the window. We're just both teams just seem to be so effective at getting those flags on the move, and it seems like a flag again by Lunny is on the move here, and this could be a 4-3 game. And despite the momentum maybe switching a little bit and being a 3-2 lead to Wobbabobs briefly, we now see Dopamine answer back, and Lunny with a double kill in the generator, and the momentum seems like it might have switched a little bit. With only 2 minutes left in the game, this next camo, should be the last camo of the game here, popping in 10 seconds, and this could be a huge camouflage for both teams. And oh my god, Respectful doesn't get the kill. 2 dead now on Dopamine. You'd assume that camo should go to the Wobbabobs player. But yeah, big moments here in the base. Kimbo's found himself in his own base playing defense, but a camo player here on the enemy team for him could play Wrecker.
Yeah, now a Wobbabobs with a sense of urgency. As Glory. Oh, he's going to steal this flag. Is he actually going to try run it, or is he going to try stealth it out? He is going to find the assist onto Kimbo. And he's going to be 2v2. Flux going to be challenged by Clonely. As Glory's going to try run this flag. Oh, he is going to get taken down by Respectful, though.
Maybe a little bit of a desperate run there from Glory. Sorry to cut you off, but maybe we'd like to see him maybe slay a bit more with that camo, or maybe just go for a straight up camo run. But he kind of seemed maybe a little bit caught in 2 minds, maybe a little bit keen to get that flag on the move. But Mo's doing a good job there responding with a double. With only a minute left, we're really going to see Wobbabobs just keep getting aggressive on this flag. It is down in a good position for them, but Respectful is doing very sneaky here in the generator.
Respectful is going to find Glory. He's going to go down to 1 shot, and actually Sayer with the remote det while he's in midair. And the Cobra flag is going to be returned. Sayer's going to find Clonely as well. But Sayer, it's all well and good getting kills at this side of the map, my friend, but you need to get kills at the other side of the map as well. 33 seconds, plenty enough time as he whiffs the nade. Plenty enough time to get the mitts on the flag and run it home. We've seen it before, getting run home after time. But Respectful, Clonely, it looks like Dopamine going to turtle up with the next 15 seconds. Kimbo's going to find Mose. Flux is going to trade out. There's 10 seconds. Flux and Glory, though. There is only Respectful alive. What can... Oh, he's done a blinder. I don't think there's enough time.
Oh.
There's only 1 second. He can't grab the flag. What a trade out for at the top of the base. Oh
wow.
My lord. What a finish that was, mate.
It seemed like Glory might have just been able to get a touch on that flag, but it looks like he might have picked up a commando instead. So
yeah,
a little bit unfortunate for Glory, but to be honest, I'd have been very surprised they've been able to get that flag back. But yeah, Dopamine, they lost that first game in the series, but done a really good job here bouncing back. And like we said earlier, considering kind of how strong Na'Vi looked against, or how strong Wobbabobs looked against Na'Vi, for Dopamine to be 2-1 up in this series just kind of shows how close it is at the top of European Halo at the moment. And Respectful again, one of a strong game, 23 and 21 with 13 assists. Lunny as well, we kind of highlighted middle of the game, having a very strong performance with 23 kills. But yeah, nothing too much of a standout there in the slays. As we kind of thought, the OBJ efficiency from both teams was very good in that game. And there was lots of kind of very scrappy moments where the flags were down the middle of the map and everyone was just kind of running around the circle trying to get those kills, get the flag on the move. But in the end, Dopamine do win the game. Now 2-1 up in the series from them.
Yeah, as we're going to go into game, which will be strongholds on streets. Mate, you're right. It has been a classic right now, and I think for, like you said, for Dopamine to be beating a Wobbabobs after a Wobbabobs had a 2-0 lead and took Na'Vi to 5 is, yeah, that's pretty impressive, and I really like for them how they just kind of shut Sayer down right at the start, and Mose as well just took a while to get going, ended up with a 6.3 KDA, so was no slouch by the end. I mean, Flux with 22 kills and 20 assists as well. So did a lot of work, just was unable able to get it over the line. So do you think that we will end with 4, or do you think this is going all the way to 5?
With how close all these games have looked, it definitely would not surprise me if we went to 5, and I would love it to go to a game 5. But with a stronghold streaks up next, it can be a very, very fast-paced game type, as we just saw in those last few, and it can be very snowbally. And you think Dopamine, after winning 2 such close games in a row, they've just got to be feeling so good and so confident, and you'd assume Wobble Bobbles could maybe be a little bit frustrated, a little bit demoralized, and stronghold streaks, we've seen how quickly it can get out of hand if you get a triple cap on the move, and those points can rack up so quickly. So I'm a little bit concerned here for Rubber Bobs. If they aren't going to have a strong start here and bounce back early, I'm a little bit worried Dopamine kind of carry on that momentum from that last game and maybe close out the series 3-1. But but all the games have looked so close so far that I think I'd be surprised if we didn't see that carry on to this 4th game. But I've been super, super impressed by Dopamine, and we spoke a lot about Wobble Bobbles and how kind of strong their roster is on paper. They've, picked up Vincere, Glory, obviously a very kind of sought after player in European Halo. But I'd say Dopamine, maybe a few of the kind of not leftovers, but a few of the players maybe struggled to get on some of these top teams. And when you look at players on that roster like Kimbo and Respectful, who have kind of been at the top of European Halo for so long now, for so many years, and then you kind of round that out with the super talented players like Lunny and Clonely, it's honestly not a surprise that if they're playing at their like full potential, they can hang with these kind of top rosters. And if they were to win this series, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if heading into a losers bracket final, they could give the likes of Navi some good games. So we'll have to see if they can close it out. But yeah, pretty much all the players in that Dopamine roster so far playing super strong, and yeah, I'm excited to get into this 4th game.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for this lobby to get put together. But yeah, I mean, we even talked about it, right? Whether it would be 5-4, it ended up being 4-3, so it was pretty close in the end. But man, I wonder, like you said, how close this is going to be in Stronghold, or whether this is going to be the map where there's a blowout. I doubt it. But yeah, the slaying ability, and if Mose can get going early, and if Vincere can get going early, then I think it's going to be a scary time for Dopamine to try and deal with kind of the strength on that roster. But yeah, I think Navi got to be looking at this probably pretty concerned, given that they went to 5 against the Wobble Bobs, and now it has been so close between these two teams. And it really shows that even if we thought Navi were a clear top 2, the gap is not very big back to 3 and 4. And do you think that over the course of the season, like one of these two teams, or even Jailings maybe, or potentially like someone like BH3, if they can get it together, do you think those guys could start to take out the top 2, or do you think Quadrant and Navi are just going to stay unassailable at the top?
I'd like to say that I think, the teams like Wobble Bobs and Jailings especially, with the right kind of practice and schedule, I think they have the talent to maybe challenge the likes of Navi and Quadrant. But I think Navi just seem like such a well-regimented team. And, they've got the coach Wonder Boy. They seem like type of team, they're always in that theatre doing VOD reviews. You've obviously seen them scrim against American teams in the past. So, I think in terms of talent, I think these kind of top 4 teams at their full potential, we've seen they can hang with the likes of Navi. But Navi at the moment seem like maybe a level above, and even in that series earlier with Wobble Bobs, you could maybe argue, if I'm being honest, that an Argyle CTF and a Recharge Slayer, they can be kind of very awkward, slow-paced game types. And when it kind of came down to a little bit the more kind of established, fast-paced game types, we just kind of saw how strong Navi were on this kind of live fire and streets games. So not to take anything away from Wobble Bobs, but I think if they can kind of maybe round out their map pool a little bit more and get a bit stronger in terms of other game modes. And for me, the only thing that was a bit concerning in terms of, I guess, the whole Navi versus the Wobble Bobs narrative is the fact that Mo's had such a crazy strong series. For someone who I'd say probably isn't considered the main Slayer on that roster, for him to have such a strong slaying series and for them still to lose, for me is a little bit concerning. But I think if you're going to beat a roster like Navi, you're going to need all 4 players kind of playing at their full potential. But it looks like we're about to load into this game 4, so should be starting soon. And for a street strongholds game, there's so many there's so much kind of options in terms of the sandbox of both teams. You've got the Stalker Rifle, the rockets, and it's going to be very, very scary if you let a player like Glory get that Stalker Rifle, get that shotgun, and kind of start causing havoc. And if either team can get a triple cap and get both those weapons in their hands, things can get very, very out of hand very quickly. Yeah, just a little bit. It seems like the game is just about to kick off. James he's in the dark for fun. He seems to have turned his light off, but it's okay. Well, the game is about to start, it seems like. And yeah, hopefully the game should be getting going soon. And here we are. We are finally into the game, and you know that thruster pack on driveway has been replaced by the shroud screen. So it'd be interesting to see if either team kind of put that to use here in this strongholds game. But yeah, I think it seems like one of the players might have got away with the rockets already. So good start for whoever that was. And I'm not sure who quite got that stalker rifle. But yeah, it seems like Sire got the rockets, and he does get one kill, but he doesn't quite get the second. But he does get the cleanup on Clonely, and B control now getting taken by Wobble Bobs, and you know, good start from them. If Flux and Sire can stay alive here in this arcade, and huge kill there by Sire to get the cleanup on Kimbo, and it's a little bit scrappy towards this B, but it seems like Wobble Bobs are coming out on top, and you know, good early control for them. Yes, yes. Yeah, they've got to be careful here. Kimbo does get another kill and 3 dead, and you just assume they're going to clean up Moze here on B, but his teammates do spawn near him, so there could be a chance here for Wobble to stem the bleeding a little bit, but yeah, like you said, a trip cap against players of this caliber can get out of hand so quickly, and for Dopamine, with that 2-1 lead in the series, you assume they're feeling good, so you got to be very, very wary of letting them kind of get to that triple cap stage and make sure they can't hold it for too long, but it seems like Wobble Bob's here, despite that, doing a really good job flipping C, and they are currently in control, but they put kind of so many resources over to that C stronghold, it seems like they've kind of given up control of B, and you'd assume they should cap that, and yet Kimbo does push B, so you know, 2 cap here for the side of Dopamine, and Rocket's popping in about 2 seconds. So it looks like Dopamine in a good position to get these rockets, and Respectful does. He gets away with the rockets, and is that going to be a double kill? No, Flux gets away, and he gets 2 kills as well. There's a big, big fight going down here on B, and both teams seem to kind of be trading out, but despite those trades, it seems like Dopamine's still scoring. Yeah, it seemed like Dopamine kind of chose to kind of try hold that traditional CB setup, just kind of slowly rack up those points in a 2 cap, but Wobble Bob's electing to maybe push that triple cap as soon as those kills came in, and you know they're down 60 points, so you can kind of understand maybe why they might feel the pressure to go for a triple cap, but it seems like they might have been punished a little bit here as Dopamine do get those 2 caps, and it seems like Sire might get taken out by Clonely, but Flux would have helped there, bottom C. Huge help there by his teammate, and you'd expect them to flip C, but Dopamine already so quick to rotate to that B stronghold, and it just seems like Wobble Bobs, it doesn't matter how quickly they kind of push out those enemy strongholds, Dopamine just seems to respond so quickly with the rotations, and you can kind of see that reflected in the score at the moment, 110 to 37, and as you kind of highlighted, Glory, obviously, he has got 7 assists, but for someone of his kind of talent and slaying prowess, for him to only have 1 kill this many minutes into a game, definitely a little bit surprising.
Yeah, you're not wrong, to be honest. And honestly, it's already Dopamine over halfway to victory. So, yeah, and it's going to be another trip cap, by the way, as they're going to try. Respectful's going to try get on this B site, at the very least, and reset it, which he will. He is going to find that kill onto Flux as well. So they are going to give up control of this A side, but at 158 to 37, I think they're okay with losing one of the three. Because, yeah, you're right. Glory 2 and 8 right now, even with all those assists. It is going to be... It's just so hard for a Wobbobs to do anything, man. Like, they've got A, and they just can't get to B and C without dying. Look, Glory just getting spammed down by Respectful. Who knows
Yeah.
where the other two spawn as well?
Yeah, Respectful, I'd say one of his biggest strengths, he's so good at staying alive. And when you've got a power weapon like a shotgun, and you can combine that with such strong staying alive ability, you can just be such an annoying presence on the map. And Respectful just kind of been lurking around that B stronghold for like about a minute or two now, and he's just kind of locking that down. And anytime any Wobbobobs player kind of pushes towards that B stronghold, Respectful is just popping out of a corner of a shotgun, and Lunny hitting some big shots there with a Stalker rifle to maintain control. And it's something we spoke about before. Obviously, it's all well and good getting those power weapons, but if you can stay alive with them for a prolonged period of time and put them to use, it can just make the map so hard for the enemy to kind of run through, and they're just scared around every corner they turn around. There's going to be a player with a power weapon. So if you look at that score now, 225 to 37, and this is very surprising for me. I really didn't think after how strong Wobbobobs looked earlier against Na'Vi that we'd see Dopamine put in such a strong performance against them, and this is definitely making me reassess kind of my kind of level that I thought Dopamine were at, and it seems like they're just kind of getting these kills now. Kimbo with the rockets, trades out with Glory. That's 3 dead now on the side of the Wobbobs, and if Clonely can win this fight on Mose does win the fight. So he stopped it for a second. It's not quite over yet, but it's looking very difficult for the side of the Wobbobs.
Mate, if, yeah, what a finish that was. They are going to get onto B as well, I think. So, is this the comeback? Never count the comeback out, I can tell you. Sayer is going to find a kill as well. And it's 247, but it's Kimbo finding Sayer, and there's going to be trades all over the place. It's just Respectful up. And now it is a Wobbobobs with the B and the C setup, as Respectful is going to try and take this, but not to be outdone. A is going to be taken over by Glory. So now a Wobbobobs, can they get this done? No, because Glory dies. And mate, that's it. 255. And Dopamine, what is seemingly the blink of an eye, 3-1 to Wobbobobs into the lower bracket finals against them. Mate, hectic.
No, that's crazy finish. I think your audio was a bit laggy there, so sorry if I didn't hear anything. But yeah, I mean, Dopamine's so impressive there in that game 4, and it was something we were maybe a little bit concerned about, was that for them to win so many of those kind of tight games in game 2 and 3, you maybe thought that the momentum could kind of carry them in onto that game 4. And street strongholds, it can be so hard once a team kind of gets in the swing of things and gets control to break their setup. And when you've got players like Respectful just staying alive with that shotgun, he's so annoying to play against. He's probably one of the best players in Europe at just staying alive with power weapons and just being such a nuisance. And the rest of his team as well playing super strong. Take a quick look at the scoreboard. You obviously see Respectful, as you'd expect, nearly double positive again, and he had such a good series. And we kind of spoke about earlier. He did get dropped from that Wobbobobs roster, and for him to come in there against his former teammates and have such a strong series, especially that game, well, basically the last 3 games, but especially that game 2 and 4 with such kind of good KDs from him, super impressive from Respectful. And Kimbo as well in a good game. Lani, just a super strong series all around there. And Dopamine, you thought they could be a little bit maybe demoralized after losing such a close game 1, but for them to come back those next 3 games so strong and win that series 3-1, super impressive from them. And I'm really excited to see how they do against Na'Vi. If they're going to keep this performance up and play with some confidence, I'd like to see maybe if they can cause a bit of an upset and bring that series to distance. But yeah, no, really impressed by them.
Awesome. Well, mate, thank you for hanging out with me on the desk. I'm going to be heading off as it is, and I'm going to be bringing Tudor back in for the lower bracket final, which will be Dopamine versus Na'Vi, with the winner going on to the grand final to play Quadrant. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. But from me, it's peace out. I'm going to leave you with Outcast and Tudor. You're that way. And I will catch you guys later. But, guys, we'll see you after the break.
See ya.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Europa Halo. We have had quite the exciting day, but obviously the action doesn't stop here. My name is Tudors, and for the first time alongside me, I've got none other than Outcasted. Mate, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here, but we already have a game that is actually starting, so let's go ahead and hop into that. It is namely going to be Navi going up against the side of Dopamine. How are you feeling about this one, bud?
I'm really, really excited. I was super impressed with Dopamine last series. I really, to be honest, I did not think they'd win that series, just, considering how strong Wobble Bobbers looked earlier on. But they've made it to a losers final. And, we were talking about the players last series, Respectful, Kimbo, so many strong players in this roster. But for them to beat a team like Navi, it's going to take a really monstrous performance from them. And, it should be a good series there.
It should definitely be a really, really good series. And obviously the winner of this particular matchup, well, they have got quite the task ahead of themselves, and they will be tasked with going up against Quadrant, who has been patiently waiting in that grand final spot for the last 2 hours-ish, something like that. Navi obviously out for blood. They want some juicy, juicy revenge. And the only thing that basically stands in between themselves and being able to achieve that revenge versus Quadrant is these guys on the Dopamine side.
Yeah, you'd expect Navi, the caliber of team they are, they always seem to make it to that grand final. Obviously, most recently winning the most recent final against Quadrant in one of the HCS tournaments. So, in terms of predictions, you'd expect them to be able to take out a team like Dopamine. But, we saw how hot Dopamine looked towards the end of that last series. You can tell they're really starting to feel themselves, playing with full confidence. And, that's what it's going to take to beat a team like Navi. And in terms of this oddball game here, it's been quite a scrappy start from both teams, and it seems like we may have had a player join the game. So I'm assuming that might have to be a reset, unfortunately. But thankfully for both teams, neither team able to really get much time on the board. So
Yeah.
a little bit of a false start. So unfortunately, you might have to see one of the players or someone close the lobby. But yeah, like you kind of said, speak about the series a little bit. You'd expect Navi to be able to kind of take the series against Dopamine, but I'm really, really hoping Dopamine can kind of play to their full potential and push the series a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Navi have given us nothing but competitive games and series this entire evening so far. Obviously, versus a Wobble Bobs that went the full distance, ending things off in the reverse sweep. Unfortunately, versus Quadrant, they weren't quite able to relive that exact same success that they did in the qualifier for the 4K series. That one was quite competitive, but it was just complete lights out from Navi this evening so far. And Dopamine obviously showing us exactly what they are made of out of taking down a Wobble Bobs. And if we're just going to compare and contrast Dopamine's performance to a team that was able to really edge out an entire best of 5 series versus Navi, then Dopamine have got a real chance at being able to, well, basically confirm their own ticket into that grand final, knocking Navi out of this competition altogether.
Yeah, no, I mean, you'd expect Na'Vi as the more probably practice regimented team to have a better chance of winning the series. You assume they're going to have a lot more of a well-rounded map pool, but a team like Dopamine, we can kind of, if you look at their roster, they're so stacked with talent, and in a best of 5 series, all it takes is one or two of your kind of good game moves to kind of slip in there, and suddenly
Mhm,
you could push it all the way to a game 5, maybe eke out a Slayer. So, if you're a
mhm.
Dopamine fan, definitely you've got to have hope that your team can kind of push Na'Vi in the series and maybe scrape it, but
Yep.
I'd assume if Dopamine were to win the series, it would be in that kind of fashion. It would be like them
Mhm,
barely eking out a win. But a team
mhm.
like Navi, I think they're more than capable if they play up to their full potential of
Yeah.
3-0ing a team like Dopamine. And I think I was in Jimbo's stream a little bit earlier, and they, I think they sounded a little bit frustrated with how close the series was against Wobble Bobbles. I think
Mhm,
they expect to be 3-0ing a team like that. So, we could also see Navi kind of come out super, super strong here in this series.
mhm.
So we'll have to see what kind of Navi we get here in this losers bracket final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that series versus the Wobble Bobs, it was super duper entertaining, but I think it really does speak more so to the actual development of European Halo over the last year since we initially got our games, or at the very least, we got our hands on the game back during the tech preview in what was it, summer 2021, when we first actually got to start killing a couple of bots on live fire. God, it feels like that was actually just yesterday. That's how fast time has actually passed by, and especially since we had the kickoff major in Raleigh as well. The European Halo, at the very least, it has seen quite the resurgence in overall game sense, quality of the teams, quality of the players, because no longer do we actually have Ascend dominating outright all tier 1 competition anymore, but we actually have a healthy mixture of teams from those that are represented by actual organizations to those that are just a couple of lads that are just been brought together and like to play some Halo. But we do have the restart gone completely underway. Hopefully this time it won't be a proper or a false restart, I should say, and we can dive right into the action of Oddball on Live Fire. Surprisingly enough, we actually have no idea what the entire map veto is, so we're just going to be going into this one blindly, and we'll see exactly which battlegrounds we end up visiting a little bit later on after this one. But for now, things are getting hot and heavy as Zed Mighty's taking out that signature S7 once again.
Yeah, we all know how strong Mighties can be with a sniper, and with the overshield about to pop, we see Jimbo on it. You'd assume Na'Vi should be able to get its overshield, but again, a bit of contention from the A side, and
Whee!
2 players go down on Na'Vi, and Mighty does get a kill tower, but it looks like that overshield might go to the side of Dopamine, and as a result of that, you see Respectful grab that ball. So, a strong start here from Dopamine. Mighty's on the other side of the map with that sniper. We're gonna have to see if he can maybe start to rotate around the map and get a few angles on these players, but it looks like Lunny might be trying to push out this green area, maybe force a rotation for Dopamine with this oddball.
Yeah, either force a rotation or just exert even more pressure and try to really milk the value out of that overshield for as long as humanly possible. But we are going to be rotating the oddball over towards green and potentially down bridge. I'm not exactly sure, but at this certain stage, you know for a fact that Navi are going to start enclosing on their very position, and you really want to have the opportunity to reset that oddball in case things get too hot. I believe they may have gone for a premature reset because the oddball is back down in the basement.
Yeah, maybe not as much time as you'd like to see from Dopamine, considering they got that overshield. But 22 seconds to start the game, definitely a solid start from them. But we see Navi now with the ball on the move, and Jimbo with the heat wave as well. And you'd assume he's probably going to try pass that off to one of his teammates, and that's 3 dead now on the side of Dopamine. And this could be a chance here for Navi to start closing that scoreline.
Yeah, definitely. So Overshield is going to be back up as well in about 15 seconds. Dopamine trying to maintain control over the dummies, but it's a futile effort because So Snaky is right there to shut them down. And now Snipe Drone is going to join in on the fun as well. So they've got all the control that they realistically need to continue racking up points and potentially even surpass the scoreline of Dopamine. With the smoke being dropped off, this OS is completely free for Snaky, and he's in the prime position to take the fight directly to Dopamine.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Narvik maybe utilize this overshield a little bit better, maybe rack up some more points than we saw Dopamine able to. And with 2 dead now on the side of Dopamine, 1 player just spawning, you'd assume this could be a really, really good opportunity for Navi to rack up some points. But Mighties does get taken down on the A plat, and Dopamine putting some pressure on Big Door, and Jimbo does a good job fighting it off. And one thing you'll see from both these teams is they're both just so objectively efficient with rotating this oddball, and I expect to see a lot of very, very strong rotations here from both teams. But Navi seem to hold off the push, and Snipe Drone with that ball now should be a great chance to extend that lead.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of controlling Dopamine spawn so far. They are really struggling to actually get proper progression down the map. And despite the fact that Navi are quite spread out, Jimbo, though, on an island all by himself, he's going to go down over towards that commando spawn, which could have been ill-advised to just play your life like that. But it may or may not have been a worthy sacrifice because at the end of the day, well, Dopamine, they were kind of preoccupied with him for a good 10 to 15 seconds, which can just translate into raw points alone. But Dopamine, they get their hands back on the skull again. So Navi, they're going to be playing back from square one to reclaim this OBJ.
Yeah, and we saw Mighty's off screen able to grab another sniper rifle. And, if you look at the scoreboard, maybe a little bit slow for both teams. No one really standing out in terms of the slays, and you can see that's kind of reflected in the oddball score. But we'd like, if some of these players can start putting these power weapons to use, the like of Mighty's with a sniper
Like
rifle. And as
that.
I say that, he hits a big shot there, and he gets the double kill on Gimbo. Looks like he's looking for a triple, but he is getting flanked. Can he hit a shot on Respectful? Nearly gets the triple. And we see just how dangerous these players can be with these power weapons. If they can start to hit some of these shots, the score can rack up very, very quickly. And we see, despite those shots from the Mighties, Dopamine do get away with the ball again, doing such a good job with that OBJ efficiency.
It was a really, really reactive play actually coming out from Dopamine as well, because the moment that we saw Mighty's name pop up twice inside of the kill feed, the ball was already chucked off the corner of the map as well. And Dopamine were more than willing to go back for the reset as well, because they realized, yeah, with 2 players already down to that S7 and a BR cleanup, there is no way we're going to win out this favorable engagements. Now, Respectful, though, he's being lit the hell up, but they're going to deal with Mighty's primary nuisance right over there. And Dopamine once again resetting the oddball, but this time they're in the driver's seat. They got a 3-point lead to work with, but they all fall. A full team wipe. So now Navi, they get away with that skull scot-free.
Yeah, I love that play from Dopamine, almost making that overshield obsolete, the way they just rotated the ball away from the overshield and able to play that. And in the end, the overshield not having too much of an impact, but as you say that, they kind of went 4 dead as a result, and Jimbo now top tower with a sniper rifle. And if he can hit some of these shots here, this could be some time racking up. He nearly gets the kill on Lunny, puts down the shroud screen. Good job here by Jimbo to milk his life top tower, but he is taking down. There's a lot of very scrappy fights going down here tower, and whoever comes out on top could be the team that really starts to extend that lead. And he's got 2 dead now, 3 dead on the side of Dopamine, and Navi already with a 20-point lead, looking like it's going to go even higher.
Yeah, this is total domination coming out from Navi right now. Dopamine, they are, well, basically miles and worlds away, an entirely different postal code. But as I say that, here comes Kimbo with the plasma pistol, lines up the charge shot, and deals with the OBJ player as well. But where's the rest of the squad? Because he is all on his lonesome playing from the bottom of Sniper Tower. They're trying to assume and reassume control of that mid side. Snow Snaky will shut down Respectful at the very darn least, but that oddball needs to be touched relatively soon before it does eventually get reset. And I believe that's Lunny just being flung off the map as well. Despite Dopamine's efforts, it is still all Na'Vi every single day. 88 points and counting. This may be curtains right now in, well, the first round.
Yeah, we've seen two really scrappy team fights in a row around this tower area, but it seems like both times Na'Vi able to come out on top, and as a result, it looks like Mighty should close out the round. He gets
Oh,
taken out on 99, but you'd
hold
assume,
on.
unless it's a miracle here, Na'Vi should be able to close out the round. Lunny heroically trying to rotate that ball away, and he gets the kill on Snipe Drone, and could he get the double? Nearly gets the kill on Snaky, but the overshield is still up, so if Dopamine could somehow grab this, maybe a chance to make this round a little bit competitive, but with
Oh,
Snaky
this is
grabbing
it.
the overshield, yeah, you'd assume that should be the round. He's electing to slay first, which I like, but he is getting melted a little bit, so not quite over yet this round one.
A little bit greedy trying to farm those exit frags here and there, and somehow oh wait, I just saw the skull icon actually turn red for a frame right there, and then suddenly it was gone as well. Somehow, despite all the odds, Dopamine are actually able to keep this first round of Oddball alive. Missed opportunities for Navi to actually close this one off. Potentially greed, potentially just events not lining up the way that they anticipated. But for now, Dopamine, they can continue to put up points right here and start to make Navi sweat.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see perfect Halo from Dopamine. And Lunny rotates the ball away to the AR
Ooh.
window, and maybe still doable. He looks like huge rotations from Dopamine, but
Oh,
as you'd
that's 3K.
expect, Navi, yeah, they close out that round one, but Dopamine doing a really good job there making it competitive. And like we kind of highlighted, the oddball rotations from both teams kind of enabling them to kind of make those slays almost irrelevant in some situations. Be a really, really tight round one.
Yeah, definitely so. And if round two is going to play out in any way, shape, or form like the first, then things are definitely going to get a little bit more competitive on top of that. I did really, really like what I saw from Dopamine in terms of actually going for the oddball resets towards green, because it is a little bit of a strategy that has fallen out of favor, unfortunately enough. Like back in the day, we obviously started off with playing that oddball over towards the sniper tower. It slowly but surely progresses. The meta got redefined inside of A and lobby, and then it has basically, we haven't really seen a whole lot of play for the oddball over towards green in recent months at the very least. It's just not as popular as it once was, but Dopamine making good use of that strategy. But unfortunately enough, they couldn't quite close off that first round. I am getting confirmation that we do have a slight little technical issue, so it is going to be a couple of moments before we can hop into that second round of oddball, but still outcasted. It has been relatively close so far, and hell, it's still early days between these two squads.
Yeah, like I said, very unfortunate with the game crash there, but I like what I saw from both teams there in that round one. I think, as you'd expect, maybe Na'Vi the stronger slaying team, and we kind of saw that just kind of give them the
Mhm,
towards the end of the round. But Dopamine, obviously, we look at all very talented slayers on that team, but also kind of just
mhm,
showing their objective efficiency there in that round. Like we saw such strong oddball rotations from Dopamine, and that's what they're going to need. If they can combine that kind of objective efficiency with those rotations with a few more slays, I think we've seen more than enough to think that maybe Dopamine could hang with Navi in this oddball game. And we all know that Navi's such a strong oddball team, so for them to kind of stay that competitive in that kind of first round, I like what I saw from Dopamine, but we got to see a little bit more from them. And one thing I was a little bit surprised about is maybe not so as effective use of the sniper rifle as you'd expect from some of the players. We did
yeah.
see Mighty's nearly hit a really nice triple kill, but apart from that, I think both you could argue is it both teams maybe doing a good job at angling themselves away, or is it maybe a few players missing a few uncharacteristic shots? But
Mhm.
either way, very 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 competitive round one, and I'm excited to get back into it as soon as we can.
Yeah, as am I. We are currently just getting things set up on the back end, so it shouldn't be all too long until we can, well, continue the rest of this opening map for Oddball as well. But yeah, on the subject of that sniper rifle, at the very least, like we have seen Mighty's been able to land a few screamers over the course of this evening as well. But just on average, in general, it has been a little bit more of a tough weapon to use, because naturally it did see a ridiculous buff overall to it's all ridiculous buff. I think it was a couple of patches ago, and then it was like quickly nerfed on top of that just because it was a little bit too strong as well. And now it is in a bit more of a balanced state as well. But realistically speaking, for people that are playing on sticks, it's I'm from the PC side of things at the very least. So I can easily just magnetize onto people's head because I'm freaking good at the game like that. But using the S7 to land headshots when it happens, it's super duper crisp, but that isn't really the primary utilization of that gun either way. It's just strip shields, go for easy cleanups, assume map control as fast as humanly possible. And Navi have been doing a brilliant job of that. Something that Dopamine need to take out of their book and try to exploit with this next round of oddball for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like you said, I mean, the sniper rifle as well, it can kind of depend on the situation. Like, obviously, it seemed like a lot of the time when Mighty's found that sniper rifle, he always had to kind of use it to try break a setup. And I think, if you kind of find yourself with that sniper, like we saw Jimbo top tower, and you're in a kind of position where you're holding down an area and the enemy has to push you, maybe it gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of predict those pushes and hit a few of those shots. But I expect both teams to be able to kind of put that to use. And yeah, I mean, in terms of the whole series. Have you got a general prediction for a scoreline based on maybe seeing a little bit of that first round? Does it change your prediction at all?
I think it is safe to say that Navi should walk away quite convincing, not convincingly nor comfortably, but they should walk away with this opening map of Oddball, given the fact that we actually don't know. Actually, yeah, speaking of which, would we be able to potentially get the graphic for our actual map veto map mode combination so we can actually take a look at that now that we have a little bit of downtime to work with? If so, then we can actually dive in and analyze the rest of the map veto and see exactly what we're going to be working with, because that's something that we just completely skipped and forgot to talk about. We just kind of jumped straight into the action as well. But depending on what maps and modes we will have on screen in a couple of moments, we'll be able to just actually dive a little bit more deeper into the overall details of things. But me personally, I'm backing Navi because I really, really want to see that grand final rematch between themselves and Quadrant. And not necessarily because of the fact that I want to see Navi get absolutely gobsmacked yet again by Quadrant, but because of the fact that the narrative moving into this particular tournament is so damn strong, with these two teams having faced in the qualifier for this 4K tournament just 2 weeks ago. And the first time that they actually met, well, it was Navi that were able to force out the issue and force out a grand final reset. But ultimately, it was Quadrant that took the W at the end of the day, if memory serves me correctly. I might be wrong about that. No, I had it backwards again. God dang it. No, it was Quadrant that forced out the grand final reset, with Navi then being able to claim victory in the reset itself. So, with that history already basically set in stone, it felt uncharacteristic of Navi to have actually suffered that 3-0 loss just earlier this evening, because we know that a roster like Navi is capable of so much more, but they just need to basically fast forward that calibration phase and be able to put up a good fight right from the moment they come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know if it's too early to call this, but I feel like we could potentially, at least so far up until this series, be seeing a little bit of an off day from Navi. I think for them to go to a game five of a roster like Wobble Bobs, and obviously we saw Wobble Bobs lose to Dopamines and finishing in fourth place. So for them to go to a game five with them, I think a little bit uncharacteristic. And like you said, maybe carrying that on to lose 3-0 to Quadrant also maybe a little bit uncharacteristic. So I don't think it'd be too crazy to maybe say we might be seeing a bit of a slow day so far from Navi, but all it can take is putting a few games together, and like you said, you'd expect them to be able to beat a team like Dopamine, and if they could win this series in a convincing fashion, maybe carry that momentum onto the next series against Quadrant, we
Yeah.
know that Navi are more than capable of causing a kind of bracket reset and winning those series. And when both
Mhm.
teams are firing, we Quadrant and Navi, the games can be so tight. So I'm still definitely holding out kind of hope for Navi in the hopes of winning this tournament in a whole. And I think
Yeah.
despite that winners bracket final, we know Navi are
Mhm.
capable of playing a lot better than that. But yeah, it seems like we do now have the maps and modes on the screen. Is there anything there that maybe stands out to you?
Ooh, let's go ahead and actually take a look at this. So, we do have Aquarius Slayer, and I am just not a fan of Aquarius at all. CTF, sure, but I find Slayer to be relatively boring on the particular map. But it is going to be a confirmed 2 out of 3 maps. After that, we are going to have King of the Hill on Street, which does get really, really fun, does get super duper antsy. And then CTF Argyle is our 4th map, and Slayer on Pit is our 5th, should we ultimately need it towards the very, very tail end of this best of 5 series. So at the very least, Oddball on Live Fire, it's a goddamn classic. It is absolutely perfect. If you ask me, it is like peak Halo Infinite for the time being. Maybe a little bit biased as a caster, but that's just who I am. King of the Hill Streets, super duper fun. Has the spanker, has the stalker rifle, has sense of asymmetry, which really does force out those rotations, and it forces you to be extraordinarily mobile as a squad altogether, which I do really enjoy an aspect of. And then CTF on Argyle, that is where Navi ran into a couple of issues a little bit earlier in the evening because they couldn't close it off in regulation. And a Wubba Bobs, they basically caught Navi with their pants around their ankles in overtime as well. So that's where I start to get a little bit nervous for Navi. Should we even need a fourth game this evening between them and Dopamine?
Yeah, I mean, looking at those game types, like you said, the thing that really stands out to me is it seems like game one, two, and three are very fast-paced game types. And I think for a team like Navi, who you'd expect to be the superior, more practiced team, I really think those three game types could favor them. But then as we get to the game four and the five of the series, we look at that Argyle CTF, we look at that Pit Team Slayer or Empyrean Team Slayer as it's now known.
Yeah,
Those two game types are a lot more slow-paced, a lot more kind of stop and start awkward, and like
very.
you mentioned already, we already saw Navi struggle on that Argyle CTF, and I
Mhm.
think for me, if I'm seeing a kind of Dopamine road to victory in this series, I think if they can just take one of these first three game types,
Yeah.
then they're guaranteed to make it to that game four. And I think Argyle CTF, like we already saw Navi struggle earlier, they're more than
Mhm.
capable of winning that. And then obviously that would force the game five. And once you get to an Empyrean Team Slayer, you've got players like Respectful and Kimbo with that sniper. You can slow the game down to a snail's pace. I think
Mhm.
Dopamine definitely capable of kind of winning that. So I
Yeah.
think if I'm gonna see Dopamine win the series, like I say, I think it's probably gonna be in 5 games. But I think if Navi can kind of start strong and carry on strong, I think they're more than capable of kind of winning the series 3-0.
Definitely so. And even when it comes to Empyrean Slayer, that is one of those map mode combinations that we actually saw Navi have a lot of success on versus a Wubba Bobs because that was the very final game of that particular best of five series. And it was Navi that was able to get a head start. And then, just as you alluded to, be able to dictate the pace of the entire pit match on top of that, to the point that a Wubba Bobs, they were, because of the fact that they were lacking and there was a gap in terms of raw kill count that they had to close off, they were always forced to be the aggressors, falling into Navi's traps more often than not. And the longer that Empyrean Slayer continues to draw out, the more that timer is going to effectively start working as a fifth player in your favor, which is exactly what Navi were able to achieve just earlier this evening. So even if this technically goes to a fifth game, by some miracle, Dopamine are able to get themselves 2 games over the course of these next 4, they should be really, really scared and strategically prepared to deal with.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Pit Team Slayer can be one of those game types where it can be almost over before it's even began. Sometimes you have a bad start, the other team gets a sniper, and suddenly you're getting spawn killed. You're down 8-9 kills, and we kind of saw that at the HCS Charlotte event. Some of the score lines we saw in that Empyrean Slayer game type were just the disparity would just be so insane sometimes. So if it can get to that game five, I think both teams would probably be a little bit nervous about potentially losing. And obviously, you're already going to be quite nervous in the game five in the losers bracket final. So I'd love to see that happen, but I think if I'm kind of leaning more towards what I think is more likely to happen, I think Navi, if they can play up to their potential, should be able to take this series 3-0, 3-1. But like I say, I'm assuming this oddball is still taking place maybe in the background as we've not got back into the lobby yet. So we might maybe be getting into game two next. So we'll have to see who could take that game one. But
Yeah.
yeah. As we saw from the first round of oddball, though, very, very competitive. So
Yeah.
I'm still not quite sure who's going to take that game one.
Yeah, it is going to be really, really tough to call, but we are just getting an update from production that the third round of Oddball is actually ongoing right now, as Dopamine was able to take and secure the second round. So currently the scoreline is 1-1, but because of the fact that we had an observer crash, it means that we do not actively have eyes on the action. So we are unfortunately going to cut to a short little break for the time being. We're going to let Oddball Live Fire play out in the background, but obviously keep in mind that if you actually do want to watch the action, most of the players are doing their own POV streams as well, so you can search through the Halo Infinite category yourself. But we will cut to a short little break, and when we return, it's going to be Slayer on Aquarius. Stay tuned.
First things first.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for bearing with us, but we can hop right back into the action. As things stand right now, well, the rest of the oddball matchup did have to conclude off screen, but it is Navi that was able to win it out 2-1. They obviously did give it their all side of Dopamine, but they weren't able to close things off on Oddball Live Fire. But now we're going to be prancing along over towards Aquarius Slayer. This should be relatively basic. This should be the bread and butter for Navi, but it is definitely a map where Dopamine can put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah,
do join the double digits club, as they also hit 10 kills so far. Sizzle Sticks doing God's work and just harassing Snow Snakey. He will eventually be cleaned up on top of that. But Na'Vi still remain in full control. But this team shot, this team fight goes in Dopamine's favor, and that's exactly what they need to do. Buddy up and move together as a pack.
yeah, no, for sure. And we saw Mighties in the grand final, I think it was last week, drop 20 kills on an Aquarius Slayer to win the tournament. And he's already on form to maybe do that again here, already at 8 kills in the Slayer game. But despite Na'Vi having such a strong start with that camouflage, we've seen Dopamine do a really, really good job of kind of bringing the game back and keeping it close. And it's now tied at around 17 kills. And as I say, that huge shot grenades by Respectful, and this could be a chance here for Dopamine to take the lead. And they're cleaning out Na'Vi, and that's 3 dead now on the side of Na'Vi. Jimbo, the last player alive in blue base, and you expect them to get cleaned up as well. And it seems like Na'Vi could be on staggered spawns now. And are Dopamine going to keep the pressure on, try to rack up this advantage, or are they going to elect maybe slow the game down?
I'm not exactly sure what they're going to elect to do. I am having a slight little issue with my feed for the time being, so I'm going to have to sort that out.
Seems like Lunny here does get taken down card free by Mighties, and Mighties already at 10 kills in this game. And his team is down to 4 kills at the moment, but if Mighties can keep up this slaying perform he is at the moment, you'd expect eventually that score to even out. Jimbo having a bit of a slow game here, currently 1 and 6. He has got quite a lot of assists, so not the worst game from him, but a player of Jimbo's caliber, you'd expect him to start picking up those slays eventually. And Mighties 12 kills. I'm so impressed with Mighties, and I think we were talking about Mose earlier being one of the X factors for his team, and I think Mighty's almost, you could argue, is one of the X factors for his team. His skill ceiling is just so high that if he's playing at his full potential, he's almost unstoppable sometimes.
100%. And I mean, at the end of the day, his performance over the course of this evening has only been going in a very, very positive direction. Is the kind of trend that we do really, really love to see. I did mention it at the start of that Awaba Bobs. I was not very impressed with what Mighty's actually had to offer, but since then, he has consistently been one of the top fraggers for this Na'Vi roster, just finding impact where it's necessary, creating space, and just overall locking things down the most. And he's been absolutely paramount for this roster, so much so to the point that he is nearly got an equal amount of frags to the rest of his squad with 12, nearly 13 to his name. But he will be taken down. Respectful will claim that, in Dopamine, well, for the first time right here on Aquarius, they have a lead of their own, so much so that there is a gap of 5 kills that Na'Vi are now tasked with closing off.
Yeah, Dopamine's super, super impressive in this tournament and in this series. For that, we saw how good they were last series, and for them to be beating a team like Na'Vi on an Aquarius team Slayer, definitely maybe one of, you'd assume, Na'Vi's stronger maps. A small arena-sized map. We've seen how good they are on Aquarius CTF, and for a 6-kill lead at the moment. And Jimbo, obviously, we hate to highlight it with the 7 assists, but he is currently 2 and 10, and for a player of Jimbo's caliber, you'd like to see him pick it up. And, it's only a 5-kill deficit, so if Jimbo can start racking up some of those kills and winning some of those 1v1s, definitely more than doable this comeback. And as we say that, he does get a kill, and he picks up the thruster pack. And you see he's got the shock nades in the back pocket, shocking those spawns. Now only down 2 kills on the side of Na'Vi. These next few moments could be huge.
Yeah, Na'Vi, well, they have 2 options: to either be a little bit more proactive or to take a much more conservative approach. But Dopamine, they want to try and set the pace themselves and try to take the fight directly over towards Na'Vi. And, well, they should more or less be ready for it, as Jimbo adds another to the tally with those HEs on top of that. And suddenly, Dopamine are starting to actually falter. They lose out on 3 players. Kimbo now rejoining the game alongside Clonely and Respectful after staring at that respawn screen for a little bit too long. And Mighty's is going to pummel down Lunny. Well, he had his brass knuckles on with a left-right. It is good night on top of that. And it's all tied up in a blood-soaked bow. 38 kills apiece. And as I say that, Snipe Drone smacks down Kimbo on top of that. But Respectful back with 1 more.
Yeah, for me, Dopamine as the big underdogs in this series, we're gonna have to see them win this game too. For them to go 2-0 down against a team like Na'Vi, I just think it's gonna be too insurmountable of a deficit. So I think these next few moments here could be huge for Dopamine's tournament life. If they can clutch up in this Slayer and win this game, I think this could just change the whole outlook of the series. And we see Clonely here being aggressive on Mighty's. Mighty's on 17 kills, trying to get taken down, but does a really, really good job staying alive. It's now a 43-42 game, and the camo should have been up. I'm not sure if someone got away with that camo or if it was burned off screen. But if someone did get away with that camo, it looks like it might have been Respectful potentially with the camo, and here it is with the heat wave camo. And Respectful could win his team the game here with his weapons.
This is so dangerous. For Na'Vi, not for Dopamine. They are loving it, and their Snipe Drone going down to the hard light, but unfortunately enough for respectfully. He gets immediately traded off on top of that, but it is still even Steven and Navi. They do pull away with one, but this double piece coming out and
Oh
being
my.
secured by Lunny is just absolutely massive. Converts it into the 3-piece on top of that as he smacks down Snipe Drone. That is the lead secured for Dopamine. Now Navi officially on the back foot, and Lunny's got so much more to say about it. They put Dopamine 2 kills away after that entire endeavor.
No, huge plays by Lunny there, but it's a 48-48 game now, and every kill here is huge. It seems like Clonely Electrons play a little bit aggressive P1. He does call out Snipe Drone, but Lunny gets taken out. A big collapse here coming in from Navi, and Navi take the game. That is heartbreaking on the side of Dopamine, and really looked like Dopamine there with that camo heatwave and respectful. You really thought they might start to close out that game, but Navi clutching up there, being really hard kills in the back of the base, and they do collapse on those final players, and that's now 2-0 in the series to Navi. And we saw Mighty's there with such a strong game on that Slayer, dropping 19 kills and really carrying on from his form from last week.
Yeah, ridiculous performance coming out from Zed Mighties in this particular series so far, and just narrowly dropping the 20 bomb as well has been ridiculous. Just getting Navi over the finish line, and it got really sketchy, and it got really scary towards the very tail end when we saw no one else's but Lunny's name inside of the kill feed, securing a 3-piece right there. I thought to myself it could have been done and dusted right there, and Dopamine would have easily been able to tie up the score line, put it at 1-1 in this best of 5 series. But now their tournament lives are on the line. Dopamine, they cannot afford to make any mistakes whatsoever, otherwise they're going to be out.
Yeah, no, that is heartbreaking on the side of Dopamine. And you think for a team that is such an underdog in this series to narrowly lose out 2 games in a row, I think I'd probably expect Navi now, as unfortunate as it is, to close out this series 3-0. I mean, Dopamine have showed they're more than capable of hanging, but you just have to think it's got to be so heartbreaking for Dopamine to barely lose that game after looking to be in such a good position to close it out. And it's got to be a great feeling of your Jimbo to maybe have a bit of an unfortunate slow game, but to have a teammate like Mighty's drop 19 kills, and it seems like Mighty's might have found himself his new favorite game mode. It seems like the last 2 times we've watched him, he's dropped
Yeah.
nearly back-to-back 20 bombs. So,
Mhm.
huge plays from Mighty to kind of pick up there for his team, and it's looking like they can carry on to this game 3, which I think is looking like a Streets King of the Hill, if I remember correctly. I think,
Mhm.
you'd expect it should be a 3-0 for Navi.
By the looks of things and how well things have been shaping up so far this evening between these two squads, Navi, they are well on their merry way to have a rematch versus the side of Quadrant. At this certain point, Navi can basically just taste it. They are so damn close. All that really stands between them and getting a chance to secure and punch their ticket into that grind final is just one short little session to King of the Hill right now on Street. Speaking of which, you see in the background, at the very least, we do that the lobby has been started off, so it'll only be a few hot moments until we can see whether or not it's going to be curtains after this one for Dopamine, or if they can keep their run within the HCS 4K tourney alive for just a little bit longer. I'm stoked here. Dopamine, they have been on an absolute screamer over the course of this entire evening, but I have a feeling like they're not done yet.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see Dopamine maybe prove me a little bit wrong and show that they're kind of resilience as a team, and show that they can bounce back in this series. And like I kind of said before, looking at the game types, I think game 4 and 5 for Dopamine for me look like a really good opportunity for them to maybe get a few wins against Navi. So if they could win this game 3, obviously they have to stay alive in this tournament. I think game 4 and 5 for them are looking very good. So I hope Dopamine kind of keep their heads up and carry on grinding out those kind of kills. And I think if they can play at their full potential, we've seen they're capable of hanging with Navi, which is super impressive for them. But on the side of Navi, you think they're going to be full of confidence right now, clutching up that game. Mighty's got to be feeling good. And a game type like Streets King of the Hill, I think a very strong game type for Navi. So I could be very worrying here as a Dopamine fan.
Yeah, definitely so. You can already see Mighty's is, well, basically just taking it to the horses. He's already taking so much control, and now Dopamine, they're trying to reclaim the Spanker all to themselves. It has yet to be touched by either one of these players, but the smoke goes down, and it does seem as if Dopamine actually get away with the rocket launchers. Now Kimbo is looking for a couple of victims to press mouse 1 on for the time being, and that is about like the worst outcome. You spend 1 rocket on a player who already had his shield stripped, and you go down yourself. That's a yikes for me, bro.
Yeah, definitely maybe unfortunate or ineffective use of the rockets there, and as a result, we now see Snaky picking up that remaining rocket, and can he put it to good use? He does find Kimbo alone, and looking to maybe challenge his players back here. I don't think he expected there to be so many, but he's doing a really good job here milking his life, and you see Snipe Drone off-screen coming in, maybe with a flank, but really good job there by Snaky to milk his life, and as a result, Na'Vi on the other side of the map racking up a little bit of time, but Kimbo with a team push there, and it looks like Dopamine wiping out the Na'Vi players on this B side, and this could be a chance for them to start rack up some points. Kimbo there shooting the shroud screen towards driveway, blocking off the angle. I like that use from the shroud screen from Kimbo.
Yeah, 100%. Really, really good stuff to reestablish control on the side of Dopamine as well. They have nearly surpassed Navi on the progress bar for this particular hero. They continue to duke things out over towards mid, but Lunny's days are surely numbered. He gets shut down on the turnaround on top of that. Mighty's now trying to duke things out versus Clonely and will, well, rise victorious and walk away relatively unscathed from that particular affair, but it is still a blue hill for Dopamine right here, and Navi, they are struggling to get feet planted on this hill.
Yeah, no, Navi definitely struggling, but it's been quite a close start to the game, and I think both teams can be happy with the start, but we're definitely going to have to see one team taking trouble. So my feed has just currently frozen, so I'm struggling, but I just came back as I said that. Great timing. And yeah, Snaky having a good start to the game here at 5-2, and neither team having too many standout performers in terms of slays so far, but it seems like one of the players off screen has found herself a Stalker Rifle, and that is Snaky, but the Rockets are still down bottom mid, and be interesting to see which player can scoop those rockets up. Seems like a Na'Vi player might be able to get those rockets, and with rockets and a Stalker Rifle now in the hands of Na'Vi, you'd really expect them to be able to cap this B hill. But Lanny with a huge grenade on Mighties.
Yeah, I was going to expect that that would have been another lockout coming out from Na'Vi the moment that they got their hands on that rocket launcher as well as on it as well. But now, with Na'Vi basically being a stone's throw away from locking in this first hill, yeah, Dopamine, the alarms are starting to sound off. They really need to get 2 feet planted on it, to say the very darn least. But right now, that progress bar might as well just be completely filled up for Na'Vi if Zed Mighties can actually just confirm it and lock it in. There we go. Now they can let out a sigh of relief because they have the score advantage right over here. I'm going to be moving back in towards the lobby to see if Dopamine can maybe tie things up as they try to reestablish map control, but they're just getting shut down left, right, and center by Navi.
Yeah, no, 3 dead on the side of Dopamine now, and Snipe Drone takes out Clonely as well, and it seems like the momentum, as you might expect from that game too, is definitely switched into the hands of Navi, and we saw a huge play by Mighties to cap that hill B. He just seemed to barely kind of sneak into that hill and finish off the last bit of progress to secure the cap, and now Navi got such a solid setup here. Snipe Drone playing very aggressive through the middle with a shotgun. You'd expect him to get taken out, but Respectful getting melted, and Snipe Drone finishes the kill, and such huge plays by Snipe Drone here, just being so annoying around this kind of cuts area on purple, just popping up with a shotgun. He does get taken as I say that, but as a result of Snipe Drone being so annoying, Snaky has just racked up so much progress on this C hill, it's basically almost capped.
Yeah, definitely so. Dopamine, they are not even really part of the conversation for this second hill at all. I mean, Navi have been doing such a brilliant job of controlling their spawns over the course of this entire map. Smoke is going to prompt Snipe Drone to go for that second Spanker pickup on top of that as well. And now at this certain stage, they're just sort of delaying the inevitable a little bit. But yeah, go ahead and lock it in, Snaky. Navi, they are firmly in the lead, and Dopamine are yet to get themselves on the score or leaderboard, despite the fact that they are just narrowly trailing Navi in the slaying and fragging department in terms of raw kills. That is not how the score line for the OBJ is reflecting it at all whatsoever, but favorable spawns come out for Dopamine. They can just sit on that PD hill for as long as humanly possible and try to really build up progress.
Yeah, the good thing here for Dopamine is that this PD hill does chain quite nicely into the 4th hill, so if Dopamine could carry on racking up these kills and cap this hill, it's a very, very short distance to rotate to that 4th hill. So, King of the Hill, luckily for this team, it can be a game type that has a lot of comeback potential. So, if Dopamine can keep their head in this game, keep racking up these kills, definitely a really, really big opportunity here for them. But Mighties does find himself with a Stalker Rifle here on purple, and if he could put this to good use, he could really start crushing the dreams of Dopamine, and he gets a huge kill on Clonely with a Stalker Rifle switch, and if he can stay alive here back A, he's been so annoying here, as he's just doing so much presence on this top tower. He's just popping up, putting down shots, and 2 dead now on the side of Dopamine, and you'd expect Na'Vi can maybe start racking up some time here soon, but for them, there's no rush to get in this hill. They're 2-0 up in the game, so there's definitely no rush for Mighties to do anything risky.
No, all he really needs to do is just prove to be an unscratchable headache at the back of Dopamine's brains. They are so damn close to confirming and locking in a hill for themselves, but they are just being shut down before they can even really lock in this last point. And now Navi, they're going to start building up that progress bar themselves. Mighty's was absolutely instrumental to allowing and enabling this to actually happen for Navi, just proving to be an absolute nuisance and draining Dopamine's clock was realistically speaking, all that he needed to accomplish, and he did exactly that. Snaky will be traded off yet again. The Spanker will be picked up by Mighty's on top of that, so now you can cut off the rotation by this ramp side and ensure that that hill stays red.
Yeah, this must be so frustrating for Dopamine. They're so close to capping that BD hill, but as you say, Mighty's finds himself the rockets, and if Dopamine aren't careful here, this hill could very, very quickly start to go the other way, and that's 3 dead now on the side of Dopamine, and Lunny, last guy alive, and he gets taken out as well, so the hill now halfway capped for Na'Vi, and it looks like Dopamine, it would look so good a second ago, but they've probably only got one more push left to try to stop this BD hill, or they're going to be down 3-0 in this game.
It's not happening. It seems as if Na'Vi are going to lock in their third point right here. They have just captured lightning in a bottle and gotten away with daylight robbery. Dopamine were just a few seconds away from finally getting themselves that first point. But Na'Vi had something to say about it and swept the rug from underneath their feet right there. Brilliant plays coming out from Mighty's and Co. with So Snaky leading the charts, 17 kills to his name. And Dopamine are just not having a fun time, but Respectful is finally going to get away with the frag onto Snipe Drone as well to maintain control of that top lobby side. And now we do see a little bit of blue painting the kill feed, but Dopamine need much more than that to get this one done.
We're going to have to see some near perfect Halo from Dopamine here if they have any chance of bringing this game back. 2 minutes left on the game clock, so definitely still doable. And they're already nearly halfway capped on this purple hill. So if Dopamine could have a clean hold here on purple, they still have about 1 minute and 45 seconds left to maybe start that bottom mid hill. But the only scary thing for Dopamine is even if you do cap this purple hill, that bottom mid hill is so, so difficult to capture.
Yeah, it is quite the nightmare to be able to capture that bottom mid hill over by the Spanker spawn. And the moment that you get this hill under your belt, you have to do that twice more just to potentially force out overtime so that you ensure that Stronghold Streets, or King of the Hill Streets, excuse me, is not your final event in this tournament, your final map of Halo played in this 4K series altogether. Dopamine, they've got to give it their all over here, but now they have to try to deal with Jimbo. He's got the Bulldog in his back pocket and live intel to work with on top of that. Dopamine spawns by that lobby side are going to try to, well, potentially go back up the ramp, but the spawns are so unfavorable. But at this time, you don't have any, well, 3 kills coming out from Navi in the blink of an eye. It looks like it's wraps for Dopamine.
Yeah, no, huge performance here from Na'Vi, and we kind of worried for Dopamine after that game 2 loss that maybe that could be just a little bit too much of an insurmountable kind of comeback for them to win 3 games on the bounce. And we see again Mighty's going +9 in this game, kind of carrying on his performance from the last game, and Snaky as well having a huge, huge performance there. It just seemed like the slaying power of Na'Vi in that game was just too much for them, and we saw some signs of life from Dopamine in that game and throughout the series really, but it just seemed like that game 2 loss for Dopamine after looking so, so close to a victory was kind of
Yeah.
nailing the coffin for their hopes. But for Dopamine, just speak about them briefly. For them to place third in this tournament above the likes of Jailings and the Wobba Bobs, I think that's a really big achievement for them. Probably not expected by a few people. So I think they can kind of take the positives from this tournament, go back and work on a
Mhm.
few things. And they've definitely shown in that series they can be competitive with Navi on multiple game modes. So
Yeah.
I think not the worst performance from them, but Navi as you'd expect in the end with the 3-0 victory. And for them to get a 3-0 victory in a losers final, I think that's going to be the kind of confidence they need to have any hopes of taking down Quadrant.
Yeah, definitely. For the lads on the side of Dopamine, and with a couple of players being part of the ex Blackhand roster as well, this is still a massive achievement for what is relatively a fresh roster at the end of the day, going up against a reformed Navi, finishing third in one of the first open tournaments that we have within the EU region altogether for 2023. It is really, really solid, and they were able to truly put up a fight against Navi. And if that opening match of oddball would have gone a little bit differently, then potentially we could have seen it play out on CTF Argyle and even Empyrean Slayer on top of that. But that is sadly all in a different and alternate timeline for the time being. The one that we currently live in, it is Quadrant versus Navi in the grand final. And that game is going to be coming up in just a few short minutes. So don't go anywhere.
Hey, you!
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has dawned upon us. It's grand finals time, baby. We've got Navi and we have got Quadrant duking it out for a whopping 1,500 USD prize pool in the HCS 4K tourney. My name is Two Doors. Alongside myself, I've got none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Outcasted, bro. It's a grand final best of 7 that we've got right ahead of us. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm excited. It's nice to be able to cast the grand final. Definitely, it's a super exciting series, and to see the kind of two titans of EU Halo, Quadrant and Navi go at it. Obviously, Navi winning the most recent grand final we saw, and maybe a little bit surprising considering the kind of state of the season. You'd maybe still say Quadrant kind of had to have had the better of Navi throughout the season, but we'd like to see. I'm sure Quadrant. Seems like might have had one of the players crash, unfortunately, so we just got to quickly end the game. But yeah, as I was saying, Quadrant would love to get their revenge here on Navi for losing that most recent final. We saw Mighty's drop a 20 kill bomb in a Team Slayer Game 5 to kind of close that out. But
Yeah.
you'd still probably, me personally, I'd still maybe tip my favoritism or my kind of prediction towards Quadrant. They've just looked so strong throughout the season that, and
Yeah,
obviously, Navi having to win 2 best of 7s, you think it's such a tall mountain to climb. But Navi just coming off with a nice hot 3-0, definitely more than possible if they played up to their potential.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 4 months into the annual season so far, and we can take this entire storyline as far back as we realistically want to. But let's just focus on the proceedings for this particular year in regional competitions. Obviously, Quadrant, they just took flawless 3-0 a little bit earlier this evening, knocking Navi down into the lower bracket, and that's how they were able to climb their way back up into this grand final. In the qualifier for the 4K tourney just 2 weeks ago, it was Navi that ultimately took the W after, well, getting forced into a grand final reset on top of that. So mathematically speaking, the last 2 to 3 weeks of most recent play, it is still Quadrant that mathematically outright beats them in terms of map wins when we take today's earlier victory into account as well. But if we take a little bit of a look further back into the Charlotte Major kickoff tournament for this year as well, the qualifiers for that, it was nothing but Quadrant Station. They were able to claim a whopping 6 maps in total versus the measly 1 that Navi have been able to put up. Since then, though, Navi, they have certainly come a really far way to try to redefine themselves as the boss and the top dog within EU. But at this certain stage, moving into the grand final, the gloves are off, bro. It's going to be a bare knuckle brawl.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think when this Quadrant team was first formed, I think a lot of us looked at it and thought this could be the kind of EU super squad, the EU God squad. You finally have the likes of Legend and Seeker teaming up with 2 other French players that can finally have that kind of full French communication flowing, no kind of awkward language barriers. And, T-Chick on that Quadrant roster and SLG both look so strong in their own right. And for Navi to kind of form a roster of their own, which looks so strong and able to compete, it's a big testament to their ability and how improved they are. But it's still just such a difficult team to beat, and it's nice to have 2 kind of top EU teams able to push each other to the limit and hopefully kind of progress the EU scene as a whole. But it's always a really good match when these guys play each other. Maybe a bit of a variation in play styles between the 2 teams. With the likes of Snipe Drone on the roster, we can sometimes see maybe Navi slow things down a little bit. They kind of have that flexibility in terms of play style. But on the likes of Quadrant, they just have so many super aggressive players. The likes of Legend just always go, putting down that damage, taking those 1v1s. So,
yeah,
it's always interesting to see the kind of clash of those different play styles come to fruition and how it kind of plays out in different game modes. But like you said, Quadrant probably in most people's favorites for this final, especially considering how strong they looked earlier in that winners bracket final, taking that 3-0. But Navi, they've had a bit of time to kind of bounce back in that losers bracket, winning 3-0 against Dopamine in the losers bracket final. So you'd expect Navi to be more than warmed up, and with a recharge oddball game 1, it's usually quite a drawn out game. So this could be a good chance for both teams to kind of show what they're made of and really kind of put down a marker in this game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, for the side of Navi, there is one serious issue that they have to address, and that is Legend. I said this a little bit earlier in the cast when these 2 teams did meet up with one another in the upper bracket final at the time, but Legend has got a target on his back, and you have got to make him priority number 1 because he is public enemy number 1 for Navi to deal with. Man has been super duper close, just narrowly edging out a dirty 30 consistently in the slaying department over the course of multiple maps. collapse up until this point, getting dirty 20 bombs very, very easily, and just outright being the brunt of the spear for this Quadrant side. And if you are unable to deal with Legend, then you are just going to be in for a world of hurt and a world of pain on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we saw Legend in Charlotte, even against some of these top North American teams, when he's in his full kind of flow state, playing up to his potential, he's nearly unstoppable. When the game one has started, we're just hoping we can quickly switch to the gameplay any second now for you guys. But yeah, like you said, Legend, when he's at his kind of full potential, he's just nearly unstoppable. And I'd say maybe the closest thing on the side of Na'Vi to kind of compete with Legend is Mighty's. We know when Mighty's is playing up to his full potential as well, he can be kind of that wrecking ball on that team. But we're going to have to see both players play up to their full potential in this series if they're going to have any hopes of taking the win. And the camo is still down bottom mid, and it seems like Snipe Drone going for the burn, but he does get taken out, and that's 3-4 dead now on the side of Na'Vi, and Quadrant and Seeker do have that camo.
Yeah, that is a free AC for Quadrant right there. It did get a little bit scrappy, but they are able to slap it on their chest. They've got control of the oddball as well, so they can start racking up points all the way up to 100 right now. Sika, well, he's deep in behind enemy lines as well, and the moment to strike is right now, my friend. He gets away with just one, narrowly misses out on the HE throw on top of that, but suddenly Na'Vi, they're actually able to clean things up. They've got their mops, and suddenly all of Quadrant's to come to a full team wipe at the very tail end of that affair right there. So Na'Vi back in the driver's seat, shock rifle shots narrowly finding a little bit of contact right there. Not exactly the best stuff coming out from So Snaky right there, but it's still early days, and we might see a potential full 3 rounds of oddball. This one, though, has gotten off to a fairly slow start.
You know, really good job by Na'Vi there to bounce back off that initial 4 dead and make that camo from Seeker almost irrelevant. But we see, as we say that, as you'd expect, two such strong teams so compare with each other, almost back and forth with these team wipes. And, you know, the ball has found the hands of Legend. And, you know, Legend's such a good player, more than comfortable doing whatever it takes to get that win, whether it's slaying or that objective. And, you know, we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. When you get to these kind of top European teams, you expect to see the ball rotations coming in from both teams. They're just both also well-rounded, and a big fight going down here in the pipes with Snaky and that shock rifle, and he does stay alive, so great job by Snaky. And it looks like Na'Vi maybe trying to rotate this ball towards A here, and they get 2 dead on the side of Quadrant, and huge plays there by Na'Vi, and this new camo has just popped, so we'll have to see if they can get their hands on that as well.
Yeah, exactly. AC now being online is, well, going to be a priority for both of these two squads for them to slap that right onto their chest as well. Mighty's is relatively low on HP, and he will be cleaned up by Sika on top of that over towards Jen. And there's SLG chiming in with a kill of his own. The Skull is going to get rotated back over towards the crates at the very least. It has fallen off of Heaven, and players continue to fall over by Battery on top of that. But it is Zed Mighty's to actually get stuck by that plasma grenade on top of that, so he doesn't even get the chance to burn the AC. That's a little bit of a blunder coming on through the Quadrant can fully exploit.
No, huge plays by Quadrant to get that stick on the player bottom mid, and the score is very, very close at the moment, but every kill here is looking huge, and it seems like the momentum may be slightly in Quadrant's favor, but only an 11-point game at the moment, and T-Chick chasing this player down on the stacks, and the ball is in a little bit of an awkward spot with a few kills maybe coming here for either team, maybe an opportunity to rotate that ball towards C and kind of get that C set up, which, as we know, can be so hard to break. But yeah, both players kind of just toying with each other at the moment. They do eventually take down some of the Quadrant players, and it's just back and forth trades here, but 3 dead now on the side of Quadrant, and the last player alive is SOG on C plat, and he gets a triple. Can he get the overkill on Jimbo? He's chasing him down blue pipe. Jimbo barely gets away, but you'd assume off the back of that triple from SOG, maybe a chance for Quadrant to get towards the score.
Yeah, definitely. Jimbo, well, the only thing that is going through his head right now is for the cyberbullying to basically just stop, and it suddenly has so he can catch a breath for himself right now, but the oddball has gone cold at the very, very bottom of blue pipes as well, and Jimbo is still going to be a nuisance to deal with for Quadrant because he's just dug in so far deep on top of that. So the rest of Na'Vi, they could very well rotate off, but silence falls upon Quadrant, or upon recharge, I should say, and the oddball has indeed been reset on top of that. SLG finally with the cleanup onto Snaky on top of that should create a little bit of extra space, but Snipe Drone claps back before being traded off yet again, and that isn't necessary. I think that was the active camo maybe going off. I'm not sure if it will. No, my eyes definitely do deceive me. No, they don't. I'm lying to myself. Sika has the AC on top of that, but the oddball hasn't yet been picked up or confirmed. Still, though, early days, and time continues to drain away. Just over 100 seconds left, and nobody has been able to even reach that halfway mark.
Yeah, you can see just how much respect both these teams have for each other. They're almost overslaying to trying to get this ball time. They really don't want to risk trying to go for that oddball too early in these situations and maybe give up a kind of more of an established setup to either team. But and like you said, Seeker did get the camo, but he has been taken down. And Quadrant have opened up to a little bit of a lead, only 16 points though, and all it would take is one kind of solid setup from Na'Vi to kind of bring that score back. And that is 2 dead now on the side of Quadrant. And we're gonna have to see if Na'Vi can maybe get this ball away. But the ball is in just such an awkward spot for both teams, and it seems like they're both electing still trying to kind of get those slays in before they grab the oddball.
Yeah, Legend doing what he does best. Basically, the team tactic right now for Quadrant is Legend go kill, but it's actually SLG that is still leading the charge with 13 to his name. Legend will be taken down. That's a crucial frag being found out by Jimbo, and he has turned his attention over towards Chick to try to clean up that kill as well. The oddball hasn't necessarily been touched in quite some time, but the attempted grapple does come out from Jimbo, but he gets shut down before he can actually get that skull into a safe position. A little bit of a missed opportunity, but a brilliant capitalization from Quadrant right there.
Yeah, no, you'd expect to see Na'Vi maybe get a little bit more desperate for these oddball grabs when he's 45 seconds left in the round. They are at a 13-point deficit, so Na'Vi really going to start racking up the time. But with that new camo popping in 15 seconds, maybe it could be a chance for both teams to maybe tip the scales in their favor in these team fights. But it seems like Legend doesn't want to wait for the camo, and he gets a triple kill in A, and the camo is still popping, and he gets the overkill. Legend with a huge play there at the end of the round. And you'd assume that should be the round going in favor of Quadrant. He wants the camo as well. He's not done. Legend just taking over the map at the moment for Quadrant, and the ball time is going up in the background. Huge plays by Legend.
Yeah, 100% right over there. Realize that the oddball is going to be stuck over towards elevator, no matter which way you actually slice it, and he just cleans up house, forces the respawns for Na'Vi to be as far as humanly possible, and then he just got 2 hands on the ball right over there to try to rack things up, and now it's mathematically impossible for Na'Vi to potentially even claw this one back. And, well, they do have 2 players alive at the very least, but with time continuously ticking on by, and with that final kill coming on through, Legend is going to reset the oddball. Not even necessary, though. And Quadrant, they do walk away with the W in the first round. Can Na'Vi compete to potentially force it all the way to a round 3? Well, let's go ahead and find out.
We saw how strong Legend looked in that winner's bracket final earlier, and it seems like he has not slowed down, already having such a strong round 1 here. And despite maybe we saw so many strong plays from the side of Quadrant, maybe not the point total you'd expect to see them win by, but at the end of the day, all that matters is winning that round. And they do win that first round, despite maybe be sitting around for a while, having to wait to get re-warmed up again. But Mighty's found himself the shock rifle. If he could hit some shots here, but he does get taken down. You just see the pressure from Quadrant. As soon as they see a Na'Vi play with a power weapon, they do not want to let him get comfortable.
No, exactly. And even when it comes to, recharge as a whole, you don't really have any true official power weapons present, but that shock rifle, if your aim is on point, lad, you can basically just wipe the floor with an entire team as well. And they don't want to take that risk with Mighties. We know exactly just how on point he's been with the S7 earlier in tonight's festivities as well. You don't want to run that risk in any way, shape, or form. Na'Vi, though, they have lost out on the AC. That goes to Legend right here. He's got 15 frags to his name, and he's looking to try to reestablish control of that oddball. And Snaky has actually dropped it to try to re-engage, doing a good job of keeping his life intact for as long as humanly possible, but it's a futile effort. This is Quadrant's territory. They have the ball right now.
Yeah, like you said, a huge pinch coming in there from Quadrant, and Na'Vi just seem to be so uncomfortable on the map at the moment. They just can't seem to get any solid setup going, and Legend gets the trade on Snipe Drone as well. Just such a huge, annoying kill to get, and Legend and SLG at the moment in this game just slaying out the players from Na'Vi so well. Maybe not a huge slaying deficit, but just enough to kind of secure those oddball points. And kind of similar to the first round, a little bit of a slow start objectively from both teams. You can kind of tell that both teams really want to make sure they secure those kills before they're trying to go for that oddball. But with 2 dead, 3 dead now on the side of Na'Vi, you'd assume there should be some time kind of be able to rack up on the side of Quadrant. They've not quite cleared out this last player top goal, but they finally do. So this could get a little bit scary now on the side of Na'Vi. You find SLG, we know how good he is with a sniper rifle, and the shock rifle not too different.
Yeah, at the very least right now, the only insurance policy that Na'Vi actually has is if they can get that active camo in their possession once again, because then they can truly take the fight down to Quadrant and try to halt them from building up any more progression. Missed shots coming out with the shock rifle, and it doesn't really deal that much body damage either, so Snaky is going to get away with that one scot-free, but the trade comes on through from Sika to try to put out this fire inside of the service tunnel. On top of that, he's got Jimbo to worry about. He's going in for the re-aggression, but Jimbo, well, he already had his number from from the very, very beginning. So Na'Vi, they're starting to try to, well, properly put together a solution for this puzzle, and they have rotated that skull off back towards elevator right now, so they can take a little bit of a breather. But Quadrant, well, ooh, they're in proper fighting form right now, and they're not going to let Na'Vi get away with this.
Yeah, and like you say, it's just so impressive from the side of Quadrant. They seem to be so difficult to accumulate any time on the side of Na'Vi in this board. You look at the score and you think, it's only 20-something seconds difference. Surely Na'Vi can start to bring this back. But whenever they get the ball and a huge headshot there by T-Chick, and you just see how difficult these Quadrant players are to play against. Only 10 seconds currently accumulated in this round for Na'Vi, and we're going to have to see some big kills on the side of Na'Vi start to come in, because it just seems like Quadrant in the second round just seems so comfortable.
Yeah, definitely so. Snipe Drone creating a little bit of space down towards this lower elevator side, and Zed Mighty's also chiming in with, I believe, a two-piece right over there with the BR. So that's exactly what they need to try to get some more time on that oddball. Yeah, Quadrant, they find themselves with 49 points. For Na'Vi, it is 23 and ticking. So they can very realistically close off this gap right here, and now the ball, it is in Quadrant's court. They have to reaggress, and they are spread relatively thin over the course of recharge right here. Snaky in a very, very awkward engagement at the very top of that window as well. He's got the plasma pistol to work with, and that shot doesn't actually connect the charge. No, but Sika does eventually get traded on out. On top of that, Snipe Drone boxing things out, but Zed Mighty's is the only player that's still alive aside from Jimbo, who has got his hands on the ball. Active camo once again online, and whoever takes this, likely going to be Jimbo. Distinct advantage now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi, despite that kind of very back and forth team fight that was going down mid-map, it seemed like Na'Vi just came out on top, and as a result, they've now narrowed that gap to 35 to 49. And with Jimbo having this camo, you'd assume they should come out on top of this next team fight, and he's electing to maybe flank around blue pipes. This could be a bit of a risky play. His team currently 2 down, so these next few kills could be huge. If Jimbo can make a play with his camo here, he could potentially bring the round back for his team, and he does flank Seeker on the side, though. SLG, though, electing to try run the ball away. There's so much going around this tower. These next few kills here could be huge. There's all the players running around trying to get those trades. T-Chick does get the kill on Jimbo, and just so scrappy around this tower at the moment.
Yeah, definitely so, but it is still a blue skull for Quadrant right here, as they are about to hit 60 points on top of that. And judging by how that first round actually did play out, Quadrant could very well just be, taking up the 8 of the actual timer to do the majority of the work for them right now. Mighty's as well swapping out the Disruptor. Not exactly the best weapon as things currently stand right now, but the dot damage, it is quite desirable to have, but he will be smacked down on top of that. The sea of blue paints the kill feed for Quadrant once again. And at this certain stage with 90 seconds left to play and Snaky not even getting the chance to move out of spawn, T-Chick just done him dirty.
Yeah, no, and T-Chick now with the shock rifle, the score racking up on Quadrant, and another big headshot from T-Chick. Nearly gets the double on Mighty's, but he doesn't even need to. Just having this presence around the long haul, the ball down at C, just such a difficult setup to break for Na'Vi, and we're going to have to see the kills coming quickly. If you're a Na'Vi fan, Snaky getting shot in the side, Legend now with the ball, only 7 seconds left if you're a Quadrant fan, and Legend dropping the ball and electing to get the kill first. Huge awareness by Legend. And
oh, snipe.
a huge play by Snipe Drone.
Yeah, honestly, right there. He will eventually be punished for his previous crimes, and Chick is going to claim that ball. All he has to do is hold on to it for the next 4 seconds, potentially even reset it at this stage, but it is wraps and it is curtains. Na'Vi unable to correct their mistakes from the previous 2 rounds, or from the previous one, I should say, but that is game 1 out of potentially 7 going into the favor of Quadrant right there. A flawless pickup on oddball is exactly what would have been expected of them.
Super strong performance from Quadrant. As we said, Legend especially getting that overkill. He definitely has not slowed down from earlier on in the day. And, you'd expect Na'Vi coming off a 3-0 and maybe arguably should be more warmed up for them to lose that game 1. Maybe a little bit of a concerning sight for a Na'Vi fan. But, it is a long series. It is a best of 7. And it could just be a matter of maybe having to wait until you get some of those stronger game modes if you're a Na'Vi fan. But, having a look at the score, we see Snipe Drone getting 26 kills on the side of Na'Vi, actually getting the most kills in the lobby. So, a good game from him. But maybe Jimbo having a little bit of a slower game. We kind of saw that a little bit in the last series as well. We know Jimbo, when he's on fire, can be capable of those huge, super high kill counts, but maybe struggling a little bit so far today. But on the side of Quadrant, just such a well-balanced performance. Your Legend, SLG, both on 24 kills. Seeker and T-Chick not too far behind. And even the assists as well for Seeker. 18 assists from Seeker. Just shooting at everything for his team. And You know, the score deficit may be not as one-sided as you might have expected in some situations, but you'd probably put that down just to both teams having so much respect for each other and not wanting to be a little bit too antsy to grab the oddball.
100%. And even when you take a little bit of a closer look onto the scoreline, or I should at the very least say the kill sheets for both of these two squads, Quadrant didn't have a single person that even broke even or went negative. It was all positive KDs. Not a single person on that roster was even remotely close to being a liability for the team altogether. Just really, really clean Halo being played out and exhibited by Quadrant. And now we're going to be shifting our attention over towards our game number 2, which is going to be Slayer on Streets, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to be running things back down to basics right here. We're not going to be, well, screwing around with those silly active camos. No, it is a Demolition Experts playground with a spanker, well, just plopped right into the middle of the map over here. And judging by the rest of the proceedings that we have seen so far, at the very least in the last Navi series that took place on Streets, they were getting that spanker pretty consistently. But now getting your hands on the rockets is going to be that much more difficult because, hell, it's Quadrant you're going up against.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it'll be really interesting to see the kind of pace of this Slayer game. You know, Street's such a small map, and we've kind of seen on Slayer especially, it can kind of go one or two ways. If you know, if you pay attention to the last LAN, and especially that kind of game 7, that grand final between Optic and FaZe, Slayer on the Streets, they can slow down to a snail's pace. Everyone can just stand still for a minute. There's no kills that go down. Both teams can be so anxious to move. But on the flip side, you know, with a team like Quadrant, if they can kind of get those 2 or 3 downs and start collapsing on those spawns, they can elect to kind of aggressively collapse and start racking up those kills quickly. So it will be interesting to see what kind of strategy both teams elect to kind of employ here. But it's all going to come down to this opening fight here. There's so many weapons on this map. We've got the Stalker Rifle, the Shotgun, the Rockets. So if either team can get hold of the majority of those weapons off the start, it could be very scary for their opponents.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you spawn over towards A, which is where Quadrant have started off, you just go right up to the balcony, pick up that Stalker, and you can effectively shut down the mid lane. But as Mighty's is showing us right now on screen, you get that Bulldog, and you can shut down the ATM portion of mid or lower mid on top of that to ensure that, you know, the opposition doesn't get their hands on those rockets. It's still online right now as both teams are vying for map control. Seiko will be shut down by Mighty's. That's a crucial pick right there. But Quadrant somehow were able to sneak past the enemy lines, and they do get away with that spanker, and the first kill already found by Chick.
You know, huge rocket there by Chick, and we'd like to see him put the second one to use. If you can get 2 kills for 2 with the rockets, it's definitely effective usage, and he does get that kill on Snaky, and he looks like he's going to stay alive as well. And only a narrow lead here for Quadrant at the start, but it seems like they're trying to collapse on these A spawners, and Legend does get put to 1 shot, so that might be slowed down a little bit. Snipe Drone with the AR trades out Seeker, and it's a big fight going down here towards back A, and it looks like currently Na'Vi maybe on top with a bait and switch on Legend. Snipe Drone with another kill there, huge plays by Snipe Drone. And it looked like maybe an attempted collapse there by Quadrant, but a really good job by Na'Vi to shut that down.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, is that kind of re-engagement from Snipe Drone warranted, or is that a little bit ill-advised? Because I saw a few too many blue silhouettes just a couple of meters away from him. I was starting to get a little bit nervous, but hell, Na'Vi were able to make it work out quite brilliantly, and despite the fact that they're still trailing just by 1 kill, if it would have gone in Quadrant's favor, that gap would have been built up to about like 4 or 5 kills at this current moment in time. Sika's going to start getting harassed just a little bit, and yeah, Zed Mighty's going to have to provide a little bit of coverage on top of that because, well, Snipe Drone, so Snaky, excuse me, was just not really having a good time right over there. Bye-bye, Chick. He gets blown sky high. Lovely nade from Zed Mighty's on top of that through the smoke. Brilliant game sense from him.
You know, it seemed like Quadrant again were electing to try to push out that purple area, but Snaky with a double kill on PD, and the rockets are about to pop, and have to see who can grab these rockets. Currently a 9-9 game, and whoever gets these rockets maybe could swing the lead in their favor. Jimbo looks like he might get away. He barely gets away with the rockets. Currently 1 shot on purple. Can he stay alive? His teammates off screen taking down 2, and if Jimbo can put these rockets to use here, this could be a chance for Na'Vi to start snowballing that lead and maybe build up a little bit of a deficit here. But Seeker with a kill on Mighty's off screen.
Yeah, but that's just info that Jimbo can use to feed into that spanker. Finally gets the trade. A little bit delayed, but it still works out. And Na'Vi now building up a much more substantial lead. 1 more rocket left active in this launcher, and that's just going to bag another freebie.
Wow.
Unironically, we actually haven't seen all too many multi-kills with the spanker, but we have seen plenty follow-ups right there, as you just saw on your screen. SLG now online with him. He's got the Stalker in hand and smoke screens in his back pocket on top of that, and he really needs to try to come alive over here, but he gets shut down. Jimbo gets right up and personal in his face, and he narrowly gets away with a second, but Snaky's there to bail him out.
You know, he's such such effective use of those power weapons there from Jimbo, just taking down so many players. And then we see SLG with a Stalker Rifle top C, and he gets bait and switched by Na'Vi. Jimbo coming in with a cleanup, and Jimbo is still alive with his shotgun. And we spoke about it earlier, if you can get these power weapons in these pro players' hands and just stay alive with them for a prolonged period of time, the game can just change so quickly. And we see as a result of Jimbo just staying alive with his shotgun and using it effectively, it's currently a 10-kill lead for Na'Vi. And despite that may be a little bit of a rough game one, Na'Vi doing such a good job bouncing back here. Looking at the scoreboard, and Snaky 7 and 4, Jimbo double positive as well. Just such a strong kind of team performance here from Na'Vi. And you know, I'd like to see them kind of keep the pressure on here, collapse on these spawns. But as I say that, they do go 2 kills down or 2 players down, so could be a chance here for Quadrant to bounce back and kind of stem that bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, because that is what they need right now. Na'Vi, they have just surpassed the halfway mark, 25 kills to their name so far. And Quadrant, they are still trailing. Seiko will clap back with one of his own, and there comes SLG to add to the tally yet again. So things are starting to shape up for Quadrant, but they have got to continuously shut down and be on point for the remainder of the Slayer game if they want to go 2-0 up. It is still very much a possibility, and for the first time right here on Streets, they do have the Spanker in their possession. And Legend is just patiently waiting. He might want to try and actually line up a multi-kill right over here, but at this certain stage, is that really sort of like the play that you want to go for, purposefully withhold those rockets just to try to get that kill advantage and pick up 2 with 1?
Yeah, no, definitely very, very important here, the usage of these rockets from Legend. And he does take down Snaky, huge rocket by Legend. And that's now a 1-kill kind of opening pick. And will Quadrant choose to push off that, or are they going to carry on playing a little bit passive? Maybe gets the kill on the arcade, but Mighties stays alive barely. And huge play by Mighties. And we're kind of seeing the game slow down a little bit. Both teams kind of poking and trying to bait and switch a player out, but each kill here could be huge. And T-Chick decides to push and gets the kill on Mighties. Now only a 2-kill deficit, and Quadrant looking like they're slowly trying to push, but Snaky off screen gets a trade on Seeker, and that's a double kill for Snaky off screen. Looks like T-Chick might get taken down as well, and this could be a collapse here from Na'Vi on the rest of the Quadrant players, but SLG trades off as well. Just such a good job from both teams trading off these kills and keeping the game close. Now only a 2-kill, 1-kill game.
Okay, so Quadrant, they are definitely bouncing back into this one. Chick doing a brilliant job of laying down that smoke so he can retreat back and let his shields recharge. Now he can get back into the thick of it as well. Mighty's all on his lonesome, has an isolated 1v1, easy win for him. And he's also spotted out SLG, and that's a kill that will be credited to Jimbo on top of that. So Na'Vi still in control for the time being, but Quadrant have been caught out in the most unfortunate of ways. They've sacrificed themselves in isolated 1v1s and team fights that they shouldn't have any business getting into, and Na'Vi, well, they're more than happy to accept that. Spanker's going to be back online in 5 minutes. Let's see who's able to grab it first. Jimbo with the Sentinel Beam will smack down SLG, so that's a good pickup to establish mid control. Jimbo, can he get away? No, he gets shut down on top of that, so Spanker is still out in the wild.
The Legend finds his hands on that Spanker rocket as again, and only down 1 kill. Now a tied game for Quadrant, so maybe a little bit of a misplay there from Jimbo and the boys on Na'Vi to maybe prematurely go for those rockets. And as a result, Legend has found them, and he gets a kill on Snaky as well. Seems like he gets a pinch from the cafe here. Absolute pandemonium towards back A here. And the game's getting very, very scrappy suddenly. What was once a very slow-paced game, now back and forth trades for both teams. And T-Chick gets the kill on Mighties. That's now a 2-kill lead for Quadrant, and it seems like Quadrant have full A control. And C spawns now for Na'Vi, but Snipe Drone has found himself a Stalker Rifle, and if we all know how good Snipe Drone is with these precision weapons, and if Snipe Drone can maybe get an opening pick or two with this weapon, maybe a chance here for Na'Vi to kind of reclaim that lead.
Yeah, hopefully so, but now Quadrant, they're in the driver's seat. With that kill lead established, they can start dictating the pace, and they're just going to try to group up as much as humanly possible. Jimbo's getting a little bit curious, reinitiating that discovery phase, and we've got 3 members of the Na'Vi crew lined up on this low ramp side, but they're just going to start harassing Jimbo because he is caught all on his lonesome. No one there to actually follow up and clean up the kill on top of that, and Snipe Drone is not being allowed to actually peer through, and Chick with the wraparound is going to shut down that balcony presence. That's brilliant stuff coming out from Na'Vi on top of that, but Quadrant with the response as well, they still maintain a lead, and they hit 40 right now.
you know, so impressive from Quadrant just be able to bring this game back. It looked like Na'Vi were in control so early on in the game, having a 10-point lead, but Quadrant doing such a good job staying in the game, sticking to the game plan, and now they've opened up a 6-point lead, and it seems like Quadrant are trying to stay aggressive here. Legend with a kill, and he seems to know the rest of the Na'Vi players are in C, and he chooses to back up, which is a smart play, but SLG seems to want to push, and he's pushing him with a commando. He gets the kill on Snipe Drone with these rockets popping in 5 seconds. That is such a perfectly timed push from Quadrant. They'd have those numbers down, and you'd assume as a result, Quadrant should be able to get their hands on these rockets, and we'll have to see who got away with those rockets, but this is looking very, very scary on the side of Na'Vi.
Very much so. I mean, there is effectively a leash around Navi's neck right now in Quadrant. They are taking them out for a walk.
Killing
They've got the
Frenzy!
Bulldog. They've got the Spanker, and all they need is 2 more kills to shut this one down. They know Mighty's is inside the PD. They find an extra kill right there, and they just need a couple of extra bursts to line up and close this one off in their favor. And there you have it. Navi, unfortunately, can't remain competitive on Slayer Streets, not even able to reach 40 kills altogether, and it is Quadrant that go 2-0 up in the series.
Wow, huge plays there from Quadrant. That's got to be a heartbreaker if you're a Na'Vi fan. To be up 10 kills in that game, and we saw how well Jimbo was playing early on, it looked like that was almost a foregone. You'd assume a team of Na'Vi's caliber with a lead like that would be able to close it out, but Quadrant coming back so strong, and T-Chick having such a strong game with 15 and 8, getting a killing frenzy at the end,
Yeah.
and just such. Quadrant just seems so well rounded at the moment. Doesn't seem to be a single player kind of lacking behind it. All seem to have their moments popping off when it matters, and for them to kind of for them to time that team push there at the end to push out those C players and kind of guarantee full map control as those rockets were popping, it just seemed like they kind of secured that victory. And not,
Yeah.
you know, Quadrant already up 2-0 in the series in this grand final, best of 7, and yeah, a little bit concerning if you're a Na'Vi fan here.
Yeah, definitely so, and especially on the subject of those couple of extra lurks that we saw Chick pull off that eventually led to him gathering and garnering that killing frenzy. It really seems as if Quadrant, they're the guys that are playing 4D chess the entire time, counter-stratting Navi's attempt to establish map control by just keeping, for example, the player, I think that was actually Snipe Drone at the very, very top with the stalker rifle of the balcony, keeping him occupied and just peppering him down his shields a little bit, and then Chick comes in for the wraparound and the back smack on top of that, and then it just turned into a very, very classical kind of snowball effect from that point onwards, to the point that, yeah, Navi were no longer part of the conversation at all whatsoever. So we are going to be moving into our third game, which, as you can see on your screens, is going to be Strongholds on Live Fire, and then potentially the conclusion following immediately after that is CTF on Aquarius. We're just moments away from hopping into the action on Live Fire right over here, but Navi, they need to cook up something really, really quickly if they want to continue dragging this out and claim that ultimate first place prize.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit worried here for Na'Vi. This game 3, it's a Strongholds on Live Fire, and Strongholds generally can be such a snowbally game type, and especially Live Fire Strongholds. And I think for a team with momentum like Quadrant, who already, even without momentum, have such a fast-paced playstyle, they've got to be full confidence right now. A Live Fire Strongholds could get very scary very quickly if you're a Na'Vi player, and I'm a little bit worried here for Na'Vi, but I think they are quite good at this game type, and obviously that game 4 after this would be an Aquarius CTF, so this could be the start of the comeback in the series for Na'Vi here if they kind of show strong in this Live Fire Strongholds. And you know, we have that sniper rifle top mid, and we've seen the likes of Snipe Drone and Mighty's, how strong they can be with that weapon. So I think this is going to be the stand here from Na'Vi. They're going to have to win this game. They cannot go down 3-0 in the series against Quadrant.
No, they definitely cannot. Navi right now have to take a stick, draw a line in the sand, and say no further to Quadrant. Hopping on with Zed Mighty's, he's going to be the first point of contact, as we already have B being contested. So it looks like Navi are trying to get a very, very early point advantage for the time being, which they are able to establish. Sika being the first casualty in the server, but quickly followed by 2 more players dropping dead on the side of Navi. And now we have Quadrant contesting A as well. So they might be able to start establishing a little bit of a point advantage right here. And that OS is going to be hotly contested in just a moment. Quadrant, they've basically flooded all of dummies. They want that OS more than anything else.
Yeah, no, it seems like Quadrant should have secured that overshield off screen. SOG has the sniper, but he does just get taken down top mid. But you'd assume one of his teammates might be able to clean that up. But Jimbo does get 2 kills, or I think he gets 1 kill top mid, but he's about to capture C. And Legend electing to maybe let Jimbo capture that C, maybe realizing it's a little bit of a lost cause, and Sneaky with the cleanup. So a little bit of a hectic start here, but Seems like both teams just trying to stabilize and kind of get a grip on the map. And we've seen the sniper rifle change hands here again. And Z Mighty with the sniper, we spoke about what he's capable of. And if he could rack up a few of these kills here with the sniper, could be a chance for Na'Vi to maybe start building up some points.
Yeah, I also do want to quickly touch on Legend because he was actually the one player that got away with the S7 as well as the overshield at the very, very start, and Na'Vi did a really, really good job of, well, dealing with that major threat and putting out the fire as soon as humanly possible to ensure that Legend just doesn't go on a killing spree too early within the entire game, but that's just one of the issues that they've got to deal with. Now they have to focus on the OBJ because Quadrant were holding onto a trip cap, and now with 3 players being wiped down, they can convert B back into their favor on top of that, so Na'Vi starting to look a little bit stronger.
Yeah, Snipe Drone just destroyed Legend. He used the peak shot so well in that fight back green, and as a result of that, Quadrant went 3 down, and with the overshield popping soon, this could be a chance that just something like that could be a momentum shift here in this game, and Snaky does unfortunately miss a few of those no-scopes, and could that affect the overshield fight potentially? The Shroud screen is down, and it seems like Quadrant have now grabbed the overshield, so despite a little bit of control here from Na'Vi, if Seeker can effectively use this overshield here, maybe get a few kills, could be a chance for Quadrant to start flipping control.
Yeah, definitely. At the very least, if he's able to reset progress on A, which he does, that is absolutely massive for Quadrant and such a huge detriment for Na'Vi because they have to recontest this to convert it, but they're just having the door slammed shut on them consistently by Na'Vi. They are not letting A go without a fight. And B is going to get capped fairly easily by Legend as well, with little to no contention coming out from Na'Vi. They are making attempts to try to cap C as well, but guess who's there to respond once again? SLG is your first point of contact, and he's just tearing Na'Vi a new one.
You know, Quadrant seem to put their foot on the gas now. They're looking like they maybe held this triple cap for a little bit, but as I say, that 2 down now on the side of Quadrant, so it should be Na'Vi flipping control, and they have that kind of preferred CB setup here. The new sniper rifle has just popped, so if some kills could go down here for Na'Vi, maybe a chance to get away with a sniper, and Snaky does grab it, so if we can see Snaky hit some shots here, this could be a chance for Na'Vi to maybe bring up this score and maybe tie that deficit, but we're going to have to see him maybe be aware. And does he know the push is maybe coming to his left here? It seems like he doesn't. He does finally become aware, but could it be a little bit too late here? Getting chased bottom mid by SLG, and SLG is the last player you want to see on Quadrant with a sniper rifle. And if he can start hitting some shots, it could get very, very bad.
Yeah, this is the exact same setup that we saw Na'Vi employ just a little bit earlier in their series. I believe it was versus Wobbabobs as well. SLG absolutely harassing them with the S7. But yeah, you did mention that Na'Vi, they are huge fans of these BC setups on top of that because they like establishing control over Garage in that mid lane with the S7, either on bridge or over towards the sniper tower. But Quadrant decided to get real up close and personal right into the face of Snipe Drone or whoever was holding onto that S7 and force them down into the basement, effectively rendering them useless on top of that. So a really, really good counter-strat coming out from Quadrant, but they have lost out and dropped out on 3 players on top of that. So Na'Vi still maintain control and find themselves just about 3 points away from tying up the scoreline.
Yeah, it seems like Quadrant are about to get hold of that triple cap, but we just saw SLG off screen secure Quadrant's 3rd overshield of the game in a row, so we're going to have to see Na'Vi start acquiring some of these overshields if they're maybe hoping to win this game, but it seems like even without the overshield so far, they're still able to have the lead in this game, and you know, big fight going down here, seeing can Jimbo hit the shot. He does have to reload, and he's trying to get away, but SLG with a cleanup, and once again, SLG, it's inevitable. He just always seems to find his hands on a sniper rifle, and once again, Na'Vi spawning B here, and these next few kills could be huge. You do not want to be stuck B against a team like Quadrant.
No, and definitely you don't want to turn your back to SLG ever because he will just continuously run you down at the snap of your fingers. He is right behind you, and there is SLG once again delivering as he finds an extra frag onto So Snaky, rotating back deeper and deeper into mid. He is digging himself in to potentially get 2 feet planted over towards B, and yeah, Quadrant, they've got to come up with a solution fast because it is Na'Vi that has reassumed the lead all to themselves. That gap is starting to extend rather quickly the longer that Na'Vi's setup is able to persist on B and C. Quadrant, while they got off to an absolutely sublime start, they're struggling to bounce back right here. They do have 2 players situated over towards green. Jimbo is struggling to keep them on lock right here because his shields have been completely stripped and he will eventually be put in his place. B successfully converted and capped, so Quadrant, they can stem the bleeding for now.
Yeah, it seems like Na'Vi, as we spoke about earlier, were able to hold that kind of traditional CB setup for such a long time, and you could just tell they had each other's angles covered for so long, and as a result, able to rack up some points. But Quadrant finally with the break on B, and it looks like Jimbo here trying to reclaim it. But on the other side of the map, the overshield's about to pop, and it looks like Quadrant could be getting another overshield here, and a very, very concerning thing here as a Na'Vi player to let Quadrant keep getting his overshields, and SOG does win the fight against Jimbo as well, so these next few moments could be huge. The overshield still has not been grabbed. T-Chick goes for the grab, and he does secure it, and his team currently scoring, and with the overshield, be interesting to see where he elects to push with this overshield here. Is he going to try to put pressure on A, or maybe just hold C? Z Mighties has found himself a sniper as well, so some big moments going down here with the power weapons.
Definitely so. He is going to play for his life right here. Spots out Chick as well, but that S7 can't quite strip that OS cleanly off. It has, however, been burned after being peppered up a little bit more by that, well, BR inside of Garage as well. So they have dealt with the primary threat of that OS being active as well. Mighty struggling to find connections with the S7. It doesn't quite work out, and he will be pummeled on top of that. Quadrant now looking to get a trip cap in motion on top of that, as B has yet to be fully converted, and there it goes. They reclaim the lead all to themselves. Na'Vi are trying to get C back on their side, but Quadrant have done such a sublime job of A, clearing out that gap, and B, now 30, 40 points basically ahead of Na'Vi.
This is scary now for Na'Vi. Quadrant trip capping you is probably any Halo player in Europe's worst nightmare. They're just so good at applying this pressure in the right places and keeping you locked down your spawn. You see Na'Vi just getting staggered deaths as well. This is the worst case scenario here. They're just staggering the kills over and over. And Seeker with the double kill now. 3 dead now on the side of Na'Vi. The points are racking up so quickly in this triple cap. And if Na'Vi aren't careful soon and break this, this could be game 3 going to Quadrant. So we're going to have to see some huge kills coming in here soon from the side of Na'Vi. Jimbo trying to flank into it. Is he going to catch this player unaware? And he doesn't. The pillar, but Seeker being so annoying. Can he win this fight? Oh, Jimbo does get the kill, and it seems like Na'Vi might have stemmed the bleeding slightly, but Legend gets the reset on C, and the overshield about to pop. Our Quadrant going to get every single overshield in this game, or are Na'Vi finally going to get one?
It seems as if they might get away with one. I'm not exactly sure who's holding on to the S7, but I think they might be situated over towards that sniper tower because that OS hasn't been cleanly picked up, though. Na'Vi, they do reassert a little bit of control. They've got A and B, but those are quickly being capped yet again. Quadrant are on the case, and they are giving Na'Vi absolutely no room to breathe or be comfortable on live fire. And with A and B in their control, but B being contested, the point progression does halt for a small little second right there. B fully capped now by Na'Vi. So with Quadrant being on 237 points, just 13 away from claiming a third game, Na'Vi cannot afford to make a single mistake. But Legend dishes out a perfect kill right there to put So Snaky in his place. And now, if they deal with Snipe Drone in the top of that sniper tower, C is going to fall to Quadrant.
You know, the sniper's about to pop in 5, but as you say, it seems like Na'Vi prefer to kind of hold this traditional CB setup, which obviously, as a result, the points will rack up a lot slower than if you got a triple cap like we just saw Quadrant get. But, you know, Na'Vi more than capable of holding this setup for a prolonged period of time. And SLG is such a nuisance here back B. His teammate does get cleaned up, and SLG gets cleaned up as well. So Na'Vi do hold the line here on this CB setup, but we're going to have to see them hold this CB setup for such a long time. But the points are ticking up, and Snipe Drone wins a big kill on Legend here, and he's found himself a sniper rifle. So if Snipe Drone can get in position here, maybe top tower, and he nearly gets the headshot on SLG, and it looks like Quadrant might convert this B capture, but Snaky coming in for the cleanup, and just absolute mayhem going down this B stronghold here. It really could decide the game, and 2 kills there on the side of Na'Vi. Looks like they might hold again.
Oh my god, and they do get 2 feet planted on B once again. The moment that Quadrant think that they have full and utter control, Na'Vi are right there to try and contest it yet again. Zed Mighties will secure B for the side of Na'Vi as well, so Quadrant aren't entirely out of the woods yet, despite the fact that they only need 3 more points to secure a third map right here. Oh, this is starting to get really, really sketchy. I'm starting to feel very nervous for Na'Vi because they don't even have the OS on their side.
Oh my!
It's on the side of Legend, but he will get shut down and completely evaporated by that heat wave. But guess what? Quadrant in with the response to completely contest B, but it has been reset. The progress on top of that. This is an absolute bloodbath right here.
Na'Vi are just doing clutch after clutch. They somehow take down the overshield player, but great bait and switch there from Na'Vi, and they clutch up and kill the guy B as well. And what was once looking like an insurmountable deficit from Na'Vi is suddenly closed to only nearly a 30-point game, and Na'Vi still holding on to this CB sub. It just shows how strong their setups are. They seem to be catching out these Quadrant players in every single push. And Snaky locking down that nest bridge, but it seems like he's been backed down. And the collapse now coming in from Quadrant on B. Seeker gets the first kill on B. Teacher gets another kill. SLG looking for this player inside B. Could that be free Fred? Mighties with a repulsor off the map. Double
Oh
kill
my.
from Z Mighties. They hold B again, but Teacher gets the kill. It looks like Quadrant might be able to convert C here, and they are also converting B, so we're going to have to see Navi get on a stronghold. Snipe
Yeah.
drone gets on C in the background. Oh, I can't believe this is crazy.
Oh, my heart is starting to beat out of my chest right now, Acid. This is a little bit too ridiculous for me to start to handle anymore. Snaky as well, lighting up that player over towards Bridge. And Navi, they are so close to closing off this gap. Just 10 points separate both of these two squads right now. Quadrant still haven't found the solution to the formula yet, but C is being hotly contested, so point progression halts for both teams right now. A is also starting to turn blue as well, but the moment that the caps come on through, Navi are right there to respond. A is converted, but now Navi need to stick out the C and B capture what they do. 24-6, and they're counting on top of that, but suddenly Sika gets 2 feet planted over towards C. He will be shut down. Cap has been fully reset, 249, but no Quadrant. We see a little bit of blue on that C mark on top of that. Now Chick could potentially be shut down, but no, the clutch coming on through from Jimbo to shut down the presence secures the comeback of the freaking century for Navi.
Wow, oh my lord. That was maybe the best comeback I've ever seen in a Strongholds game in Halo Infinite. That was insane. Navi basically playing perfect Halo there the last few minutes, and you saw a few body beatdowns there from Jimbo at the end, and you can't really blame him after that kind of comeback. That was insane. It looked like Navi were out of that game, but they just kept getting clutch after clutch after clutch, and just when it looked like Quadrant were about to convert, it just seemed like Navi with the perfect rotations every time. We saw Mighties with some crazy staying alive ability there towards A towards the end, and that is the kind of game that can just change the whole momentum of a tournament in the series. What was looking like Quadrant were about to cruise into a 3-0 lead in this grand final. Suddenly Navi with the biggest clutch I've seen in years in European Halo, and suddenly now only a 2-1 deficit in the series. And for me, it's anyone's game now.
Yeah, at this certain stage, yeah. Oof. What seemed like a complete shutout from the side of Quadrant has just been flipped over its head. Zed Mighties, with an iron will to live, keeps himself and the rest of the squad alive in this grand final series as well. What could have definitely been a complete shutout, that ain't it anymore, Chief. Now we actually have a proper game on our hands right now, and I'm all here for it as well. I don't care if we even have to go all the way to a grand final reset, because after that redonkulous performance from Navi on Strongholds, I could go the full distance right now. That was so ridiculous. Quadrant, they were sat on 247 points on the dot for what felt like an eternity. And the moment that they were, successfully converting points in their favor, getting themselves those strongholds, points should have started to rack up. But Navi, they were so quick to mobilize each and every single freaking time that they could just halt progression by simply contesting each and every single one of those strongholds. And then they convert it. Then they start to rack up points. Then Quadrant starts shaking in their tiny little boots. And before you knew it, it was completely done and dusted. What should have been a 3-0 shutout for Quadrant is now a 2-1 score line.
Yeah, no, that was Navi basically played perfect Halo those last few minutes, and all map wins are not created equal. There's winning a game, and then there's winning a game like that. And not only does that get you one more point in the score series, but that is just such a shift in momentum, attitude, just confidence. What was looking like quite a rough day for Navi. They had a rough series early against Bob's, barely scraping out that win in the lower bracket, and maybe thinking it's just not their day. But after a win like that, it can be such a momentum shift in a series. And you couldn't ask for something better for Navi heading into this game 4. We have an Aquarius CTF, and for anyone who knows Navi, knows that Aquarius CTF is one of their strongest game modes. So you'd expect after a win like that, they couldn't have hoped for a better game 4. And if they can carry on that kind of momentum into this game 4, we could be seeing a 2-2 series here. And after how those first 2 games looked, I really didn't think that would happen.
Yeah, I can really start to imagine and sort of picture myself if I was like in the Navi VC. The amount of LFGs that I'd be hearing left, right, and center would be ridiculous. I wouldn't be able to count that on all of my fingers and toes, even if I could have tried. And as you mentioned, now that they have truly, truly pulled off the comeback of the year, period, they should be completely fired up and just roaring to go into this next CTF on Aquarius as well. Quadrant, they might start feeling a little bit nervous as well, but they still maintain the lead. They are still on paper mathematically superior to Navi, having gotten more W's over Navi over the course of 2023 so far. But this is going to be a telltale series, whether or not we move into map 5 on an even footing, or if Quadrant are able to get themselves that third win.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, there's two parts to that win. Not only is it a huge confidence boost for Navi, but you might expect maybe a few questions going on in the Quadrant camp. You got to be thinking, guys, how did we lose that game? Like, maybe a few pointing of fingers going on, people a little bit flustered about that result, and heading so quickly into that game 4, you just hope on the side of Quadrant they can kind of regain their kind of composure and kind of come in strong into this game. But as I say, that 3 dead already off the start for Quadrant, and you'd expect this camouflage to go into Navi's hands. T-Chick bring up a little bit of a resistance here, but Snaky does get away with that camouflage.
Yeah, and he slaps it on his chest. Now, into the shadows he goes. Good start off coming from Navi, and they're just going to try to reassume as much map control as humanly possible before going for a flagpole. Sika and Legend, though, they add their names to the kill feed as they each find a kill of their own, and so Snaky, well, he's trying to live up to his namesake and potentially just clean up a few of these frags. I do believe that is currently, yeah, Sika actually running Navi's flag over the course of the map, and Quadrant, they do lose out on a couple of players as Snaky is trying to come in with the back smack. He will halt progression of that flag, potentially get the return off as well. So good effort coming on through, but Navi, they've got Quadrant's flag now.
Yeah, no, really nice patient use there of the camera from Snaky, eventually coming in with that flank and kind of halting that flag run. And like you say, as a result, Navi kind of following up on that and pushing into the Quadrant base. And Jimbo does get a trade with T-Chick here. The flag is down in the util, but you'd expect that to get returned. And Legend here staying aggressive on the opposition base. I'd be surprised he pushed in solo here, but Snipe Drone expecting this push. Seems like Legend might be waiting for one of his teammates to get to him. He does get put to one shot, so a little bit of a stalemate here. Maybe waiting for one of the players to make a mistake.
Yeah, definitely so. Mistakes are what both of these two teams are hoping that the other will commit, because that gives you an opportunity to pounce upon. That gives you something to exploit. Mighty's trying to retreat back to safety, but he will be caught with his pants around his ankles. And there's Jimbo as well, trying to, well, assume a little bit of extra control, but he's going to start getting harassed by that heat wave, and Sika win in with a cleanup on top of that. I believe the active camo has just gone online, or it will be going online in 2 seconds right now, and most of Quadrant is missing. They're still staring at the respawn screen, so Navi, they should get away with potentially a flagpole, but most importantly, that camo.
Yeah, no, for sure. The camo is going to be huge in this situation. It seems like Navi just trying to get that flag on the move towards util, but it has been halted at the moment. And Mighty's with the camo. He could really open up an opportunity here for his team to get this flag on the move. He spots T-Chick in the corner, a little bit hesitant to shoot, as you'd expect, but he does get the kill on T-Chick. A huge play by Mighty's. And is he going to use this camo to run this flag, or is he going to elect to maybe try Slay Out? It seems like he's going to try Slay Out first. And he does catch SLG, and he gets the trade barely. And it seems like just not quite enough, and Navi's still stuck in their base, but maybe they can use that pressure off of Mighty's to move out of their side.
Hopefully so. There's, well, Jimbo going down at the hands of Chick. Finds himself in a very messy engagement, but Sika's there to bail him out and provide support on top of that. And, yeah, Chick actually does go down to Snipe Drone over towards that mid-util side, so Legend is still searching for the trade, but with the shield stripped, he's gonna have to activate that thruster to get out of harm's way, but he will eventually be paid, well put down to rest in a 6-foot grave. Zed Mighty's also going down at the hands of Chicken. Now, well, a little bit less focus on OBJ. Both teams still vying for control, still slaying out. A trade coming on through as well. This is just the classic version of Halo tug of war, basically.
Yeah, no, for how impressive we've seen Navi at this game type in previous weeks, for Quadrant to hold them to 0 for so long just shows how strong of a team Quadrant is. And like you say, both teams just playing such good defense here. And with this camo coming up in 25, it's honestly looking like camouflage might be what it takes to get a flag cap. And even with the camos, both teams have been so good at defense. But it seems like both flags are currently out, and each kill here could be huge. 1 or 2 kills either way could decide. And Quadrant get those 1 or 2 kills. And Snaky does respond. There's a fight going down car 1. That's 3 dead now on the side of Navi. And if Quadrant can get that return on the opposite side of the flag, then they may be able to secure this first cap here. And it seems like Quadrant should be capping this first flag, and camo has just popped. So Are we going to see Na'Vi get this camo, maybe respond, or a Quadrant going to kind of keep the momentum coming up?
I don't know, but either way, that seemed really, really labored from both teams right over there, and it is Legend to get away with the AC on top of that. So you've got yourself 1 point already locked in. You've got the power up on your side. Things are, well, they're going swimmingly right now for Quadrants, and he can just sneak back into that base. Doesn't even necessarily need to run the flag very far, just pull it away and start to have Na'Vi hesitate and start in sort of inflicting fear and inspiring fear on the side of Na'Vi is really all that you have to hope for. But Legend, he's just gonna, well, run that flag the classic way, being completely active camo, and there's no contention coming on through. This could very well just be a free point.
That was perfect utilization of that camo from a Legend. That was such a good run with the camo, and I think a lot of people this kind of stage into the game, they expect a lot of those camo runs to go bottom mid, but Legend choosing to run it P instead, and he was basically just in cover the whole time. And what was suddenly such a back and forth 0-0 game, looking like both teams are struggling to get a cap, before you know it, it's suddenly 2-0 to Quadrant in this game, and that's despite that heroic comeback in the last game from Quadrant. We're gonna have to see something a little bit similar here on the side of Na'Vi. They might have to be the comeback kings in this series, because if they don't start getting some flag caps on the board, it could be a 3-1 series lead for Quadrant in this best-of-7 final. So Jimbo here trying to start the push car free, but it's looking like a little bit of a stalemate fight here.
Yeah, definitely so, and time continues to drain away, despite the fact that the clock reads 6 minutes and 30 seconds. That is going to fly by in the blink of an eye, basically. Na'Vi, they were able to reverse sweep a Wabba Bobs a little bit later. They were able to keep the series on strongholds alive just enough for them to close it off 250 to 248, and they could very well start mounting a comeback right here on CTF, but it's been really, really labored, and Quadrant has certainly made them work for it. That is brilliant defense coming out from Chick as well from within. Well, actually, no, that was brilliant offense coming out from Chick. My eyes started to deceive me for a little bit right there, and he does get away with a flag pull on top of that.
You know, I just want to mention Seeker in this game. Currently 15-6, and he does grab that camo, and it'll be interesting to see, is he going to try to use this camo to get a grab on this flag, or is he going to elect to slay? And it seems like with his team going 2 down, most likely you'd assume he's going to elect to slay here, and he is currently top mid with the camo. Is he going to get this kill on Jimbo? It's a huge kill by Seeker, but he does get traded out, and off screen we see Na'Vi running this flag here, and this would be a really huge flag for them to convert. If they could get this flag only being 2-1 down in the game, suddenly the comeback's looking a lot more on. But Snaky being very annoying here on the car side, and Legend gets a kill on Jimbo off screen. It's looking like Quadrant might have got into the base of Na'Vi here. We might have to see some kills come in for Na'Vi to finish this flag, and the flag's so close to the point, but 2 kills from Quadrant here, and this flag could be getting stopped.
Yeah, I don't think Snipe Drone is actually close enough to respond. No, he goes down. Jimbo is trying to get his hands on the flag, but he gets shut down on top of that. So now Navi's own flag is away from home, and the return for Quadrant's own flag has been fully locked in. Navi were so close to being able to secure that first point right there, but Quadrant quick to mobilize the defense, quick to mobilize the troops, and they have probably just pulled off the heist of the century right there.
No, that is heartbreaking for Na'Vi, but as we say that, another counter cap looks like it could be coming in. It looked like Quadrant are about to counter cap Na'Vi's flag run, but now Na'Vi trying to respond with counter cap of their own. Both teams just doing such a good job of cutting those flag runs off, and Na'Vi, usually such a high scoring team on this game type, still yet to cap a flag. But if a few kills could go down here on the side of Na'Vi, they could get this flag in. But as I say that, Quadrant get 3 kills on Na'Vi, and it should be another return heartbreakingly for Na'Vi coming in on the flag, and Legend looks like he's going to try run another counter cap. It just seems like the flag's just flying back and forth for both teams, but Quadrant just always seems to have an answer.
Yeah, it is a proper flag joust between these two rosters, but Quadrant just a little bit better on their stead so far. Snaky might be able to get off the return over here, but no, the active camo actually gets popped and burned. Can he hunt him down? Yeah, they know exactly where Chick is, and he will be smacked down. So at the very least, they do prevent and deny Quadrant the luxury to use that power-up, but that doesn't even begin to solve Navi's issues. Keep in mind, we've only got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Sure, they came very, very damn close to securing in that first point, and now they might actually be able to get the job done. Now Na'Vi have got the active man advantage, and they lock in that first point, so now we actually have a proper flag off.
Yeah, finally, thankfully for Na'Vi, they finally secure one of those captures. It is now only a 1-point game, and Snipe Drone with a double kill in car, and Could this be a similar story to the last game? Could we see a heroic last-minute comeback here from Na'Vi? Only down one flag with 3 minutes to go, and it's definitely more than doable. And we spoke about how strong of a game type this is for Na'Vi, so you know they've kind of got that knowledge and prowess of how to capture these flags quickly. But Quadrant have just been playing such good defense this whole game that it's going to be a gargantuan task to kind of get those back-to-back captures. But the new camo not popping for a little while here, so you'd expect some kind of aggressive fights to go down toward the middle. But Legend doing such a good job milking his life, and it's back and forth trades here around car 1.
Yeah, and Snipe Drone will be claimed. So Snaky as well is going to secure that very even and almost instant trade, but he will be shut down himself. SLG now starting to mobilize a little bit further out. Sidekick also picked up, and he's going to pepper down Mighty's just a little bit longer. It is a fairly even gunfight, but Mighty's will arise victorious before being traded off by Chick yet again. So Quadrants, how long can they hold on for? Are they potentially even going to go for another flat cap right over here, or are they just going to let the clock do its own thing and start to drain out? Legend has other plans. He already finds himself situated deep inside of enemy lines, and the rest of the cavalry has now arrived. So flag is away from home for Na'Vi right now, and if Quadrant are able to lock in this third flag cap, it may as well be curtains.
But it doesn't seem like Quadrant were aware of Snipe Drone. He's coming with a huge flank here with a heat wave, and the camo's still up here, so this could be some really pivotal moments here. And Na'Vi off screen get 3 dead for Quadrant, and maybe a little bit of a risky play there by Quadrant to try run that flag despite having the lead and the lack of slays. And I'm not sure if the camo went to one of the Na'Vi players, and it did. So Jimbo has the camo, Snipe Drone has the heat wave. This really should be a flag cap coming in here for Na'Vi, unless we see a huge play by Legend. But he is taken down. That's 3 dead now on the side of Quadrant, and what was a 2-0 lead for Quadrant in this game is looking like it's going to be evened up to a 2-2 score with only a minute left. So it's looking like it could be a similar story to the last game. A Quadrant going to clutch up, or a Na'Vi going to do another crazy comeback.
This is absolutely wild coming out from Na'Vi right here, despite how much absolute crap has been thrown their way by Quadrant over the course of the evening. They are not willing to go down quietly into the night, not without a fight. It's absolutely brilliant what we've been seeing so far from Na'Vi. Just the inability for them to give up despite everything, and how difficult Quadrant has made it for them. It's been beautiful to watch so far. Legend as well, trying to rectify matters. He does eventually get away with the frag onto Jimbo. On top of that, hunting down Mighties, but he does claim SLG on top of that and scampers away just in time. But Legend is right there to claim the trade. Flag of Na'Vi is away from home, and Legend is in the prime position to try to pick it up, but he is being absolutely harassed by Snakey, who it does eventually confirm the kill in, locked in, and now Chick, the only person that could potentially get his hands on the flag, doesn't have that luxury. Flag gets reset.
Yeah, huge plays there to reset that flag. With only 15 seconds left, it's looking like we could be going to an overtime here between these two teams in this game 4, and it's been big plays here by Na'Vi to come back, but it looks like they might be settling here for the overtime. And Quadrant looking to make a last-second push, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. And yeah, we are going to be heading to an overtime here. First flag cap will win the game, and this fight for the camo at the start of this round could be huge.
It definitely could be huge. Hopefully, Na'Vi don't let that PTSD kick in from their match a little bit earlier on CTF Argyle versus Awawa Bobs, because that one did go to overtime, and it was Awawa Bobs that were just able to sneak in a flap cap within about like the first 60 to 70 seconds, as far as we remember on top of that as well. So Na'Vi, they can't let any more mistakes happen like that again. They've got to play nothing but perfect Halo from this moment onwards. We do unfortunately have a slight little technical issue going on in the background, so we are going to cut to a short little break, but don't go away too far because you won't want to miss out on CTF sudden death. Actually, no, we're not going to cut to a break. I lie. I'm capping super duper hard. We are just going to quickly resolve these issues. But either way, let's go ahead and just dissect that little bit of CTF that we just witnessed a little bit more, because Navi started off on the back foot. And just like we saw on Live Fire Strongholds, they get away with daylight robbery, and they mount the comeback of the century yet again.
Quadrant must be starting to get very frustrated. It seems like they have the
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the very abrupt cutoff over there. We have got confirmation that Navi did end up actually winning things out in CTF OT. So they were able to slay out their demons that plagued them just a little bit earlier in the evening, losing out on a CTF OT versus a Wobble Bobs. And that means that we have got everything tied up in a neat little bow. 2-2 is your current score line. Quadrant, well, expected to have been the dominant force in this grand final, but you've got Navi very much threatening a reset right now.
Yeah, no, honestly, after those first 2 games, I think me and probably a lot of other people thought this could be a bit of a clean sweep here for Quadrant. We saw them 3-0 Na'Vi in their winners bracket final earlier, and they started off this series with a dominant 2-0 lead, and it honestly looked like it was about to be a 3-0 lead in that live fire stronghold, but we saw a heroic comeback there from Na'Vi, and then we even saw a similar story in that Aquarius CTF game. You know, Na'Vi started off down 2-0 and brought it back and able to win in overtime. So what was now looking like a slightly one-sided affair is now a 2-2 series in this grand final best of 7. And you know, Na'Vi, they do need to win 2 best of 7s if they have any if they want to win this tournament. But you know, Recharge Slayer in this game 5 here, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace both these teams elect to play this at.
Yeah, definitely. So if the earlier game of Slayer is anything to go off of, then Quadrant should technically be the home team, the favorites to take this one under their belts as well. The overall kill disparity and scoreline of 50-38 in favor of Quadrant was just absolutely sublime. And speaking of sublime, that's what the start off for Quadrant is as well. They're racking up kills. SLG's got the active camo on top of that, but they, however, have forfeited control of that shock rifle. Zed Mighty's is holding on to that. So we'll see exactly what he can, or no, not Zed Mighty's, excuse me. He's just dropped down into lower pipes. But it is Snaky with the shock rifle, narrowly lining up a shot, does find a connection, but only a body shot onto the player deep on the opposite side.
You know, a bit of a crazy start here in the pipes, and it seems like Quadrant trying to push these Na'Vi players out of the pipes area, and Jimbo doing a good job staying alive with a grapple. It gets the triple kill. He's probably not going to go for the overkill being one shot, but he does grapple that shock rifle, and he does finally get taken down there. But a really good job by Jimbo to kind of hold off that push, and despite that heroic play from Jimbo, opening out with 4 kills, Quadrant have found themselves a 3-kill lead early on in this game. And, you know, Recharge Slayer has a bit of a reputation, especially at pro play at LAN events, to be a very slow-paced game type, but it seems like both teams here want to rewrite that narrative and both playing at quite a breakneck pace at the start of this game.
Yeah, definitely so. And now hopping on with So Snaky, that is still currently, well, situated over towards that pipe side. He's getting a little bit curious over towards Battery, and he will successfully snuff out one of those Quadrant players that was just a little bit too far away from home. So Na'Vi, they are certainly starting to, at the very least, try to calm down the situation for the time being, but their job is only just starting to begin right now.
Yeah, Quadrant now open up to a 4-kill lead, and that camera is about to pop in 5 seconds. So if Na'Vi aren't careful here, Quadrant could get the camera and open up to a lead, but Mighty doesn't want that to happen, and he gets the kill around mid-bridge, and he's pushing out these players' tower, and that's now 1 kill, only a 1-kill lead for Quadrant, and this camo has popped. I'm assuming one of the Na'Vi players off-screen might have grabbed that camouflage, but no, the camo is still up. Both teams elected to slay first before grabbing it, just showing how much respect they have for each other, not to kind of go for a risky grab on that camo, and Snipe Drone has found himself a shock rifle. The Quadrant player is now trapped in the long haul here, and if Snipe Drone can hit a few of these shots, this could see a lead opening up here for Na'Vi.
Definitely so. Quadrant starting to regroup all together, but Sika's been left on all his lonesome, but the collapse comes on through as well, so they shut down Snipe Drone pretty quickly, and that's a lovely shot coming out from SLG on top of that to confirm and lock in the 2-piece. So he's still got plenty of charges left in that shock rifle to really prove to be a nuisance. He will eventually secure a trade at the very damn least, but still it is Na'Vi with that 1-point advantage for the time being. Mighty's does go down at the hands of Legend on top of that, so we have tied up the point count once again, but silence falls upon Recharge for only a couple of moments right now, as it's a bit of a Mexican standoff between these two, just looking for someone to make a mistake.
Yeah, we see how slow this game type can get, but one thing I will say from watching Na'Vi play this game type earlier, they did lose it to Wobble Bobs, and one of the criticisms that they had afterwards was that Na'Vi were maybe a little bit concerned they were playing this game type a little bit too slow when they lost it, so we might see Na'Vi maybe elect to push in some of these standoff situations as opposed to wait for Quadrant to push first, but it seems like both teams are kind of trading off at the moment. Quadrant do come out on top though, and what was nearly a tied game, Legend getting a cross kill map on Snipe Drone, and now a 2-kill lead, and the camo is about to pop in 15 seconds here, and Jimbo in that kind of power position, top A, that is probably the most important area of the map to lock down on Recharge Slayer, but he does a great job staying alive with the grapple, and the camo about to pop in 5 seconds. Whoever gets this camo really could be a chance to open up the lead here.
That's a good stick over there, but I'm not exactly sure how much it will accomplish. It is SLJ to get that active camo online, and he is being harassed so heavily by Mighty, so Na'Vi do a brilliant job of denying that AC from causing any more damage the moment that it went online, but Na'Vi still trailing by 4 kills. Quadrant have basically got their number. Legend did a brilliant job a couple of moments ago from racking up that 2-piece and redirecting his attention towards top elevator to smack down an extra player, but yeah, as you mentioned right now, Na'Vi have got to think real hard about the pace and tone that they want to set in for this matchup, and they are stuck, isolated inside of the service tunnel right here with Quadrant trying to snuff them out. That's a lovely nade coming out from Snipe Drone as well. Mighty's with one of his own on top of that with the Disruptor, and now the Shock Rifle is looking to contribute just a little bit further on. Quadrant are trying to take the fight directly to Na'Vi right now, but it's not really working out all too brilliantly.
Yeah, no, maybe a little bit of an interesting strategic choice from both teams here. Like we say, we usually see Recharge at a high level, especially at NA LAN events, kind of play at a very, very slow pace. But it seems like both teams not afraid to kind of try and make these pushes and try extend their advantage, but maybe a little bit of a unsuccessful push there from Quadrant to put pipes. And Quadrant, they did have a slight lead, but that lead has now like diminished. So it's like now a tied game, and Seeker does get the kill there on the Magla player. Can he get the kill on Snipe Drone? Snipe Drone gets the kill, and yeah, a very, very unorthodox, scrappy game of Recharge Slayer at the moment, and it seems like it's not really favoring either team here. Both teams basically neck and neck.
No, I mean, compared to the rest of the Halo that we saw between these two, it was relatively coordinated, but this is just downright messy coming out from both squads right here. Both teams vying for any and all kinds of competitive advantages in the most, as he said, unorthodox manners of playing Halo right now. Then both teams still struggling to break free from the other's grasp. 33 kills apiece. And the next active camo is about to go online in just about 5 seconds. Na'Vi seem to be in a little bit of a better position to try to claim it for themselves, but we've seen just how quickly Quadrant can actually collapse on that power-up and take it all to themselves. But I feel like the moment that these kills start pouring out, and yeah, it is Jimbo to actually go for a very ballsy drop down mid. He gets away with the active camo, slaps that onto his chest right now, whips out the shock rifle in lieu of the Magnum, in lieu of that sidekick on top of that. So now Quadrant with a little bit of a breather as they're trying to regroup and just find out these isolated 1v1s.
It seems like Quadrant doing a really good job here, almost rotating away from the camo of Jimbo. And Jimbo's camo has been, at the moment, a little bit ineffective, but he does finally put it to use and get the kill on T-Chick. But SLG and Seeker are still rotating away from Jimbo, kill Snakey, so he's not being able to put this camo to great use yet. He does get caught out, and he does die. Maybe not the most optimal use of that camouflage, and the game is basically still staying at a tie. Only a 1-kill lead now for Na'Vi, and are we going to see the game slow down as we get to these final stages, or is the pace going to kind of maintain at that fast pace? Na'Vi not in the best position right now. Quadrant do have top A control, and it'll be interesting if Quadrant choose to kind of hold that. But Seeker does not want to hold top A. He wants to push.
No.
Alexa try push Snipe Drone here. He nearly gets stuck, but he does get the kill. And Snipe Drone trade, just non-stop trades from both teams.
Yeah, that plasma stick, absolutely paramount as well, coming on through to keep things level and steady between these two rosters right now. But as we continue to rapidly approach the conclusion of this game number 5, both teams are still sat on 41 and just need 9 kills to close this one off. And Quadrant, they're starting to sweat a little bit. Chick is the next person to fall, and Jimbo still playing his life in here over towards that water side of the map. But suddenly, how the tables have turned, 2 players actually fall for Na'Vi, and Snipe Drone keeping his life intact on the Energy Sword platform. On top of that, he's able to ensure that Na'Vi don't go out quietly into the night, but the active camo once again is going to be the next focal point for both of these two rosters, and Quadrant have got near full map control.
This camo, it could be game deciding, could be series defining. And Legend does get the kill on Pipes. The SLG with a flank on Jimbo Tower. Can he get the kill? Jimbo doing a good job staying alive. And as you'd expect, neither team trying to go for a risky grab on this camo. They're both wanting to get a decent advantage first before they risk running into that open area to grab that camo. And Seeker gets another kill on Jimbo. And just pure scraps going on around this camo. T-Chick does finally go for the grab, but he gets caught out. Maybe a little bit of a misplay there for Quadrant. But Legend does clean up, and it's now 47-47. And it's going to be so interesting to see how both these teams choose to play this. Legend does have that shock rifle, so you'd assume he'd initiate any kind of play.
Yeah, and you know for a fact that Na'Vi know that Quadrant have control of that shock rifle as well, so they are very hesitant about exposing themselves unnecessarily. In Quadrant, well, they're starting to pack things up, set up the tents right over towards that pipe side, and Na'Vi know that at a certain stage they may have to start re-aggressing, but we don't know exactly how this is going to plan out because we've reached that stage in the matchup where both teams don't want to be the ones that accidentally commit a mistake. And at this certain stage, someone is going to have to get unlucky. Somebody is going to have to potentially just step out into an LOS. We don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but we could be looking at a rather lengthy stalemate right here.
Seems like Legend trying to get a pick on a player A, and he does nearly get the shot on Jimbo, but as you say, it's funny to think that this game's been so non-stop, push, 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 and we're finally at a point where both teams slow down. Obviously, only 3 kills to go for either team. As you'd expect, they slow down. Maybe Quadrant in a little bit of a maybe a worse position to be all stuck in this pipes area, but all it takes is Legend to hit 1 or 2 of these headshots, and that can change very, very quickly. Seems like Na'Vi are electing to try collapse on these players' pipes. Will the first kill go down? Mighty barely doesn't get the kill. Jimbo takes down, and Snaky gets 2 kills as well. And Na'Vi looks like they're going to win the Recharge Slayer 50-48. And what was once a 2-0 lead in the series for Quadrant is now a 3-2 lead for Na'Vi in the series in this first best of 7.
Well, blink once and you'll miss the entire damn thing right over there.
Holy.
Na'Vi, they were not in the prime position at all to be the aggressors in that situation whatsoever, but they realized and recognized very, very quickly that we could be in here for a much, much longer evening, and they start to claim control of batteries and just pre-nade out everything to ensure that all those Quadrant players were as softened up as possible before letting the BRs do the majority of the talking right there. And suddenly they just get a small little opening, a small little gap to close off, and they were able to get themselves the last 2 to 3 kills that they needed. And funnily enough, it was actually Quadrant that hit 48 first. So Na'Vi somehow responded with a collapse of 3 kills back to back, and now they have secured a game 3. King of the Hill on Streets is up next, and this could very well be Navi's opportunity to force a grand final reset.
That was such an interesting finish there from both teams. It's that awkward situation. You're in a stalemate. It's so much is on the line. And do you want to be the team that kind of takes your fate into your own hands and chooses to push the other team, or do you kind of just hope that the other team makes a mistake? And maybe we're seeing a little bit of that confidence there from Na'Vi off the back of those last 2 games. Be like, you know what, we're going to decide our own fate here. We're going to push pipes. And as I said, you'd probably argue that Quadrant in a worse position, maybe a bit of an easier collapse for Na'Vi to all collapse in on one area as opposed to Na'Vi are a little bit more spread out. So in the end,
Yeah.
really, really good plays from Na'Vi to collapse on that pipes area, and Legend unable to hit some of those awkward shots with the shock rifle. And what was once looking like a comfortable series for Quadrant has just so quickly switched momentum. And like you said, Na'Vi now up 3-2 in the series. And if they win this next game, Na'Vi, they will force a bracket reset in this first best of 7. But still doable for Quadrant. If Quadrant win this game, suddenly it's 3-3. It's a very different looking series, and it goes down to a game 7. So this King of the Hill here on Streets, a very, very good game type for both teams, and I'm expecting to see a very, very closely contested game as we've kind of seen this whole series.
Ultimately, I think the most important narrative for this entire series so far this evening is just how damn close Quadrant have been to closing off these maps very, very consistently. But when it comes to the very, very tail end at the 11th hour, they just snap at a certain point. It's what happened on Stronghold Live Fire, because they were sat on 248 points. It's what happened on CTF Aquarius, where they had a 2-flag lead, and it just happened moments earlier on Recharge Slayer, where Quadrant have been in a very, very dominant lead, and then somehow it slips right through their fingers. So if Quadrant are going to do anything about it, it has to be right here and right now. OS is out in the wild, and with that Spanker kill coming on through, oh no, wait, those were just smoke screens. I don't know why I said OS, but either way, smoke screens now in the back pocket of Jimbo, and he's still got one more rocket left to exhaust, going to block off that heaven position as well. And they've got a really good setup for this first hill, Na'Vi.
Really good setup on the side of Na'Vi here, and Jimbo has the rockets, and it's starting to get a little bit concerning here for Quadrant in this series. We're going to have to see Quadrant be mentality champions, just like Mikel Arteta's Arsenal. They're going to come back in this series because they've had so many close losses these last few games, and you have to think, if you're a Quadrant player, is it going to start getting in their heads a little bit? Just can't seem to close out these games against Na'Vi these last few, but it's a brand new game type here on Streets, the brand new map. they can hopefully mentally reset. And like we said, they can win this game and force a game 7. It's anyone's game. But this first hill on streets, definitely a bit of a reputation for being a little bit scrappy. It's in quite an open area, so it can be difficult for both teams to kind of get a strong foothold on that. But huge kill by Legend there, hardly even takes any damage against Jimbo, and Legend doing a really good job staying alive in the red room here and not able to kind of convert that into too much progress in this hill. But as you'd expect with 2 high-level teams, not letting anything go for free.
Definitely not. Definitely not. SLG still trying to reassume control of mid as well, and there's the Bulldog being picked up by Legend, but immediately obliterated. A well-placed HE courtesy of Jimbo right there, as SLG elsewhere on the map is going to confirm a frag onto Snaky. On top of that, now Snipe Drone looking to plant 2 feet on this hill right over here just to build up that progress bar a little bit further on, and you've got Chick trying to re-aggress with the Disruptor. Snipe Drone actually vacates at the wrong moment, could have found a little bit of impact with that Bulldog, and there comes Legend in, a little bit of backup on top of that, and they do get away with an active Spanker as well, the side of Quadrant, so they now have 2 rockets they can fully exploit to try to get this first point.
Yeah, a rocket launcher might be what it takes for either of these teams to get some really solid progress on this hill. Obviously, Na'Vi currently with a little bit more progress than Quadrant, but SLG does get the kill, and he doesn't even have to use his rockets. A really good plays here by SLG. That's 3 dead now on the side of Na'Vi, and this really should be some progress for them on this hill finally. It seems like Quadrant just struggling so much to get any progress on this B hill, and SLG electing to try to get some more kills here, and he does know they're spawning cafes, so Jimbo, he is a live heaven here, and this is a good power position behind the shield, but you know, Quadrant, as you'd expect, finally starting to rack up some of that time, but they are going down as well. Big push here by Na'Vi. Jimbo gets a kill on SLG. That's 2 dead now for Quadrant, and what seemed like so many slays there on the side of Quadrant has not really converted into much hell time.
No, exactly. It hasn't translated into raw OBJ points either. And Na'Vi, they're going to continuously build up that progress. They are at about 70% and counting to get this first point, with Mighties duking things out inside of PD, taking Legend downtown before being traded off by Sika as well. Jimbo over towards mid-terrace is looking to reaffirm a little bit of safety right there, as you've got Snipe Drone laying down covering fire from that top balcony with the Stalker, but the shots don't quite line up. Legend actually gets away scot-free, so this hill turns completely blue. Boo. Scared ya. And now Na'Vi, they're looking to try to re-aggress and take that all to themselves, with 3 people falling on the side of Quadrants and 3 on Na'Vi. It's still not really all that clear, but that first point has already been locked in for Na'Vi at the very bottom, so now we can move over towards that lobby hill.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit concerned there for Na'Vi. They were so close to capping the hill, and it looked like Quadrant might have had to stop that, but we do see Na'Vi finally secure that hill, and this only 2 minutes 45 left in this game. That first hill did go on quite a long time, and you know, I think 3 dead here on the side of Quadrant. It looks like Na'Vi should now have control of this new hill as well, and Na'Vi just playing so good this game so far. Jimbo nearly double positive, Snipe Drone +2, Snaky +1, and Mighty is obviously the only player negative, but with 5 assists. So very strong start here from Na'Vi, and they seem to be doing a better job than Quadrant so far at racking up this kind of hill progress despite the kills. And Snaky gets a kill with a Sentinel Beam, but is taken down. A few trades going down there on B, but all while that's going on in the background, Jimbo doing a really good job racking up their hill time and putting down that shroud screen to stay alive. A big middle push here from Quadrant, and this could be a chance for Quadrant to break this C control here. They can get 1 more kill. I think Jimbo might still be alive back C, and Jimbo gets 2 kills off screen. Huge plays by Jimbo. He's still alive back C. Jimbo is being so annoying in the C area. He gets another kill on Seeker.
That's it.
Huge plays by Jimbo.
Brilliant stuff coming out from him, to say the very damn least. Dealing with Sika was the last little loose end that he had to tie up physically within this seaside as well. So now Na'Vi, they are just moments away from locking in a second point right here, as Snipe Drone is going to smack down Chick off screen. On top of that, Legend in from the balk. He's got Sika as well to boot. So surely Jimbo's days were definitely numbered, and he's going to be set and planted into a 6-foot grave right here. Quadrant looking to reestablish control of this lobby side, and it goes and works out pretty successfully for them. They force Na'Vi to respawn basically a continent away at this stage. That's how it feels. So this is free progress for Quadrant that they can now build up, and Legend is going to put that Stalker rifle to brilliant use, swaps it out for the Bulldog, and he's going to get right up close and personal into the face of Snipe Drone.
Legend with a power weapon is a very scary sight for any man to see in a game of Halo. And Legend, he has that shotgun, he puts it fully to use, and now he's found himself a Stalker rifle, and the rockets are popping in 10 seconds as well. Legend just wants to chain these weapons together like a game of Super Fiesta. He does get the kill on Jimbo as well, but he is finally taken down. And while all that's been going on, Quadrant doing a really good job in the background, racking up their hill time, but be interesting to see who got hold of those rockets. Seems like T-Chick got the rockets, and he does take down Snaky. And if you look at the bar at the bottom of your screen, both teams about 75% away, cap through this C hill, and obviously a lot more important for Quadrant to kind of tie up the game here. But it's looking like Na'Vi currently in control of C, and they could be opening up to a 2-0 lead here in this game. They're kicking the hill, and Jimbo with a double.
That is massive coming out from Jimbo to reestablish mid-control. He will eventually go down, but he's bought the rest of the boys enough time to lock in that second point over towards the C hill. Now things have swapped the shoes on the other foot, and we've got this PD hill that we have to deal with. And Quadrant, they were so quick to mobilize as well, but then again, they've got no other options because they still have yet to even find the scoreboard right now. Here comes Sika as well to provide a little bit of logistical support, and he will get 2 feet planted on down, but the response is instant coming out from Jimbo.
Yeah, no, the only saving grace here if you're a Quadrant fan in this King of the Hill Streets game is this PD hill does chain quite nicely into the purple hill. So if Quadrant can cap this hill, even if there was 30 seconds left on the game clock, you'd definitely back them to be able to rotate quite easily to that purple hill. So all it might take is a good push or two from Quadrant. This game's definitely still within reach, but I know from listening to Navi's comms in the past, they played against Ryanoob Shopify team at the Charlotte event, and one of the strategies employed against them at that event was Shopify chose to play down the clock on this PD hill as opposed to trying to cap in. It seems like Navi might have taken the play out of Ryanoob's playbook here, and they're electing to try just bait this PD hill and run down the clock instead of trying to capture it. So we can see some strong progress here in Navi's strategy, but as I say that, a few of them go down, so there could be a chance here for Quadrant to capitalize.
Eventually, Bulldog reestablished, and Sika's going to get absolutely peppered up by a buckshot on top of that. So Na'Vi in the prime position to reassume control. As you can see on that timer down below, there's only 48 seconds left to go, and Taking His Mighty once again just slaps down a 2-piece right there. And with 40 seconds left to play right here, Na'Vi already have 2 points in Quadrant. They need to get themselves physically present on that hill in an absolute hurry. The Spanker has once again gone online, and that is a fight that probably Mighty should have had no business winning whatsoever, but he secures a paramount trade that prompts Snaky to go for that rocket launcher on top so they can effectively just shut down Quadrants and take this entire series in a matter of 12 seconds.
Yeah, Na'Vi have done such a good job kind of sticking to that game plan we spoke about, and they're running down this clock so well, and it seems like Quadrant just weren't prepared to deal with this strategy here, and Snaky getting those rockets, you'd assume, is close out the game, and 4 dead now on the side of Quadrant, and that's game... Is that what's that? Game 7? Oh, there's 4-2 in the series regardless. Game 6, sorry, go into Quadrant, and that's not, or go into Na'Vi, and that's a 4-2 series victory now for Na'Vi, and that is going to be a bracket reset in this grand final. So we will be going to a second best of 7, and I am mind blown. I mean, after that first 2 games, it really looked like Quadrant were going to run away with this series, but Na'Vi have just responded so well, clutching up so many of these games, and that last game didn't even need to be clutched up from Na'Vi. They just looked so dominant and strong the whole game.
Yeah, no, it was probably the only first game in the entire series where Na'Vi seemed to be fully in control, with Quadrant barely even being part of the conversation whatsoever, just unable to really get the strats down right there on King of the Hill. And Na'Vi, they have been reaping the rewards of it. And as such, well, their dominance has only seen a big positive trend over the course of the last couple of maps. What came away from a couple instances of daylight robbery very early on started quickly being converted into a lights out performance, and as you can see, that is just fully reflected in the kill count as well, with the vast majority of those Na'Vi players, except for Snaky, going positive or breaking even on top of that. But Quadrant just really struggling with the strats, and eventually that clock, as you mentioned, started working as a 5th player for Na'Vi. A brilliant performance coming out from them, but we're not done just yet. We've got a grand final reset, and that's going to be coming up in just a couple of short minutes when we run things back down to square one. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Well, what should have been a lights out performance from Quadrant quickly turned into the upset of the century, as Na'Vi were able to claw it back, winning 4 maps in a row back to back, and it came close at every single twist and turn. Na'Vi getting away with daylight robbery multiple times, and now we're gonna run it back, baby. We're gonna do it all over again. My name is Two Doors. Alongside myself, I've got none other than the wondrous Outcasted. And hey, this has basically just been turned into the graveyard shift at this point. We may as well be going for another couple of hours if these performances from these 2 squads is anything to go by.
Yeah, I didn't need to fix my sleep plan anyway. It's fine, guys. It's fine. But I'm happy to see some more high quality Halo. And if you're on the side of Quadrant, you lost the last grand finals to Navi, and are they going to get a little bit concerned here? They could lose a second grand final here to Navi. They're maybe about to start changing if we can see a Navi victory in this grand final. But it's a lot easier said than done. And Navi have still got to win 4 more games of Halo against a Quadrant roster that is not easy to beat.
Yeah, definitely not easy to beat. And after the first grand final that we just saw, the first best of 7 with Navi being completely fired up, taking away strongholds just by the skin of their teeth, CTF as well on Aquarius to force it all the way to overtime, and then a very, very dominant conclusion towards the very end on top of that with King of the Hill on Streets. I mean, these guys, they seem to be in the prime position, vying for that spot as the best within Europe is the goal, the only goal that the side of Navi have got their eyes focused on.
It seems like I've had a little bit of a false restart here, or a false start in this game 1, so might have to get the game ended a bit quickly and get that 4th player in. Seems like T-Chick might have lagged out, so should get this first game started soon. But just kind of speak about this first map a little bit, heading into the second best of 7 here. There's an Argyle CTF, and this excites me because both these teams have some of the best sniper players in European Halo. We got SLG, we got Legend on the side of Quadrant, we got Mighties and Snipe Drone on the side of Navi, so I'm expecting to see some huge kind of use of the sniper rifle here. And if we kind of cast our mind back to the last grand final between these teams, I think we saw
Yeah.
an overkill from Jimbo. We saw Mighty's got like +10 of a sniper, so I think this could be a good opportunity for both teams here in the second best of 7 to start building their confidence back up again and kind of maybe rewrite the narrative of this second best of 7.
Yeah, definitely. So the one thing that I'm very excited to see at the very least on the side of Quadrant is naturally we're going to be hopping into a map where you've once again got the active camo basically present at the middle of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Keep in mind it is very late. It's not an overshield, right? It is an active camo.
It's the
Yeah,
camo.
it is an active camo. If we see Quadrant get up to the same shenanigans that they did on Aquarius, where they were able to basically just get a couple of sneak caps in with that flag, then then we're going to be in for a true screamer of a matchup because that is something that Navi haven't been able to actually figure out a solution to deal with, right? It is
Yeah.
something that caught them super duper off guard. They noticed that their flag was basically away from home, and then within the span of about 20 seconds, Quadrant have got themselves a point on the board. At that point, it was actually a second point on the board as well. So it is something that Navi are definitely going to have to pay attention to and look out for. But Argyle is a damn big map at the end of the day, and there's plenty of room for opportunity.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'd agree that I'd expect the pace of this CTF to play out a little bit differently to the Aquarius. It's a lot larger of a map, as you said, and this camouflage top mid, I think it plays quite a different role to that camouflage on the camouflage in Aquarius. I think this map can be so hard for both teams to get a flag cap secured that almost sometimes you might need that camouflage to kind of initiate a push and maybe do some of those sneaky camo runs like we saw Legend do P-side on the Aquarius game. But it seems like once again one of the players might have lagged out, so it's going to get that game ended quickly and get the player back in. But yeah, just kind of elaborate on that. I mean, obviously, if a player pops off with a sniper, that also could be the kind of win condition to get a flag cap. But a camouflage most of the time is going to be what it takes in 2 closely contested teams. I think it's very rare you see a team kind of run away with an Argyle CTF. But
Yeah.
both these teams at such a high level, of either of them heat up, I think, with a sniper rifle, SOG especially, that could be enough to kind of get those flags on the move. But I expect it to be a little bit of a cagey game 1.
Yeah, definitely so. And obviously, on the opposite side of the spectrum, we are going to be expecting Zed Mighty's to also quite pop off because he is, at the end of the day, even though it is the wrong esport, he is the designated opper for the side of Navi. He may as well don the name of Simple at this certain point with how he's been performing throughout the course of this evening as well. And speaking of this evening's performance, I am once again going to take us down a short little trip down memory lane from a couple of hours ago when Navi did go up against a Wobble Bobs. Naturally, they do not want to get slapped across the face with a sense of deja vu because that would be an utter nightmare for them to basically just have the entire game slip right in between their fingers, force it to go to OT, and then suddenly, yeah, they lost it within about 60 to 70 seconds because the Wobble Bobs were able to find those tiny little chinks in the armor, fully exploit them to the point that Navi were just left absolutely shook and starstruck at what just initially happened right over there. So they can't necessarily think too much about what happened earlier in the evening. I'm pretty sure, these lads at the top of tier 1 competition, they have trained themselves to put those kinds of horrendous nightmare series basically in the rear view mirror. But we do see on screen that we have got all 8 players in the lobby. No more false starts. Let's get right into this one.
Yeah, and as you said, I think this game type in particular can take a lot of mental resilience because you can get 95% of a push correct, but if you just mess up that last part of the push, you can basically get the flag stopped and you're back to square one again. So like you said earlier in that Bob's Navi series, that the game can be so tight knit the whole game, and all it takes is one team kind of clutch up and get a flag, and suddenly that flag could win you the game. So I don't expect to see a high scoring game, but there's been a lot of things I've not expected to see today at Navi and Quadrant. They've proved me wrong. So we saw some crazy comebacks from Navi in this series so far, but it seems like already a flag is on the move here. So could this be a chance for an early cap?
I don't know. They've already lost out on a couple of players that have now respawned relatively far away, and Jimbo was the last rat that they had to snuff out. So this return should basically be in the books right of there. Lovely snipe coming out from Zed Mighties as well to put Sika in his place, reestablishing a little bit of this mid control on top of that. I'm not exactly sure if the opposing S7 is still online, because we did see SLG try to land off a couple of shots right over there, and he does go down to a trade with Snaky on top of that as well. So still a relatively slow start coming on through, and Chick, I did see a couple of those S7 tracers just leave from his body as the life also left from his body right there.
You know, definitely going to be a really, really important thing to keep track of for both teams, who can use those sniper rifles effectively. And we saw Mighty's off screen a second ago, currently 4-1 in the game. As far as I'm aware, he is still alive with that sniper rifle, and if he could put that to use in these next few moments, could be a chance maybe for Navi to get a flag on the move. And Jimbo being aggressive in the opposite base, and if he could stay alive here on the elbow, could be a really good chance to maybe formulate a push. And the camo coming up in 10 seconds in the background. There's a lot of really important fights about to go down here, and be interesting to see which way the kills go. It seems like SLG does open up with a kill on Jimbo. Legend the 1v1 with Snaky, and he perfect Snaky, about to grab the sniper as well. Huge plays by Quadrant, and you'd assume that Quadrant off the back of that kind of impact should get the camouflage. And it looks like Seeker off screen might have grabbed that camouflage, if I'm not mistaken. So, the sniper, the camo in the hands of Quadrant, could this be a chance for them to formulate a push, maybe get a flag on the move?
Yeah, definitely so. Absolutely paramount stuff coming out from Legend right over there as well.
Snipe drone got the camo actually bottom mid, so I was mistaken there. It seemed, I'd assumed after those kills from Quadrant that a Quadrant player might be able to grab that camo, but it seems like Snipe drone has got hold of it. So we'll have to see if he can maybe put that to use. But despite that, SLG does have the flag on the move, so this could be probably a bit of a slow run, you'd assume, maybe wanting to get a few more kills where they can continue that run. SLG does get a big kill there on Mighties, and Legend does have the flag on the move. Legend with a sniper in his back pocket as well, so he might have to drop this off in a second, maybe try to secure a kill first, but Seeker does spawn near him, so doing a good job here, Quadrant running the flag, and this looks like it could be a 1-0 start here for Quadrant in this Argyle CTF game. 3 minutes into an Argyle CTF game, surprisingly actually pretty quick to cap a flag sometimes.
Yeah, they're basically speed running their way through this any percent. Good start off coming out from Quadrant, and another flag has gone missing. I do believe that is actually Navi's flag yet again on the move. So Quadrant, well, they've gotten off to... They're basically roaring right out of the gates right over here, and Jimbo is still trying to rectify the situation, but you can't be missing those kinds of S7 shots at this caliber of competition anymore. SLG has basically just ran this all the way back home to lock potentially in a second point right there. Does go down, but things have gone off horribly wrong for Na'Vi, and they have to somehow come up with a solution on the fly. They did it a little bit earlier on Aquarius, but now I'm not so sure that Quadrant is going to grant them that luxury anymore. Lovely no-scope being laid out in front of So Snaky by Legend right there. Can't quite find the secondary connection onto Mighties as well. He will be punished, but still, though, Quadrant, they are now back in their element.
Huge plays there from Quadrant. And one thing I didn't mention before this kind of game kicked off is I've heard from a few people that this is one of the stronger game types on the side of Quadrant. And, with there being so many sniper rifles on this map, you definitely assume that would be the case. And to get to be 2-0 up already in a CTF Argyle game this kind of early on into the game, definitely reflecting that fact. So, we saw how strong Na'Vi can be at the Aquarius CTF, but Argyle a whole different ball game. At the moment, it seems like Quadrant can have their number. And SLG, the quick snap headshot there onto Snipe Drone, and currently playing defense with this sniper, but anywhere SLG is on the map, can he hit the shot on Snaky? He does get the body. Yeah, big sniper battle going down here between the two teams.
Yeah, they do trade out S7 connections right over there, and neither party eventually is a little bit better for it, but Look at this. Mighty's has already dug himself pretty far deep in towards Quadrant territory. He gets away with the S7 and lands a shot onto Sika as well, but there's no follow-up present. No, he gets harassed and blown sky high by a couple of those HEs, and the cleanup coming on through from Chick as well was desperately needed right there. And Quadrant, all they really have to do is just park the bus at this certain stage, maintain a little bit of extra map control, and force Na'Vi to be the ones to actually put their best foot forward. Legend dishing out yet another frag onto Jimbo, but 2 trades come back in a hurry from Na'Vi.
You know, such a scary sight for any player to see the likes of T-Chick with a sniper rifle. We all saw T-Chick's kind of famous clip with a sniper at that NA LAN event getting those crazy overkills. But, you know, our goal, like we said, it can be a very back and forth map, and if Na'Vi can get one flag on the board here within the next few minutes, we've already seen their kind of crazy comeback potential today in this series. So I'm sure if you're a Na'Vi player here, you're not flustered at all by this kind of slow start in this series. And Snaky looks like trying to be continuing this run, but he does get caught out by Legend here, and Legend does get the kill on Snaky. That's a huge play by Legend. This camo is popping in 10 seconds, so if either team could get this camo, this could be a chance to maybe stop a flag cap or start a flag cap of their own.
Yeah, definitely so, but now Snipe Drone has got other things to worry about. He needs to get this flag back in motion before it resets. Does that brilliantly as well, and you've got So Snaky just a few steps behind with an online S7 that he can start to lay Hellfire down upon them on range on top of that. So that is Na'Vi coming back with a flag cap of their own. And I'm starting to get a little bit of deja vu from what we saw earlier on Aquarius. About 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes left right now, and this is more than workable for Na'Vi to tie things up.
Yeah, no, the mental resilience Na'Vi is showing in this series so far, in the last series, to be able to just keep coming back from these deficits, and I'd be absolutely mind blown if Na'Vi could come back from another deficit in a game in this final. It would be wild, but they have only capped 1 flag at the moment, but there's 5 minutes left in the game, so more than enough time, and 3 dead now on the side of Quadrant, and Snaky is going to stack that sniper ammo now. He has 10 bullets to work with in the sniper, and he knows where they're spawning, so can he catch these plays out? Seeker being sneaky low, and Mighty's in the vent, so the game slowed down a little bit. Both teams kind of playing for a bit of an opening pick here, and Legend looks like he's going to make the first move on this play event. Does get caught out by Mighty. That's 2 dead now on the side of Quadrant. Snaky locking down this kind of top middle area with a sniper. Can he hit a shot on T-Chick? Does hit the body. He looks like Sniper and should clean that up, or he's just going to run the flag instead. And this could be a chance here if Na'Vi play this well for them to secure this second cap and tie up the game.
Yeah, no, Na'Vi have been looking super damn coordinated since they managed to get themselves that first flag cap. The moment that they go for a pull on Quadrant's own flag, you've already got a couple of extra people rotating back into the base to provide logistic coverage. On top of that, you've got Jimbo just laying down the law over towards mid, and there is Snipe Drone locking in a second flag cap for Na'Vi. I don't know what it is with Na'Vi, but man, bro, the story has been that they just need a couple of minutes to get fully calibrated and warmed up, but the moment that they are, they just cannot be stopped. They are a force to be reckoned with right here in Quadrant. What started off as a fun map of CTF just turned into a living nightmare for them.
And Na'Vi seem like the kind of Floyd Mirror Ryu Halo. They kind of just take a few rounds, kind of like download you and kind of work out your playstyle, and suddenly they come back strong in the later rounds and they kind of start piling on the pressure. And Na'Vi just, it doesn't matter how strong Quadrant seems to start in these games, Na'Vi just always seem to find a way to kind of bounce back. And it's a 2-2 game, and Legend nearly gets the double on Mighty's. And the slay's fairly even for both teams, but the OBJ efficiency from both teams as well being strong. We're seeing a real battle of 2 kind of titans of EU Halo at the moment.
Yeah, and you've got SLG also playing for his life right now. Shields will be back online. He's going to look to re-aggress over towards this vent side with the S7. Paramount, that he still got that sniper intact. Oh, Snaky just gets absolutely decimated. Thought he was safe, but the moment you turn your back, you are as good as nothing but a little bit of game. And you've got SLG, the primary hunter, right over here. Legend, though, once again putting that VR to good use. Can't quite find the connection with that no scope, and here comes SLG once again for a quick and easy cleanup. It was really paramount that Quadrant got control of both of those sniper rifles as well, but it hasn't really paid massive dividends just yet.
Wow, SLG hits a big shot, and that's a killing spree. And it looks like the kill is starting to come in now on the side of Quadrant. So despite that little bit of a comeback from Na'Vi capping those last 2 flags, if Quadrant can play this well and start getting a few of these cutoffs here, you'd expect it to be a flag cap for Quadrant coming in. SLG seems very aware of where these Na'Vi players are, but one of the Na'Vi players to the left behind Legend has snuck out, and is Legend aware of this? It seems like he might be on the flag runner, but both teams electing to try slay first while carrying on this flag. Very smart plays from Quadrant, and they get the first 2 kills, so the flag run slowed down a little bit. Mighty's has found himself behind Quadrant, but he does get snuffed out. So you'd assume this flag run here. Jimbo looks like the last line of defense now on Na'Vi. He's gotten to Quadrant side the map, but can he stop the flag? Legend seems to be aware of him, and Teach kind of running it in. Legend does get the kill on Jimbo off screen. That's going to be a 3-2 lead now on the side of Quadrant in this Argyle CTF.
Really brilliant stuff coming out from Quadrant as well. They had a game plan in mind, and they basically executed to utter perfection. I mean, they weren't in a rush whatsoever. They were playing the map, clearing out as many positions as humanly possible, and just locking down that center of the center portion of the map. And the moment they actually dealt with Mighties, that was all the space they needed to just secure that flag run. On top of that, Sika delivering so much impact with the nice little two-piece right there, and SLG once again going for another flag pull, but he will. Oh no, I thought Jimbo could have actually gotten away with that one, but no, it's actually SLG to put him in his place and show him exactly who the boss is right there. So Quadrant looking to once again replicate the exact same thing that they've done previously, but I do believe, yeah, that's Quadrant's flag now being returned back home. And Navi's flag is just inches away from being returned as well. No one can get their hands on it, so all for nothing by the looks of it.
You know, that's a huge play just moments ago by SLG to sniff out Jimbo with a camo. If Jimbo could have stayed alive with that camo, only a minute and a half left at the time. That could have been the kind of play that Navi needed to maybe tie up this game, but he does die, and now there's a minute left in the game, and we're going to have to see something miraculous from Navi, but I would not put it past them based on what we saw last series, and each kill here could be a huge difference maker in the last minute of this game. Neither team wants to be the first person to get taken down, but Mighties does get taken down first, and it seems like Quadrant maybe being the aggressors here, or no, not. It seems like Snipe Drone's down bottom mid, so it seems like Quadrant, as you'd expect, electing to kind of just slay out and play defense. Need 30 seconds left in the game for them, and if they can just lock down their flag and sniff out these Navi players, it should be game one going to Quadrant in this series.
Yeah, all they have to do for the next 25 seconds is just turtle up and anchor down on home turf. And now the ball truly is in Navi's courts, but I don't think they'll be able to force an overtime like they did on Aquarius. That that AC is going to be online in just a couple of seconds, but I don't think Navi are really concerned with that for the time being. They need to try to power through this home base, and we've got 3 more seconds left until the timer expires, and no one is near enough to get their hands on that Quadrant flag. So you do have Quadrant being able to stem the bleeding, put out quite the wildfire that Navi were putting in motion right over there. They did even things up, getting 2 flag caps of their own, but Quadrant, they lock it out.
You know, huge game one there from Quadrant, and it shows a lot of mental resilience from them, able to bounce back from that kind of heartbreaking last series. You know, they losing 4 games in a row towards the end of that last series, but they bounced back and win that game one. And taking a quick look at the scoreboard, SLG, as you'd expect on a map with a lot of sniper rifles, going +6 for his team, and the rest of his team played quite well as well. Maybe Seeker, anyone having a bit of a slow game statistically, but in a game that was that kind of closely contested, you'd expect the Slays not to be too kind of favored on either side. But you know, I would say Quadrant definitely one of their stronger game types, and we've kind of saw Navi earlier lose that to the 4th placing team today, Bob. So maybe not the most surprising result, and a really good chance maybe for Quadrant to use that to bounce back and change the kind of momentum and confidence of the series. So yeah, really solid game one from Quadrant, and it'll be interesting to see what this game two is going to be.
Yeah, exactly. I am very curious to see if Quadrant this time around would be able to close it off in rapid succession within regulation, or if Navi are truly going to establish themselves as the best team in Europe following that grand final reset and potentially being able to pick up the victory right here. Obviously, everyone on the side of Navi have been playing together as an absolute unit, and despite the fact that we had a couple of people playing a little bit negatively, mathematically and statistically speaking, on the side of Quadrant, still there hasn't been one particular person that truly is the liability on that particular side. But still, that is just the first game secured for them. We now are going to be turning our attention over towards Empyrean Slayer as well. We are just moments away from hopping into the action right over there to see if Quadrant can continue the ride on this pain train, or if Navi have once again got something to say about it.
Yeah, no, in the first few moments of this Empyrean Slag, be very interesting to pay attention to. For anyone who's not aware, this game type can get very out of hand very quickly. We saw that happen quite a few times at the Charlotte LAN event. If either team has a good start, gets the rockets, gets the overshield, maybe pushes the opposite team's tower with a sniper and kind of gets those spawn kills coming in, the game can be almost over before it's even started sometimes. So both teams are going to be very wary at the start of this game to not give up too much kind of control to either team at the start. And both teams we've seen throughout this series more than aware of kind of pushing their advantage and putting those weapons to use. So it'll be very interesting to see how these initial fights go down for these weapons.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's going to be as messy as the previous Slayer that we saw between these two squads. I forget the map that it was played on. Gosh darn it. My memory just isn't really what it used to be, but it was on Recharge, if I'm not mistaken, and it was fairly messy and it was fairly scrappy between these two squads as well, up until the point that we basically just hit the 47 kill mark for both of those two squads, and then everything was basically ground down to a halt. No team wanted to give any space. They were moving. That actually, no, they weren't even moving together like a pack of wolves. They were sleeping on separate portions of the map, like very sleepy packs of wolves is what they were doing. And then Navi suddenly said, hey, I'm tired of sitting around on my ass. Let's go ahead and snuff you guys out because we know you're inside of tunnels. Soften them up with a couple of grenades, and then they were able to get themselves a whopping 3-piece to close things off. And when it comes to Navi specifically on this map as well, we saw them earlier go up against a Wobblebobs on Empyrean Slayer on top of that. A lights out series for them as well, which was about 50 to 40 if I'm not mistaken. And Navi were so good at establishing a very, very early lead to the point that they could then just turtle down in their own home base. Control of the Sniper Tower, control of the S7, and the moment that Wobblebobs had to re-aggress to try to reclaim that lead, they were just being shut down left, right, and center. So I wouldn't be surprised if Navi go for a very aggressive start right here to employ that exact same tactic in the mid to late game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you know, looking at that Navi roster, for anyone who's not aware, players like Jimbo, Sniper, and Snaky, they're all very long-time veterans of the EU Halo scene and Halo in general. And between them, they've probably got 10,000 plus hours in Pit and Slayer. So I'm not exactly aware of the extent of Quadrant's kind of Halo 3 experience and stuff and Pit, but in terms of pure game time, the players on Navi have so much experience on this game type. So as you kind of alluded to, you'd expect them to be more than comfortable in this game type, and we kind of saw that earlier. But the start here seems good for Quadrant. Already 2 kills, and they've secured the rockets as well. So these next few moments could be pivotal. When you see Seeker on the other side of the map trying to flank the tower with the overshield, it seems to have been on paper a perfect start for Quadrant. But whether they can turn that into a bit of a lead here, be interesting to see. It seems like Navi trying to hide a little bit, slow down the kind of pressure of the collapse, but it could just be a matter of time here. If T-Chick collapses with these rockets, these next few moments of the rockets could be huge. Is he going to catch a good timing? It seems like he is. He gets the first kill there, and Navi trade out 2 kills though, but Legend trades out another. And pay close attention here. Are Quadrant going to keep track of these spawns? Are they going to get these spawn kills in, or are Navi going to be able to sneak out here?
I don't know. At this certain stage, there are a whole host of different possibilities and a whole host of different timelines that we could continue to follow right over here. But for the time being, Legend has gone down. Hopping on board right now with Mighties, he's going to get a little bit of a smack going on. That shuts down the one and only sniper rifle that Quadrant have. So good stuff for Navi to reassume control of this sniper tower. They desperately needed it because it didn't get off to a really, really good start. I mean, they've got a full team wipe in terms of mathematical difference between these two sides, and Quadrant are going to try to take control of this controlled portion of the map. And yeah, Jimbo was basically a sitting duck right there as Quadrant hit double digits.
You know, Navi did a really good job there initially stemming that kind of pressure from Quadrant, but it seems like Quadrant are going for it again. But Mighty's hits the no-scope, but it seems like that no-scope might even be that important because Quadrant clean him up, and it's a 12-5 lead. But more importantly, Chichik was on the enemy tower, but he does get cleaned up. You see SLG as well. The pressure from Quadrant is just relentless at the moment, and if they can make one of these pushes stick, Quadrant really could start to open up that lead. But even with a few unsuccessful pushes, Quadrant still have that 6-kill lead, so really, really good start from Quadrant here.
Yeah, definitely so. Keep the momentum rolling, ensure that this snowball doesn't stop forming. So Snaky does fall down, but Snipe Drone and Jimbo each respawn with a kill of their own. The trade secured, and Mighty's going to shut down that mid presence as well. So they are trailing, but not too far behind the side of Navi just yet. And as the spawns start to flood out with Quadrant players, they're kind of in a very awkward situation, caught for the vast majority out in the open. Sika's going to go down, and suddenly 2 more kills tallied up for Navi on top of that. That is brilliant stuff. And with those players on Quadrant side now finally coming out of the respawn screens, they've lost control of the Spanker. So 2 rockets to use for Navi is just brilliant.
Yeah, Mighty's with the rockets here, and what was such a strong start for Quadrant, it looks like it could be Navi's turn to flip the script on them, maybe do to them what they had done to them, and Mighty's doesn't quite get to kill the rocket on Legend, but he's chasing him down. He seems to know where he is in this corner. He does get the kill, so killing spree now for Mighty. He's probably the least experienced player in the lobby on this map, but it doesn't matter when you're as talented as he is. and his teammates just seem so comfortable. But SLG with some huge shots there on Snaky to kind of slow down that pressure. But off screen, we see Snipe Drone hit a headshot with a sniper. And if there's one player you don't want with a sniper on Pit, it is Snipe Drone. He puts pressure onto
Ooh.
Chick. And is Jimbo going to follow up on that damage, or elect to stay in sword?
I think he's just going to stay over there by that control side instead. Chick, lucky to actually get away because, yeah, Mighty's actually coming on with a rare miss. He was obviously just sort of like camping down with his crosshair pointed directly towards the opposing S7, but Chick was able to get away with it relatively scot-free as well. But now it's going to be the battle between the snipers potentially, and you can see right now Quadrant, they are very hesitant about actually putting a foot forward and trying to re-aggress towards Na'Vi, but a trade does come on through, and now Legend is going to try to put that heat wave into action as well. A miss coming on through and 2 plasma nades tossed on top of that, but Snipe Drone actually manages to catch Sika just poking out his melon at the wrong time, and that is Na'Vi once again back in the lead as they hit 23.
Yeah, and this, this game type, it can have two very different paces. It can be go, 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 full speed, or it can be like this, where both teams kind of slow down to a snail's pace, and we kind of see both the snipers on either team kind of dueling against each other across the map. But Na'Vi do open up to a slight 2-kill advantage, so you wonder if they're going to kind of use that and maybe do a bit of a risky push and see if they can kind of increase that advantage, or whether they're going to elect to kind of hold. And it seems like Mighty's does get taken down, so you'd assume they're probably going to back up now and slow down the game again. And you can just see how much both these teams kind of respect each other, and neither of them want to give up anything by making a kind of staggered, unsuccessful push. And SLG, though, does get the kill on Jimbo, and he's going to push off that pressure, and he's putting pressure onto Mighty's S1. He nearly gets to beat down Snaky, but Snaky gets the kill. Some huge fights going down here, and this could be a chance for maybe Na'Vi to lose control, and Seeker doesn't get the kill on Snaky. Does a really good job there by Na'Vi to stay alive as these rockets are about to pop.
Yeah, exactly. In Quadrant, they have, well, for the vast majority, a little bit of mid-control to work with, and Na'Vi still stuck on the opposite side of the map. And now Legend with the overshield is looking to once again take on the aggression. He finds 1 kill onto Jimbo. That is a killing spree already locked in, 5 in a row for him, and he shows no signs of stopping whatsoever. And Chick, well, he's going to provide a little bit of support, but it is primarily SLG that we're interested in. He's got 1 more rocket left to expend. Still, we have yet to actually see any true multi-kills. It is just going to be the 1 singular kill onto Snaky picked up with the rocket launcher, and that does tie up the scoreline. But SLG, as he tries to re-aggress over towards that sniper tower, he will be cut down and brought to a grinding halt right there. Sika tagged and now fragged by Snipe Drone.
Yeah, it seems like Quadrant just seems so keen to kind of push onto the opposite side of the map and put that pressure on Na'Vi. But as we kind of saw in that live fire Strongholds game, once Na'Vi gets set up, their setups can be so difficult to break. But on the side of Quadrant, you got to stay resilient. All it takes is 1 successful push, and suddenly you can be spawn killing Na'Vi. So they definitely want to stay consistent. But SLG's kind of been caught out trying to take that same route towards the enemy sniper tower, but Legend hits the big headshot. And just to highlight Legend quickly, had a very, very strong start to last series, and maybe slowed down a bit towards the end of the first best of 7. But in the second best of 7 so far, he had a really strong game 1, and currently is 13-4 in this game 2 here. So Legend definitely heating back up again by the look of it.
Yeah, 100%. I did catch like a singular frame of the words all weapons out of ammo just kind of like blaring on his screen, but he has been able to re-equip a little bit of ammo, a BR and a fresh heat wave now in his back pocket. On top of that, as Jimbo has still got the S7, hasn't actually shot or pulled the trigger once, but oh man, is he making those shots count right over there. SLG is now down in the dirt, and he's going to try to take control of this middle portion of the map as well. Legend, yeah, he's surely going to go down to that HE on top of that. A brilliant play coming out is going to bear so much fruit for Na'Vi as they hit 37 right now with 3-kill gap established. And now they can do the exact same thing that they did to a Wababobs just a few hours ago. Start to park the bus because they have that kill advantage. And now it means that Quadrant will have to be the primary aggressor as Chick finds a little bit of contact in mid.
Yeah, it seems like Na'Vi out of the 2 teams seem a little bit more comfortable playing that kind of slow, steady pace and holding themselves. Obviously, we all know Quadrant, a lot of the players on that roster have definitely a reputation for liking to keep the pressure on and play aggressive. And on a map like Empyrean, it can be very difficult if you've not got the right kind of advantage to push. And it seems like the pace at the moment is definitely suiting Na'Vi more. But saying that, Quadrant done a good job getting some kills. SLG, as you'd expect, hitting a big headshot with a sniper off screen. Big rocket by Legends right now, 15-5 in the game. And could this be Quadrant's chance to push? He gets to beat down the guy green as well, and the rocket kill off screen as well. So you'd assume Quadrant are going to use all that pressure to push. But Mighty's trying to flank. He does get caught out by T-Chick. A huge kill by T-Chick to shut down the flank. And you see Seeker on the enemy team's tower. This could be the deciding push of the game. If Quadrant can play this well and kind of spawn kill these players in Mauler, this could be the end of game 2 here on the side of Quadrant.
Yeah, definitely so. Quadrant, just like Stella, they have found their groove once again, and they have got a lead of 3 kills established over Na'Vi, and now suddenly they're the ones that are in dire straits, and 2 more frags being laid out in front of us by Quadrant as SLG comes in for a cleanup with that heat wave. They find themselves staring down the barrel of a potential Slayer win here. All they need is 4 more kills on Empyrean to lock it in. And now Na'Vi, what are they going to do? Because they need twice the amount of kills to be able to close this one off. Legend and Chick continue to add to that tally once again. And this may just be it for Na'Vi on Empyrean. But as I say that, Snaky whips out a 2-piece to try to keep this alive. A 3rd kill bagged for him. But Quadrant, they have hit 49 right here. Na'Vi sit on 46. They have got to play this absolutely perfectly. And I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very, very difficult now for Na'Vi to come back. And like we kind of spoke about, all it took was one good push from Quadrant to really open up that lead. And 49 to 46 now, you'd really, really expect Quadrant to close out this game. But we saw earlier, it's never over until it's over with Na'Vi. And SLG having a great game, 15 and 12. But Legend, as we kind of highlighted earlier, 17 and 8 for the game. And if Quadrant don't close out this game, I'd be very, very concerned for their mental game considering last series. But they're in such a good position to close this out, and it's going to be interesting. We saw something similar to this on Recharge in the last series. Is Quadrant going to kind of choose to just stand still and kind of wait for Na'Vi to make a mistake, or are they actually going to initiate a push themselves this time? And SOG doesn't even need to come to that. He hits a big shot and a body shot in Jimbo as well at the end of the game. So huge game 2 win there from Quadrant and SLG, and despite the last series losing 4 games in a row to Na'Vi, they do win the first 2 games of this series. So it's been a big, big momentum shift.
Yeah, definitely so. That's exactly what Quadrant were looking for right there. A nice little win on Empyrean. 50 to 46 is a really damn close score line at the end of the day, but it was Legend coming in desperately clutch, and SLG as well doing God's work towards the very, very tail end of it. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and try to whip up that the breakdown of the kills and the scores so far to try to get everything so you guys can take a look at it. But instead, yeah, that does lock in the 2nd win for Quadrant. Slayer on Empyrean, they have taken it. Next up is going to be, well, Strongholds by the looks of things, or no, that's actually King of the Hill, excuse me, on Live Fire for our game number 3. And if history is bound to repeat itself, then there is a very, very real possibility that that Na'Vi could be able to once again go for a little bit of a reverse sweep as they did in the previous game, forcing out an entire grand final reset. At this certain point, it is basically all up in the air, and we don't know exactly how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was a really, really close game there in the end. And you look at the score of those first 2 games, and it's been a very, very closely contested game. And it's definitely Na'Vi. We saw how strong their mental game is in the last series, so I definitely would not count them out of this series, despite being 2-0 down. But yeah, it's definitely we're gonna have to see a bounce back here from Na'Vi. We know they're more than capable. They did start off the last series down 2-0. So, is it gonna be deja vu? Are we gonna see Na'Vi start to initiate the comeback, or are we gonna see Quadrant kind of open up to a 3-0 lead?
Yeah, definitely so. Well, I am I'm just really, really excited to hop into this next game. King of the Hill Live Fire is sure to be a banger as well. King of the Hill has gone it's been a relatively mixed bag for both of these 2 squads a little bit earlier on. It wasn't necessarily as close as the Stronghold series. Could have been just a little bit earlier as well on on this exact same map as well. But if that performance is anything to anything go off of, is if it is indicative of anything as to how this particular series, this game could actually go, then I don't know. Quadrant, the way that they got off to that brilliant start in overall King of the Hill Strongholds, it's all about territory control, and Quadrant did a brilliant job of controlling territory towards the very, very tail end, and they don't have to worry about those BNC setups that Navi employed a little bit earlier on, because it's just the one bit of real estate that you truly have to lock down.
Yeah, no, for sure. And heading into this next game, Live Fire King of the Hill, and we're going to see some more sniper rifle action here in this game, and we're going to have to see a bounce back here from Na'Vi. Obviously, it's all well and good having that heroic first series win, but You know, all that matters at the end of the day is who wins that tournament in the end. And currently, Quadrant in a better position to do so. And they won't care that they lost that first best of 7. They can clutch up and win the second one. So we're going to have to see a big bounce back here from Na'Vi. But yeah, talking about life hiking of the hill, I think both teams should be quite good at this game mode. And I wouldn't really favor either team. And seeing how well both teams have looked so far, it's going to be a hard one to call.
It is going to be a very, very tough one to predict. I mean, obviously, we tried our damnness to predict the first grand final, and that one didn't pan out exactly how either of us anticipated. I'm glad I didn't put any money on it, or even worse, I'm glad I didn't put any channel points on that one, because God knows I need to save those up. Save those up very, very much. But still, we had a little bit of a false start, so we are going to get everyone back into the lobby so we can continue on with the festivities for the time being. Though, if you guys are just tuning in, welcome. Thank you for joining us with a graveyard shift out here. This is the grand final reset at the end of the day, and it all comes down to Na'Vi and Quadrant, as they are both vying for that first place finish. Obviously, the prize pool for this HCS 4K tournament for the EU region is 1,500 USD. Everything has basically just completely concluded. We've gone through the entirety of the bracket so far. Dopamine as well coming in really clutch with the third place finish as well, definitely being one of the better teams that we have seen over the course of this tournament, alongside Bobs a little bit earlier on, and definitely showing prowess that some of these EU teams actually have when it comes to taking the fight directly to the best of tier 1.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, you know, like you said, it was nice earlier on in the tournament to see a few of these teams contest our top 2 teams in Europe, Quadrant and Na'Vi. But as you'd kind of expect, in the end, it just always looks like Na'Vi and Quadrant are a level above. And it seems like they almost save their best for when they play against each other. And, you know, it's a very interesting narrative now in EU Halo. As we said, Quadrant did lose the previous grand finals in a few weeks ago to Na'Vi, and we are now wondering if, you know, if Na'Vi can win another finals against Quadrant, is that going to start to maybe shift the narrative a little bit in terms of who is the best European Halo team? But Quadrant currently up 2-0 in this series. It would take a big heroic comeback, just like we saw last series, to come back for Na'Vi, but we know they're capable of it. And King of the Hill on live fire, like we say, we can see Mighties and the like get that sniper rifle, definitely possible.
Yeah, 100%. First bit of contact is going to be found by Mighties, and the trade secured by SLG instantaneously on top of that. The S7 is already online. It already has been grabbed. I'm not exactly sure by whom, but I did see a Tracer just go through that middle portion of the map down over towards green. And the overshield now going online as well. Brilliant usage of the smoke screens on top of that by Legend. And he does smack down one player. I think he fiddled a little bit with swapping out the OS for his secondary smokescreen, but he slaps it onto his chest. So now Quadrant, they are in the prime position to lock in this first hill.
You know, huge kills there, and Seeker doing a good job staying alive, and SLG has found himself a sniper rifle. Legend with the overshield. There should be kills coming in here on the side of Quadrant. If SLG can hit this shot, Mighty's being so annoying there back green, but he does finally get taken down. 2 dead now on the side of Na'Vi, and it looks like a little bit of hill time now should be going to the side of Quadrant. And, you know, to kind of throw back to that last King of the Hill on streaks we saw at the end of last series, we know Na'Vi is such a strong King of the Hill team, but maybe on a map like Live Fire, where there is a sniper rifle for SLG to get his hands on, that could maybe shift the favor towards Quadrant a little bit.
Definitely. So Heatwave, well, leaving a mark right over there, as SLG will be able to clean up yet another kill, and we've got Legend actively on the hill on top of that to start building up the first bit of progress in this game so far. SLG is going to tear Mighty's a new one on top of that as well, and a little bit of mid presence that needs to be dealt with. Sika gets naded, well, basically straight into next Friday on top of that over towards Window. And now Na'Vi, they are looking to reclaim and actually claim control of this hill for the first time in this game for themselves. Chick completely caught out, not exactly sure which way to turn around, and when he did, it was a little bit too late. Snaky had him beat.
A really big break there from Na'Vi, and they are starting to finally rack up some points here, but the overshield just about to pop, and Mighty gets taken down just before he's able to grab it, and Jimbo goes down as well. So this could be a chance here. Quadrant can use this overshield to make a really good team push. They've already got nearly half the progress on this B hill. This could be the kind of pressure they need to close it out, but Snipe Drone does get a kill on Seeker, but you'd assume there's be way too much pressure here from the Legend with this overshield. Takes down Snaky. Can he get 2? Yes, he can. Huge kills by Legend. And this should be the hill, but no, Mighty takes down T-Chick off screen. And it's so scrappy, this fight for B. Neither team wants to give up this B hill.
No, not in any way, shape, or form just yet. Mighty still playing for his life, but he's going to be naded into oblivion right there. And there's SLG locking in a little bit of extra progress. He is going to smoke off that garage portion of the map, but unfortunately for him, yeah, Sniped already slipped right past through it, and he's going to reaggress. There's Jimbo coming in for the cleanup as well, so this hill should be turning red any moment right now as Chick is still trying to maintain the situation and keep things under control, but he's just waiting for the respawns to come on through, and he wants to get his hands on that sniper rifle instead. A tool of mass destruction is what Quadrant would most like right now. But no, it falls into the hands of Navi. Zed Mighty's falls as he tries to recover it and pick it up. And so do two extra players on the side of Navi.
Yeah, both teams just trading back and forth at the moment. If you look at the hill progress of both teams, the next few kills here could decide who caps this hill. Navi currently in it, but SLG staying alive as long as he can. T-Chick gets the kill on Sniper, and that's 2 dead now on the side of Navi. Such a close fight on this hill. Jimbo one shot, looks like T-Chick one shot, but T-Chick does stay alive. And it looks like Quadrant getting those kills. 4 dead now on the side of Navi, and they should capture this hill, and it looks like they're already rotating towards that sea hill. So huge plays from Quadrant, and the overshield about to pop as well. And if they could get this overshield, this could be a really big moment in this series.
Definitely so. They've already managed to tell, well, Sika to basically shoo away back down into the basement. Jimbo's going to find an extra frag right over there, but he is left all on his lonesome, wondering where the hell did everybody go. Overshield is going to be grabbed by Quadrant as well. Jimbo doing absolutely nothing to deny it, and despite the fact that Sika had his shield stripped from that plasma grenade, that overshield is going to quickly rectify the situation. And he can now take the fall. Oh my goodness. That's one thing you can't account for. The plasma pistol just absolutely tears through the OS. Brilliant stuff coming out from Snaky right there. And Navi seem to be in full control of the Sniper Tower Hill. They are just proving to be such a massive headache for Quadrant to deal with.
Yeah, what a momentum shifting play from Snaky there. It looked like all the favor was in kind of Quadrant's hand. They had so much control, so much pressure, basically a full overshield from Seeker, but Snaky kind of threads the needle and hits that plasma pistol shot on Seeker, and currently Navi now in control, and just crazy how good these players are at just making those kind of big plays and swift, like, switching momentum. 3 dead now on the side of Quadrant, and there should be some hill time getting racked up. You assume Navi are going to account for Legends flank back tower, and they do so. Despite losing that first still here and losing that last overshield, Navi doing a really good job bouncing back and getting that initial progress on this sea hill.
Yeah, definitely so. They have got a bit of a lead established in terms of raw progress right now. Sika will be smacked down. Mighty's on top of that is going to get the opportunity to trade things out of an effective 2v2 still left in the server right now between these two squads. Respawns are coming on through, but the hill has actually turned blue, if only for a moment right now. Hopping on with Snipe Drone, he has an opening to work with. He catches SLG and literally smacks him down on top of that. Snipe Drone, we have to wave goodbye to him, unfortunately enough. Brilliant stuff coming out from Legend on top of that, and Jimbo is basically a sitting duck. If Legend can secure this third kill, it's absolutely massive, which he does, manifesting it into reality. And this real estate, this hill, it's effectively now his, but oh man, it just never stops. Suddenly the sniper rifle is up yet again, and you can't really care too much about the hill until you get that S7.
No, Legend is on a roll. He could not have chose a better time to get a triple kill. That triple kill basically secured his team the overshield, but as I say that, the overshield player gets repulsed off the map from Navi. It just seems like Quadrant keep getting these overshields. You think that's going to be the momentum shift, but then suddenly Navi just make a clutch play to almost render that overshield player irrelevant, and
Yeah.
just such huge plays on the side of Navi to like counter these overshields. It's huge plays from Navi.
It's kind of like one of those moments where you know, you're sort of like going, or you're purposefully like not going for the overshield, and that kind of makes you look like a little bit of an idiot. And then you realize, oh no, wait, we've been playing 4D chess this entire time. We have a repulsor on our side, and we actually want to throw the opposition's overshield off of the edge of the map. It's really, really funny when it happens at times.
Yeah, no, and it seems like unfortunately we've had an observer crash, so we're going to try to get back to the action as soon as we can. We'll keep you updated with the scoreline, but we apologize again for that. But yeah, looking like a really strong performance there from Navi, and as we said, the ability from Navi to clutch up with
Mhm.
those kind of plays against the overshields is so impressive.
Yeah, it really, really has been. But obviously, the action does continue in the back end. The game will be carried out and finalized between these two squads in the server. We, however, on the broadcast are going to cut to a short little break so we can get our observer back and completely set up for the fourth and potentially even final game, depending on how King of the Hill actually goes. Don't go way too far. We'll be back in a few. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It turns out that Navi, well, no, they were unfortunately not able to get themselves the win on King of the Hill on live fire. Quadrant now sit in a very, very comfortable 3-0 lead, and it could all be decided right here, right now, as we are going to quickly transition over towards what potentially might be our final map of the evening. And that is gonna be that is gonna be Strongholds on Recharge.
You know, Strongholds on Recharge, if anyone can cast their mind back to Quadrant against Optic at the most recent LAN event, where we actually saw Quadrant beat Optic on this game type, even with a substitute. So, you know, could be a bit of a worrying sign here for Na'Vi to play Quadrant on this game type. But we've seen, you know, Na'Vi today, you can't count them out until they're out. And it looks like a very, very strong start here on the side of Na'Vi, and a triple cap coming in. And a triple cap can be so hard to break against a team of Na'Vi's caliber. We have to see how they get out of this.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they were able to sweep the rug out from underneath the feet of Quadrant just a little bit earlier in that first grand final, and they were left completely gobsmacked. And naturally, Quadrant don't want to commit the exact same mistakes that they did previously. They were sat on 247 points, and over the course of the rest of that entire matchup, they only gained a singular point by the end of it. And then you had Navi getting 200 plus. It was a really, really wild time as we have a lovely little death cam of Mighty's right over there flying into the pits of hell. But we do have Legend getting back into the swing and motion of things, trying to hunt down this last little player, and there goes So Snoop.
Yeah, Quadrant, really good job there. It looked a little bit scary at the start, that triple cap coming in, but they've kind of stemmed the bleeding a little bit. And you said they've even started to rack up some points of their own. They do get the reset on C as well, so Quadrant still in control, but Snaky being very sneaky with that plasma pistol does get a kill. And we saw how good he can be with this weapon in the last game, and he uses it to convert 2 kills in his favor. And you think, is that going to be the opening he needs? Maybe convert this B cap. Do you see Jimbo below him capping that B stronghold? And like we said, we know Na'Vi like to get these kind of steady, slow setups. Are they going to elect to hold A and B, or are they going to push that triple cap? You see Mighty on the other side of the map being very aggressive, but is he going to retreat and maybe link back up with the rest of his team and hold that traditional A-B setup, watch those crosses? It'll be interesting to see what they do.
There's a lot of different possibilities, but the fact that they've already got B under their belts, which is probably one of the toughest hills to maintain control of right here on Recharge, just because of the fact that you've got such minimal cover to work with. And even if you are behind one of those batteries, it's not that hard to bank a grenade off of and just blow you sky high. And with that basically under their belt, it's going to make it even tougher for Quadrant to try to reclaim that in their own favor. Their only realistic option right now is to go for an A cap, and they've got SLG with the active camo on the lurk as well. He spotted out Jimbo as well over towards Hydro, and he could potentially just stop them from converting this C portion as well. If he gets this done, it'll be absolutely massive, but his shields are stripped, and he can't contest that C hill any longer.
You know, very unfortunate there, and Na'Vi still maintaining the lead. And you know, say it's such a strong game type for Quadrant, recharge strongholds, and to see Na'Vi playing as well as they are, very, very impressive. But as we know, all it takes is one triple cap from Quadrant. They're always going to be pushing for that triple cap, and if they can achieve it, it doesn't matter what the score is. Quadrant are very, very capable of winning, of taking the game. So Na'Vi have got to be careful. But as of right now, Na'Vi doing a good job maintaining control. But as I say that, the top A stronghold does convert to Quadrant, and then the double kill maybe for SLG doesn't quite. He does get the help. So that's another kill there from Quadrant, and they're going to have C and A now. A little bit of an unconventional setup. If they can get a few more of these kills here, this could get a bit scary for Na'Vi.
It definitely could get a little bit scary, and C has just turned blue at the very damn least for Quadrant, so they are definitely, well, making up a little bit of progress to truly close off this grand final reset in their own favor. So now there's the trip cap locked in, as well as Na'Vi narrowly succumbed to a full team wipe with 3 people down and out for the count. Jimbo, well, he's going to be cleaned up as well, and now this is where the tide starts to turn into the favor of Quadrant, and it might even just end up washing all of Na'Vi away.
Yeah, no, we saw that Quadrant, they held that trip cap against a team of Optics caliber at LAN, but Na'Vi do break it quite quickly. Obviously, they're still getting scored on, but at least it's not a triple cap. And this camouflage here from SLG, is he going to be able to... Oh my, T-Chick with a headshot Snipe Drone. That's a huge shot from T-Chick to maintain control. And like we said, SLG with a camo, he might be able to use this off-screen to maybe maintain that triple cap here. He's being very annoying in this B area. Jimbo seems aware of his presence, but he's not able quite to locate him. And it's a big fight going down here. B SLG still being a menace on this B stronghold. Is a player of Na'Vi going to try contest him, or is he going to get that capture for free? He does get the capture, and SLG again with his disruptor gets a kill. And SLG starting off the game, I think 0 and 5, and now brought it back to 6 and 7. So a really big kind of spree there from SLG. And as you can see, what was once a Na'Vi lead is now a Quadrant lead, 120 to 80.
Yeah, exactly. That was a really good globe coming out from SLG as well to truthfully get back into the swing of things as well. Legend, unfortunately, unable to close off that engagement versus Mighties, who is one of the only 2 players in this server to have hit double digits in the slaying department so far. An A conversion comes on through for Na'Vi, and B is just about to get locked out as well. So it's about damn time that Na'Vi finally bring Quadrant's progress to a grinding halt, because they were able to rack up almost 100 points in the last couple of minutes right over here. So now it's down to Na'Vi to really get back into the swing of things, tie things up, and establish a lead of their own. Crucial engagement going into the favor of Mighties, as he's laying his life on the line for this elevator hill.
Yeah, huge plays by Mighties, and I've been so impressed by him all day. He had such a strong performance in the last week final from a week or 2 ago, and he's had a very, very strong performance today in these last few rounds, and he definitely is a catalyst for Na'Vi's performance. And if he can carry on his strong slaying performance here, this could be what pushes them to the next game. And we see at the moment Na'Vi employing this traditional A-B hold, trying to watch each other's crosses, and you see how difficult it is for Quadrant to break, and they have to time this push so well. If Seeker just moves 2 inches to his left, he's going to get absolutely melted, but since that Legend off screen does take out Jimbo, so that could be an opening for Seeker to push, but you can just see Seeker, how reluctant he is to push there. He knows how difficult it's going to be, and because of that, behind him, Mighties and Snipe Drone push towards C, and that's a triple cap now for Na'Vi, and this is looking very scary as a Na'Vi on the side of Quadrant.
Yeah, 100%, and especially with Snipe Drone slowly starting to close off that gap with an active camo. He dodges all of the nades, and he will be spotted out by Chick, but he completely pummels him down on top of that. Active camo back online, and he might be able to close off the engagement versus Snipe Drone, but it wasn't meant to be. Not written in the stars this time around. Mighty's also completely shut down, as Sika is laying one. Well, he is just doing a damn great job playing defense right here over towards the elevator side, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed, because that is a second hill under their belt, and they can potentially just tie things up once again. This is a one hell of a competitive Strongholds game, just as the last one was on live fire.
You know, it's so crazy and impressive how quickly these teams can flip setups. Basically, Quadrant have stole the setup that Na'Vi had just minutes ago, and they do get a break though, Snipe Drone, so he's broken into top gold here. So this is kind of step 1 of breaking this setup, and if Snipe Drone can stay alive gold and have a presence there, and off screen he gets another kill on SLG, so huge plays by Snipe Drone at gold. And if Na'Vi and Jimbo can work off of that kind of play from Snipe Drone, this could be a chance for them to convert the B stronghold, and they do, and Jimbo gets a kill on Legend, doesn't get traded as well, so huge plays here by Na'Vi to break this setup, and it's 3 kills though by Quadrant to stop the pressure, and what looked like such a strong push from Na'Vi is just shut down by Quadrant.
Quadrant once again on point, and they do successfully capture B on top of that. So 176 and counting. They are well on their way to hitting 200 points. And if they're able to continuously lock that down and maintain that same level of control, then they will take this grand final reset 4-0 all to themselves. Na'Vi, they have put up a valiant effort in the previous grand final to force us all the way down here, but we're just not really seeing it this time around, despite their complete chemistry and their prowess on stronghold matches altogether. That's a triple cap coming on through, and while A is contested, it will be converted by Na'Vi once again, but it is still Quadrant racking up those points. Sika, the first point of contact over towards the window for tunnels, will recover that grapple hook, but doesn't even get the chance to use it. Chick with a 1 kill advantage will secure a 2-piece on 2 Zet Mighties on top of that, but the rest of Quadrant have already fallen. So Na'Vi have got a little bit of extra space to work with, but we're going on a little bit of flight right here with Snakey. Grapples back on in to secure an A defense.
Yeah, really good job by Navi there to break that setup, and huge use to grapple by Stakey to get that top A. And top A is such a vital position in this Recharge Strongholds game. And Jimbo having a bit of a slow game at 6 and 18 at the moment, but he does have 12 assists. But if Jimbo can start pick up a few more kills, maybe this could be. Because there's still a lot of possibility here for Navi to come back. Only down 40 odd points at the moment. They do have the preferred AB setup here. You see Snakey cross the map, watching Mighty's cross. Mighty's probably any second about to go watch Snakey's cross. They have this kind of perfect traditional AB hold. They've got all the angles covered, and we're going to see a really, really well-timed push here from Quadrant to break this setup. And you'd assume Na'Vi being in the grand final, they're going to be
Yeah.
fully focused, and it's going to take a miraculous push here from Quadrant to break this hold.
And it's going to need to happen relatively quickly because Navi, they are just slowly but surely approaching that 227 mark as well. Snipe Drone does fall. Legend is going to run down Mighties as well. So that push that you were talking about may just start manifesting right now. They've got battery control and they can convert B on top of that. They've got presence on A as well. They've been able to snuff out all of these Navi players and force them to respawn on the opposite side of the map. They trade out 2 hills for 1, losing out on C, but gaining A and B. That is a trade deal that anyone would take any day of the week as well. Quadrant back in full control, 242 and counting right now. Unless Navi can get 2 feet planted on either one of these hills, it will be lights out. But B has a little bit of contention coming on through. Progress not yet reset either by Snakey, and Snipe Drone is still active and online, but Chick is going to actually tear him a new one instead. Mighties, well, the only player left alive, has nothing to say in the affair whatsoever, and it is a 4-0 lockout for Quadrant in this grand final reset.
Wow, that was a crazy game there from Quadrant, and we kind of said before it's a very, very strong game type for Quadrant, and Na'Vi, they put up a valiant fight there in that game, and despite that, as you'd expect, Quadrant are so strong at Recharge Strongholds, and that first series absolutely crazy. We saw absolute heroics from Na'Vi to clutch up in that first best of 7 and force a second best of 7, but it just seemed like Na'Vi might have run out of steam, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
and yeah, what a huge 4-0 from Quadrant in the second best of 7, kind of affirming their dominance as the best team in Europe. And Navi, they shouldn't be too ashamed of themselves. Still had a very, very strong performance in the series, but
Yep.
yeah, taking a quick look at the stats, like I kind of mentioned, a little bit of a slow game, maybe KD wise at least from Jimbo. Obviously had some high assists, but like a pretty balanced performance, as has been the story of the day from Quadrant. Not necessarily always 1 or 2 standout players, just such a strong, well-rounded team, and that's what you're going to need to 4-hour team like Navi.
Yeah, 100%. But at the very least, for me, that first grand final is going to live rent free in my head until, excuse me, the day that I basically die. I have completely forgotten the last 4 maps of play that we have just seen because that that first grand final is everything that I could have ever wanted it to be altogether. But at the end of the day, it is still Quadrant that do take the very final W for our festivities right here in the HCS 4K tournament. Congratulations to them. They are now, if I'm not mistaken, 1,250 USD richer. Yeah, I might need correction on that either way, but they do claim a little or a big, pretty size of chunk of the prize pool that we do have available, and commiserations to Navi. They certainly gave it their all, and they have left a mark on the European Halo scene based off of that first grand final that we saw just a couple of hours ago, which is certainly the one that the majority of us are going to remember forever.
Huge, great grand final to watch in the end, and it was great to see both teams kind of push to their limit. But in the end, as you maybe might have predicted based on the result of that winners bracket final, Quadrant do come out on top, and they're going more than pleased with that outcome. But it's been a really, really great day at Halo. Really enjoyed casting with you and James earlier. So thanks, guys, for the opportunity. And yeah, it's been a super, super good day, and I'm excited for next time.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the caster desk alongside myself and James a little bit earlier on as well. And we hope to see much more of you in the future as well. And speaking of seeing us a little bit more in the future as well, don't forget that on the 8th and 9th of April, right here on twitch.tv/Europa Halo, we are going to be providing live coverage of the Gamers Assembly LAN from deep within the heart of France. It is going to be broadcasted in France as well, with live updates and, well, just highlight videos being published in English that are going to be found on our Twitter. So make sure to go ahead and follow us there at europahalo.com, and be sure to drop a follow on the stream. Enable live notifications as well, because in just a couple of days' time, we've got more action for you guys to chomp on. And if you still haven't had your fill this evening, well, fret not, because the HCS 4KNA tournament is still ongoing that you guys can go and tune into at LTV or LVT, excuse me. And if you are a proper night owl, I go and suggest you go and do that right now. But that is going to wrap things that's going to wrap things for us up here at Europa Halo. It's been an absolute pleasure to see each and every single one of you guys in Twitch chat. Thank you so much for sticking by and tuning in for the entire day. I want to extend a special thank you to every single person from the team at Europa Halo for coming together and making this broadcast possible. You guys have been absolute gems. But we're going to be signing off for the time being, and we'll see you guys back here in just a couple of days for the Gamers Assembly Land. Until then, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Goodbye.